Chapter 92. While the owners of the Zhang, Wang, and Ge manors and the farmers had their own thoughts, County Magistrate Chung of the Sanshui County Yamen was also making urgent arrangements. The people who came down to check on the situation said that they would arrive at noon. Before noon, County Magistrate Chung led a group of people out to welcome them. Compared to the last time, County Magistrate Chung was much more relieved this time. At least he knew who was coming this time. At the same time, he was not afraid of any internal problems. After getting 3 caddies of soaked wood ear, Chief Secretary Zhao Xiang was no longer as rigid as before. When he had nothing to do, he would ask for some carrots and put them in when making stir-fried meat slices with wood ear for his daughter. Seeing that his daughter could eat more, he thought that Zhang Zhuangzi would not do anything, so he helped to hide it. After waiting for less than an hour, the person this time arrived much earlier than the previous time. He's coming. My uncle is coming. Zhou Shihu also joined the welcoming team this time. When he saw the smoke from afar, he shouted excitedly. Everyone around him felt that it was wrong of him to do so. They even hoped that he would be happier. This meant that he had a good relationship with his uncle. If they had a good relationship, the Yamen would spend less effort. As the smoke and dust got closer, the public carriage in the team was also revealed. There were many people, all of whom looked very powerful. However, if one looked carefully, one would find that this time, not only did the capital send a person to check on the situation, but also some rich playboys. We have to spend more money to entertain them again. Many people thought so. One of the Yamen runners even said it out loud. Shut up, don't talk nonsense. This means that the people above value our Sanshui County, which place can still make water come out of a dry well during a drought. County Magistrate Chung glared at the Yamen runner and reprimanded him in a low voice. The others around them all showed an expression of yes, but they knew in their hearts that everything was caused by the Zhang family's farmstead. Although they didn't know how they did it, the facts were irrefutable. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. When the public carriage stopped, County Magistrate Chung walked over first and saluted as he spoke. The other people in the Yamen stood behind and saluted as well. At this time, it was not their turn to speak. Zhou Shihu wanted to speak several times, but he held back. If he spoke now, not only would he not be praised by his uncle, but he would also be scolded for being unreasonable. Well, thank you for your hard work, County Magistrate Chung. It's okay, we just arrived. Come, County Magistrate Chung, let me introduce you. This is Assistant Minister Wei of the Ministry of Works and Assistant Minister Shen of the Ministry of Rights. Zhou Qiong, the military officer in charge of Feng Province, got off the carriage first. After the people in the carriage behind also got off, he introduced them to County Magistrate Chung. As for the others, he didn't say much. They were just here for sightseeing, and all of them could come here because of their family's position. County Magistrate Chung was stunned when he heard Zhou Shihu's introduction. He did not expect that there would be 2 assistant ministers, one from the Ministry of Works and the other from the Ministry of Rights. He knew the roles of these 2 people. The Ministry of Works was in charge of water conservancy and so on, while the Ministry of Rights was in charge of auspicious signs. Logically speaking, it wasn't a big deal for the 2 of them to come over, but their ranks were really too high. Which assistant minister would go down when they had nothing to do? There were so many places suffering from drought. So how could there be so many assistant ministers going to every place? What's more, these 2 people came directly to the county instead of the prefecture for the first time. It was unreasonable. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Chung didn't dare to show any hesitation or neglect on his face. He went forward to greet them one by one. Assistant Minister Wei and Assistant Minister Shen were polite and didn't ignore him. They nodded slightly as a greeting. After all, this was a 4th-grade official, and he wouldn't come here easily. His visit this time was a great honor to Sanshui County. County Magistrate Chung, let's put other things aside for now. Take me to the well to take a look. I didn't expect an auspicious sign to appear in your Sanshui County during this drought. I'm in charge of the prefecture this time. Many people are happy about this. Zhou Shihu's uncle, Zhou Shihu, said to County Magistrate Chang with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at his excited nephew. When County Magistrate Chang heard this, he paused for a moment. He wasn't a young man who didn't know much. From these words, he already knew that there was an auspicious sign in this place. Even if the prefecture obtained many benefits, his contribution would not be small. These were not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this auspicious sign was very important to the people in charge. Not only did the people in the neighboring prefectures know about it, but their attitude was not good. It was said that many people were happy for the auspicious sign. It was more accurate to say that they thought Sanshui County was lying. Otherwise, if there was no auspicious sign in their prefectures when they encountered drought, it could only mean that they did not do a good job for the local people. County Magistrate Chang understood that Zhou Shihu's uncle had informed him in advance and asked him to make good arrangements. If something went wrong with the auspicious sign, he would not be able to protect Zhou Shihu. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Chang said gratefully, "Since you are here, you must want to see the auspicious sign first. This way, please. The auspicious sign is in the county." While speaking, he led the way in front. The others who were supposed to get on the car got on the car, and those who were supposed to walk still walked. They walked toward the well in a mighty manner. Zhou Shihu was relieved. Originally, he thought that the auspicious sign here was fake. Seeing that County Magistrate Chang was so sure, he no longer had any worries. Before getting on the car, Zhou Shihu glanced at his nephew. At this time, Zhou Shihu became clever and said, "Military Advisor Sitsang, I am the person who made the curved plow. I have something important to tell you." While speaking, he did not care about the others and directly followed his uncle to the car. Those who did not know his identity only felt that he had crossed the line. Those who knew his identity did not have any expression. The uncle and the nephew had something to say. Was it possible to stop them here? This time, County Magistrate Chang did not sit in the car alone. He also called the chief secretary. When the group slowly moved toward the well, he said to the chief secretary, "Ji Feng, what do you think of this matter?" The chief secretary, Zhao Xiang, did not keep a straight face this time. He moved the corners of his mouth and said, "Sir, these people are strange. Look, there is an official in charge of taxation from the prefecture, an official named Xiang Rui, and an official in charge of water conservancy. These three people are basically in charge of everything. It looks like this, but there is another point. That is, why didn't the higher-ups send an official in charge of taxation? Why did they send someone from the prefecture instead? There are already 2 level 4 assistant ministers here. There won't be a lack of one more. In this case, it can only be said that the prefecture is doing its best this time. This time, the prefecture does not want to make any mistakes in this matter. It seems that they want to reduce the burden of Sanshui County. With Sir Zhou, they can do whatever they want in terms of taxation." "Oh, you mean that this time I should ask for more benefits? Make the disaster report more severe?" County Magistrate Chang also had his own plans. He just wanted to hear other people's opinions. When he heard Zhao Xiang's words, he felt that they happened to coincide, so he asked, "Who would have thought that Zhao Xiang had no such intention at all?" He shook his head and said, "Darren, the prefecture is indeed thinking this way. However, this lowly official thinks that it would be better to help the prefecture this time. The Zhang family's farmstead has black fungus. This time, the county's harvest will definitely be reduced by a lot. But the higher-ups do not ask us to hand in the grain directly. The grain is distributed to the local government as the official salary. If the grain is not enough, we can use other money and silk to exchange for the official salary. What is sent to the higher-ups is usually money and grain. This is what I think. This year's drought is a foregone conclusion. Usually we hand in money and silk. This year we should do the opposite. If we hand in the grain, it will not be enough for the county's needs. Then we can use money to buy grain from outside. This money will be paid by Zhangjieshuangzi. As for the loss, 1,500 or 600 taels of silver should be enough, at most 2,000 taels of silver. The head of the department, Zhao Xiang, gritted his teeth and persuaded. This time, he knew that Zhang Zhuangzi would lose a lot of money, but there was no other way. Now only he and the county magistrate could be promoted. The others could not be promoted. If they handed in enough grain, there would be more people who could be promoted. When he and the county magistrate were promoted, the people below could also directly take over these two positions. Sanshui County would still be in the hands of their own people. They could also take good care of Zhang Zhuangzi. Zhang Zhuangzi had so many wood ears. If they did not use them now, when should they wait? County Magistrate Cheng also understood his meaning. Wei Wei nodded. That's right. With this drought, not only will there be less grain, there will also be less wood ears in the surrounding areas. Zhang Zhuangzi can sell a lot of money, but will they be willing to? They have already spent a lot of money. The people in the Yamen also get a lot of food and drink from there. What my lord is worried about is that we can send someone to tell them. This way, when we are promoted, there will be people at the top, but the local government will still be our people. Zhang Zhuangzi will not only be a little bit of food, but even if they kill someone, they will be able to stop Zhang Zhuangzi. The master on Zhuangzi is not an ordinary person. Zhao Xiang also knew that if it was an ordinary person, they would not agree. But was Zhang Zhuangzi ordinary? The things they did were always unpredictable, but they could always get a lot of benefits. All right, then let's try. If it really doesn't work, let them take out less. County Magistrate Cheng felt that this was the best way. There was no harm in trying. If it worked, he could be promoted and Sanshui County would also be under his control. The two of them could be considered to have made a decision. Zhou Shihu was also showing off his achievements to his uncle. He told him about the money he had earned during this period. Chapter 93. With a smile on his face, Zhou Shihu listened to his nephew talk about what kind of business he did, how he did it, how much he earned, how much he spent, and what he bought for his family. Seeing that his nephew was so happy, he didn't disturb him and just listened. In fact, he didn't care how much his nephew earned. He only cared if his nephew bullied people on the street, like Hai Zholi, and didn't do anything for a day. From these words, he knew that his nephew, who had always been a bad learner, had changed into a different person ever since he started doing business with the Zhang family's manor. He no longer played with the people he used to play with. All day long, he was thinking about how to sell things. Also, when he sold things, the local people praised him. For example, although his nephew made money, the local people always said that he was good. When talking about this, Zhou Shihu was especially energetic. He said that if the people didn't have money and still needed to farm, he would ask for less money. Some people even rented to the people first and wait for the autumn harvest. There were also people who came to buy plows who kept coughing. He even found a doctor to treat them. For the first time, Zhou Shihu dared to speak to his uncle so confidently. He felt that he didn't do anything wrong, unlike before when he had nothing to do all day long. Every time his uncle asked, he didn't know what to say and could only lower his head. In the future, this nephew is going to do business with Zhang Zhuangzi. They said that there are still many business deals. I saw a necklace made of big pearls in Jianbao Pavilion. The asking price is 600 taels of silver. I originally had that much money, but I was afraid that after spending it, I wouldn't have enough capital to do other business, so I didn't buy it. The next time I do business with Zhang Zhuangzi, I will buy that necklace and give it to my mother. My mother's birthday is in 2 months. Tomorrow I will go and urge Zhang Zhuangzi to complete a business deal within this period of time. There is also a bracelet that is not bad. When I earn enough money, I will buy it and give it to my aunt. These days, I didn't spend much money to eat at the restaurant. It was all the people who wanted to buy things for me. I brought home the food that I couldn't finish and gave it to the servants. They all said that I am good. Zhou Shihu didn't stop talking. He couldn't wait to tell his uncle everything that had happened to him. Zhou Qiong had been listening the whole time. Suddenly he asked, "Why did you bring her back? Aren't you afraid that others will call you stingy?" "What do you mean by petty? Even if they don't eat it, they'll throw it away. The servants at home can't eat it even if they want to. It's not spoiled. Last time, I personally went to deliver a plow to a villager. I saw that the food they were eating was from the day before yesterday. They were still eating it even after 2 days. I didn't get sick after eating it. When I looked at it, I thought that I shouldn't have thrown away so many things in the past. In the past, when I bought things to eat, I spent my family's money. Now I know that it's not easy to make money. I have to manage the craftsmen and look at the price. Selling a plow only earns a few copper coins, so of course I have to be frugal." Zhou Shihu started talking again. He even stretched out his hand for his uncle to see. There were 2 wounds on his hand that he had accidentally touched with the plow. When Zhou Qiong heard this, he finally smiled. His nephew was sensible. He knew that it wasn't easy to make money. He knew how to be filial to his parents. He also knew how to be considerate of the common people. Nothing could make him happier than this. As for the money he earned, it didn't matter if it was more or less. Even if he lost it, he could accept it. "Uncle, please don't tell my mother that I want to buy things for her. My mother will definitely complain that I'm wasting money. When I went back, I measured it. That necklace on my mother's neck made her look even better. She's even prettier than my father's new concubine. And that bracelet as well. Uncle, you'll know once you put it on my aunt. My aunt is fair, so with that light green bracelet, she'll look even younger. Uncle, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Is it because it's too dry? Is it because it's stuffy in the carriage? It's like this now, but when we get there, you'll know. The well water is very delicious. It's very cooling. Just 1 sip and you'll feel comfortable from inside out. Winter here is different from other places. Nephew learned how to make a Kong from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Lying on it is really warm." Zhou Shihu saw that his uncle's eyes were a little red. He thought that it was stuffy in the carriage. So he lifted the curtain a little and continued talking. "Yes, it's stuffy. It's good to see the well water. Xiao Hu, tell uncle. What do you plan to do in the future?" Zhou Qiong used his sleeve to wipe the corner of his eyes and asked with relief. "Plan? Nephew, I really don't know. I just want to do business with Zhangjia Zhuangzi. They gave me all the profitable deals. Actually, I know that if I was alone, they wouldn't even bother with me. It's all uncle behind me. They want to curry favor with uncle. I did earn some money, but I didn't keep all of it for myself. I returned some to them. Uncle, that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is really amazing. They come up with one idea after another to make money. I'm not afraid that I won't have anything to do in the future. Uncle, you have to protect that Zhangjia Zhuangzi well. Only with them around can I do business." Zhou Shihu became shrewd at this time. Zhou Qiong shook his head. How could he not know about his nephew's little cleverness? Zhangjia Zhuangzi indeed had to be protected. It wasn't that they cared about the little money his nephew earned, but that his nephew had become more sensible after working with them. A prodigal son had turned over a new leaf. No amount of money could buy that. Uncle, you have to say something. Zhangjia Zhuangzi doesn't have it easy. They will react at the slightest sign of trouble. The wood ear that I gave you last time was also from them. You might not know, but that wood ear was planted by them. They even said that they will let me help them sell the mushrooms they grow in the future. Amazing, right? Wood ear can be planted. Now that there's a drought, there are even less wood ear here. The same goes for mushrooms. They are now telling me how to make the mushrooms into delicious dishes. I bought some and made them for my mother. My mother even praised me for it. I made it myself and didn't let anyone else help. Speaking of this, Zhou Shihu felt very happy, especially when he saw his parents constantly praising him when they ate. He wished that he could cook every day. Good. Xiaohu's cooking will definitely be delicious. When we go back, Xiaohu will also make a meal for uncle. Zhou Qiong could imagine how terrible his nephew's cooking would be. His nephew had never cooked before, and his knife skills were not good enough. However, he knew that if he cooked for his parents, it would be the best thing in the world. Even the imperial chef could not compare. Zhou Shihu saw the expression on his uncle's face and knew what his uncle was thinking. He sighed and said, "Uncle, I know what you are thinking. Don't you think that I don't know how to cook? Let me tell you, it's not like that. In the recipe that Zhang Jiezhuangzi gave me, he wrote down how much to put in each ingredient. I let the accountant read it and used a scale to weigh everything. He even wrote down the temperature of the fire. They also gave me something. It's a light yellow thing that looks like a grain of rice. If you put it in the dish, it will taste more delicious." "Oh, there's something else? What is it? Is it really that delicious when put in the dish?" Zhou Qiong still did not believe it, but he followed his nephew's words to make him feel better. Uncle, why don't you believe it? All the restaurants in the county want to buy that thing from them. It costs 1 tael of silver per tael, and they only buy 1 tael of silver per month. They use it on special dishes. I didn't even ask for the recipe. Even if I did ask, they wouldn't tell me." Zhou Shihu was a little helpless. Why didn't his uncle believe him? As they were talking, the carriage stopped. Just when everyone thought that they had arrived, someone brought a bowl of hot soup in front of them. There were fungus-soaked cucumbers and eggs. There was a layer of chopped green onions floating on top of the soup. There were 2 youtiao beside it. Of course, they did not know that it was called youtiao. At this time, County Magistrate Chung came to the side of the carriage of the 3 most important people and said, "Sirs, it will take an hour to get there. I was afraid that you would be hungry, so I casually prepared some food to eat first." After hearing his words, everyone understood. They had rushed all the way here without rest, so they were indeed a little hungry. Smelling the soup, they ate a mouthful of the youtiao, drank a mouthful of the soup, and ate all kinds of small dishes. Now, they all felt that they were not satisfied. However, they had eaten all the food and drank the soup, so it was not good to ask for more. "Why is this soup different from the ones we drank before?" "It's fresh. Dried cucumbers can be so fresh after soaking them." "What is this staple food?" "It's crispy on the outside and soft on the inside." The small pickles also have a special spicy taste. Commander Si-tsang, Zhou Qiong, finished the food but still did not have enough. He glanced at the food that his nephew had not touched and praised. Zhou Shihu seemed to have known that this would happen. He pushed the food in front of his uncle and said, "Uncle, have a taste. Isn't it very delicious? Especially the soup and the small pickles. The taste is better than the ones made in the same big restaurants." "It's good. Little Hu, you eat." Zhou Qiong really wanted to eat, but he felt a little embarrassed. "Uncle, your nephew has already eaten. I have that thing that can make such a delicious soup. You can eat it whenever you want. The soup and pickles are like this because of that thing. It's a pity that they sell very little of it and only sell it to the 3 restaurants here. The county yamen will send some to me, but they don't sell the rest. They only started selling it last night. It is said that they are going to build a restaurant and sell it there in the future. Uncle, you should eat quickly. Otherwise, it will get cold." As Zhou Shihu spoke, he took out a small paper bag from his chest and carefully opened it for his uncle to see. Zhou Qiong did not hold back this time. He picked up the bowl and drank. He exhaled and asked, "Is it really because of the thing in your hand? You can't get the recipe?" Chapter 94. I can't get it. They didn't even mention the recipe. Uncle, think about it. No one would hand over such a good thing. Zhou Shihu said helplessly. Seeing that his uncle was about to speak, he said, "Uncle, I know what you want to say. Isn't it just to see what they usually buy? I've already arranged for people to watch them." However, they bought almost everything. They even sent people to the market to pick up things. At night, after the people in the market had left, they would send people to pick up things. If they could eat something, they would pick it up. Rotten fish and smelly shrimps. At first, I thought they were good things. Later, I found out that they were drying these things and grinding them into powder to feed the chickens. They also bought some rice and flour. In the past, it was soybeans. Later, they said that soybeans were poisonous, so they stopped. They also stopped selling vegetable oil. Only then did I know that the vegetable oil was soybean oil. I also wanted to know how they got the oil. I even stir-fried the soybeans a few times. It was quite fragrant. Unfortunately, there was no oil. Later, I asked people to soak it in water to get the oil out. In the end, it sprouted 2 inches long. It was quite good when stir-fried with meat. I even complained to Song Jingong, who had been helping to contact them. I didn't expect that Song Jingong would really go back and tell him. The next day, he gave me a recipe. It was a recipe for sliced chicken in scallion oil with bean sprouts. Oh, is it delicious? Uncle hasn't eaten it yet. Zhou Qiong asked with a smile. It's delicious. On the 3rd day, they told me that the bean sprouts can be eaten without the tail. As long as it's cooked in boiling oil and stir-fried with shredded meat, it will be tender and crispy. I made it too. It was indeed so, Zhou Shihu said with a depressed face. Ha! Zhou Qiong finally couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he was even more curious about Zhangjia Zhuangzi. His nephew was fooling around, and the other side was actually able to give him a recipe immediately. This was not simple. If that's the case, why don't you sell this with them? You can give them more money. I did, but they didn't agree. They told me not to worry, and that there will be new things to sell soon. Not only in this province, but also in other provinces. They will sell to those small shops that specialize in selling salt and soy sauce. What they sell is soy sauce. I'm looking for people to go to other provinces to look for merchants. They're not selling them at a high price. The price they gave me was 5 copper coins for 2 caddies. If I were to sell them for 10 copper coins for 3 caddies, I don't need to share the money with them. Now that there's a drought in many places, the price of beans is expensive. By selling them like this, they're really helping the people. Zhou Shihu counted with his fingers as he spoke to his uncle. But you didn't earn much, did you? Not much. That depends on the amount. They said that they can give me 5,000 don of soy sauce in the beginning and 50,000 don of soy sauce in the future. I need to get salt for them. They can't buy that much salt. Isn't that a lot? I don't know how long it will take to sell all the soy sauce. It's best if the people under you know how to do things and sell the soy sauce to further places. Zhou Shihu was now wondering how Zhangjia Zhuangzi could get so many soybeans to make soy sauce and dared to lower the price so much. Hearing these words, Zhou Qiong did not look as relaxed as before. The Zhang family's manner did this to help suppress the price of some things in the province, so that those who wanted to speculate would not dare to make a move. This was a big deal. 55,000 sure worth of soy sauce. Just hearing it was enough to scare people. He knew that some of the information he got from his nephew might not be true. He shouted outside, "County Magistrate Cheng, please come over. I have something to ask." County Magistrate Cheng was thinking about how to make the people above stay in the county and only let Zhou Xiu go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to take a look. When he heard Zhou Xiu calling for him, he didn't dare to delay. He got down from his seat and entered Zhou Xiu's car. He asked respectfully, "Sir, what do you want to ask this humble official?" "Do you know that Zhangjia Zhuangzi wants to sell soy sauce?" Zhou Xiu asked directly. "Yes, they want to lower the price of food. Not only soy sauce, but also a lot of eggs in 2 days. They can buy 1 gene of eggs at a time, and the price is very cheap. Chickens need to be eaten. Once the price of eggs is lowered, the price of food can increase. I have already ordered people to block the roads leading to the outside of this county. If they find anything transporting food, they will stop it." County Magistrate Chen was a little excited when he talked about this matter. Zhang family and Wang family of Zhuangzi were almost losing money to help him suppress the price of food. If Sanshui County was stricter, they didn't have to worry about the people not being able to eat. They made a lot of money and didn't hesitate to spend money. Zhou Xiu was in charge of taxation. Of course, he knew that County Magistrate Cheng would win a lot of praise if the price was stabilized. Why did Zhangjia Zhuangzi do this? Are you in contact with them? Yes, they have been helping me in all aspects. As long as I am in a little trouble, Zhangjia Zhuangzi will use his means. I have always regarded the person who takes care of me as my master. I have discussed with Song Jinggong several times that I want to be apprenticed to him, but he didn't agree. I think they are testing me. At this time, County Magistrate Chung did not try to hide anything. He said everything that could be said. He knew that Zhou Qiong and he were together, so there was no need to hide anything from this kind of thing that was not a secret. Anyone with a discerning eye would understand at a glance. Zhou Xiu pondered for a while and asked again, "Can you ask for their recipe?" "I don't know. I don't dare to ask for it. That will stop people from making money. I still want to be apprenticed to a master." County Magistrate Chung told the truth. "Well, I see. We are almost there, right?" Zhou Xiu didn't want to force County Magistrate Chung. County Magistrate Chung was still taking care of his family. "Almost there. I will go back first. I will come back later." County Magistrate Chung knew that Zhou Xiu wanted him to leave. He nodded and stopped the carriage. He bowed and left. After a while, they finally arrived at the place. As soon as they got off the carriage, they saw that there were many people there. Everyone had something to fetch water beside them. Some people squeezed out of the crowd and left with water. In addition to these people, there were people kneeling there and burning incense. There was a lot of water in the surrounding area. It was wet. The place that was surrounded by people should be the dry well. These people from above were ready to drive the others away. Before they could give orders, County Magistrate Chung stood up and shouted, "Folks, please make way. The Imperial Court has sent people to look at this well." The people didn't even hesitate and made way. From this, one could see County Magistrate Cheng's prestige in the county. Everyone saw that a well without a platform appeared in front of them. There were also tools to fetch water beside it. These people were fetching water from here. Everyone gathered around to take a look. As they watched, they asked questions, especially the surrounding commoners. They were all called over for questioning. After some questioning, they had to admit that this was indeed an auspicious sign. During a drought, the dry well actually produced water. Some people even said that they saw the heavens use lightning to split the well. With a boom, there was water in the well. Some people said that they saw an immortal pass by the well. He lamented that it was dry here, so he used the thunder summoning technique to help blow up the well. There were all kinds of theories, but no matter which one it was, they all heard a loud boom. The people who came took note of this. Even if they had completed this task, they returned to the carriage and let the people continue fetching water. Some people even asked people to find things to hold water. They fetched some water so that they could drink tea when they returned. After a busy period, County Magistrate Chung didn't wait for the people to have other thoughts. He asked them to go somewhere else to eat. He said that he wanted them to taste the specialties of Sanshui County. It was also a kind of action to help the people. When the people saw that everyone had left, they were more convinced of this auspicious sign. They went back to fetch water with pious expressions. "Don't rush. Slow down. It seems that we have to buy some kelp. There are too few people selling kelp here. When can we find a place by the sea that specializes in collecting kelp?" In Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Wang Wan said to Huzi, who was working there. Then she began to whisper to him. The thing that could enhance the taste was monosodium glutamate. It was boiled from kelp. She and Zhang Xiaobao knew how to make it. As for industrial processing, they couldn't do anything. After the kelp was boiled, it was taken out. It could be made into soup or used for other purposes. As long as the remaining water was dried, the monosodium glutamate would be deposited at the bottom. Since kelp was not easy to buy, and there was not a lot of it, besides selling it to the 3 restaurants to help with branding, only the Yamen and Zhou Shihu could get some of it. The rest of the monosodium glutamate was kept. They were going to wait for the opening of the restaurants here. They also wanted to give some to Zhou Shihu's uncle. When the time came, if others wanted to eat it, they could only come here. Even if they specifically wanted to buy the monosodium glutamate when they passed by between the clouds and the water restaurant, they would go up and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this matter. He held a piece of kelp in his hand and ground his teeth. Wang Wan saw that he didn't care, so she nudged him. Can you think of another way? This is all money. Think of another way? What way? I know that there are many things that can be made with monosodium glutamate, but I have to know how to do it. The process is complicated. Just hold on for a while. When the time comes, we will go to the seaside to collect it. This thing is not eaten by people. They are either fed to the ducks or thrown everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed a mouthful of kelp foam and answered with his head tilted. See, this place is not close to the sea. It will take more than half a month to get there. When Zhou Shihu's uncle comes, have you thought of what to use to treat him? If there's no other way, we can eat dumplings. That thing is dipped in soy sauce. We have a lot of soy sauce, so we can eat steamed buns. Wang Wan didn't know what to do about this. She had already asked Er who to go out. The last time he went there, it was to buy stones. This time it was to buy kelp or to pick up kelp. This thing was not eaten by people there. Don't always think about soy sauce. Eat steamed buns. What if people like to eat gubili steamed buns? That thing is authentic and only dipped in vinegar. Huzi, that's enough. Let's take it out. We will eat kelp for the next few days. Zhang Xiaobao stared at the other side and shouted to stop. He was worried about the cooked kelp. I have something to discuss with everyone. There is a recommendation list for historical novels. I am currently ranked 8. If I can reach the top 5, I will update 4 times a day. If I appear on the recommendation list, I will update 5 times a day. Clickable list is also fine, but clickable list is not easy to get. Another book I recommend, King Daoji Model Competition. Everyone go and take a look. It is written well. Don't give your recommendation tickets to him. Chapter 95. Black clouds rolled and the ink-like wind blew. The new branches swayed and the seedlings fell into the water. Last night the sky was still clear. Who would have thought that before they even woke up in the morning, a strong wind rolled in dark clouds and covered the entire sky. The villagers in the farmstead thought that there would be a heavy rain, so they all put on their clothes and stood outside the door, ignoring the flapping of the windows from the wind. The sky was supposed to be bright, but at this time it was still dark. The surrounding trees were swaying back and forth in the wind. As the farmers waited for the heavy rain to fall, they suddenly thought that many of the rice seedlings in the fields might be blown over. They couldn't wait any longer. They put on their bamboo hats and hurried to the fields. The fallen seedlings had to be helped up as soon as possible. The farmers in Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi on the Zhang family and Wang family and the Gu family on Zhuangzi also started to move. Not only did the adults come out, but the children also wanted to help. In the end, when the farmers in Zhang family and Wang family arrived at the fields, what they saw was not a patch of fallen seedlings. Only a few seedlings had fallen, and there were other seedlings beside them. There was no need to help them up. It was just that some of the seedlings had fallen. When the wind stopped, they just had to move some of the seedlings from the denser areas. The farmers who felt a little strange began to walk towards the Gu family's Zhuangzi area to see if it was the same as here. When they arrived, they saw that the Gu family's Zhuangzi people had all jumped into the water and were helping the seedlings up one by one. There was even a woman who was crying. In the past, the Zhang family and Wang families, Zhuangzi people wouldn't care at all. After all, it wasn't their own land. Today, however, there were people who jumped into the water to help. After eating and wearing warm clothes, they could think of helping others. With so many people joining in, the speed at which the seedlings were being helped up also increased. Even if some seedlings fell back down, no one gave up. If they didn't do anything at this time, the seedlings could easily drown. The Gu family's Zhuangzi people thought that the Zhang family and Wang family's people were here to watch the show. Now that they saw that they were here to help, they were grateful, but also doubtful. Could it be that they didn't care about their own seedlings? Little Wang, come and help. Where's your land? Don't want it anymore? Go back quickly. The main family is so good to you. If you can't deliver the food when the harvest comes, how can you face the main family? A farmer in Zhuangzi of the Goof family advised the people who had come to his family's land. There's no need. The seedlings in my family's field are fine. Compared to yours, they're stronger and taller. Do you think there will be heavy rain today? Little Wang Zi looked at the rice seedlings in the field. Compared to his own, he realized that the difference between the rice seedlings on both sides was quite large. Really? What kind of seeds do you have at home? The people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi did not believe it, but since they were here to help, they must be fine. Otherwise, they would be busy with their own things. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at the sky. It was so dark that it seemed like it would fall at any moment. However, not a single drop of rain fell. Little Wang Zi continued to bend over to support the seedlings. He raised his arm to wipe off the water that splashed on his face. I'm not lying. It's the same seeds as usual, but this time the seeds were given by the main family. The grains left at home to be used as seeds can be eaten. Of course, little Wang Zi did not know that the seeds had been soaked in lime water by his family's young master and his wife, Cuckoo. They had done everything they could think of to increase the yield and prevent the disease. They had put in a lot of effort when selecting the seeds. They had also done some processing during the breeding process. When the seedlings were grown, they had also fertilized the seedlings well. With the addition of good fertilizer and wheat flour stones, and the use of the seedling throwing technique, the seedlings grew faster and stronger than other people's seedlings. A strong wind had proven all of this. According to Wang Wan's words, we have to let Zhuangzi win at the starting line with the grain. The people in the Gu family's manor straightened up and shook their backs. Looking at the slightly brighter sky, they felt that it was hot and unbearable. The clouds were still as dark as ever, pressing down even lower. It was dawn, but the sun was rising. It was not going to clear up. I don't believe you. If it's really the original seeds, why are they better than mine? Is it because the fertilizer is better? Tell me, what kind of fertilizer did you use? We have all kinds of stuff. Some of the fertilizer from our family and the fertilizer prepared by the main family last year. There's nothing else. Little Wang Zi really did not know why. Even if there was something different, he did not say it. Who would be willing to tell others their family's recipe? With so many people working together, the main family was naturally alarmed. When the main family of the Zhang family and Wang family heard that the farmers had gone to help the Gu family in Zhuangzi, they hurriedly asked the housekeeper to check. When the housekeeper saw the seedlings on his side of the field, he was stunned. When they went out, they thought that the farmers would not be able to help the seedlings by simply throwing them away. Now that they looked at it, it was not the case at all. They did not need to care about the seedlings at all. They moved with the wind. Some of them had already touched the water surface. When the wind passed, they straightened up again. It was really amazing. Old Wang, why do I feel that the seedlings are like humans standing there? They get up when they fall. Even if some of them are weaker and fall, their roots will not be pulled out. If it was last year, many seedlings would be floating on the water surface. Housekeeper Zhang stood on the ridge of the field and said to the equally surprised Housekeeper Wang. Housekeeper Wang also had the same feeling. When the little seedlings stubbornly fought against the strong wind, he couldn't help but want to cheer. In his eyes, these seedlings had become little babies with small arms and legs. They stood there chubby, energetic, and cute. Who said it wasn't? After so many years of farming, this is the first time I've seen it. I don't even want to go back. I'm willing to stay here and watch. Look at those two strong seedlings. They are even blocking the wind for the seedlings behind. Let's not go back first. Let's go to Zhuangzi to take a look. At this time, Housekeeper Wang felt that the wind was so cool and refreshing. He also felt more energetic. He called out and walked towards Gu family's Zhuangzi. When the two of them arrived at Gu family's Zhuangzi side, they saw their own farmers helping there. When they got closer, they shook their heads at the same time. The seedlings were too weak. They could not be compared to their own seedlings. As long as they were blown away, they would not be able to get up again. Many seedlings floated up and spun on the water surface. In the Gu family's farmstead, there were farmers who were hoping for a good harvest by autumn. While they were busy putting the rice seedlings back, they were also wiping their tears. The children were also sensible enough to help. They imitated the adults and moved mechanically. Their eyes were full of confusion and helplessness, making people feel sad when they looked at them. The farmers from the Zhang and Wang estates who helped had calm expressions on their faces. After all, it wasn't their own family. They would help as much as they could. As for the harvest, they couldn't control it. They didn't have the ability to do so, even if they wanted to. At the same time, they were also glad that their master's family was so capable. Even in such a strong wind, the rice sprouts stood in the wind and didn't fall. When someone saw the housekeeper of the main family coming over, he thought that the housekeeper was asking them to go back. He came forward and explained, "Steward Zhang, there is no problem on our side. When the wind passes, we can help those that fell over. They are quite pitiful here. Yes, we are not in a hurry to go back. It's a pity that—" Steward Zhang was not as difficult to talk to as before. He did not ask anyone to go back. He wanted to say something, but did not know how to start. He could not tell the farmers that it was a pity that Gu family did not have people like the young master and young lady in Zhuangzi. Gu Yingxi also came over with the housekeeper. Looking at the situation in the field, his face was ugly. He tightly pursed his lips and frowned. His fists on both sides of his body were tightly clenched. He was the one who felt the most distressed. If there was less food, he wouldn't dare to collect more rent. He couldn't just watch the farmers starve to death in front of him. It would be fine if the government reduced the rent, but if they didn't, then he would have to compensate for his losses. "Master, you have to think of something quickly. It's useless to just support them like this. What if there's another heavy rain later? Some of the broken seedlings will be washed away by the water. If there's really no other way, we have to rush to replant them." Housekeeper Gu also had a distressed look. He looked up at the sky and said worriedly, "We still need to support them. You go back quickly and ask all the servants in the yard to come here. They can help a little." "Are these the farmers of Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi? Why don't they care about their own family and come here to help?" Gu Yingxi did not want to give up. Seeing that the manpower was still not enough, he even asked the people of the main family to call. At the same time, he was puzzled about the people of Zhang family and Lai family coming here. "Gomura Mesa also came here? If there is no other way, I will go back and discuss with Master and give some seedlings to this side. Maybe it will work." Housekeeper Wang saw Gu Yingxi and came over to say. Gu Yingxi just realized that the two housekeepers also came. Just now, he was concerned about the situation in the field and did not look to the side. "What? Zhang family's seedlings in Zhuangzi are better than mine?" Gu Yingxi felt that he could still afford to give some seedlings, but the farmers could not. "It is not much better. It is just a strong wind blowing and not falling. Of course, we can't help for free. Housekeeper Gu, you have to give us 3 times the amount of seedlings." Housekeeper Wang's face was indifferent. He felt that it was reasonable to say that the seedlings were good. Gu Yingxi was stunned and suddenly said, "I don't believe it. Let me go and see." After saying that, he did not care about this side and hurriedly crossed the small bridge and came to the Wang family's Zhuangzi land. He stood there and looked carefully. He was speechless. Compared to the seedlings on both sides, his side was like a child without milk. Their arms and legs were thin, and the other side was as strong as a calf. No wonder they all went to my house to help. It turns out that they did not care about their seedlings at all. What happened to Zhang family and Wang family in less than a year? It is fine if they have a way to make money, but the seedlings are also like this. This is too much. They are clearly the same seedlings, not a new type of seedling. After muttering a few words, Guingxi finally made up his mind. He turned around and ran back. When he saw Steward Zhang and Steward Wang, who were still standing there, he begged, "Just now, I didn't know how to be reasonable. 3 times the amount of food. Here, please help me say something." There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 96. It was almost noon. The clouds had not dispersed, and the wind was still howling. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had enough sleep. When the sky was overcast, they wanted to sleep. They got up and ate something. The 2 of them rode the cart made by the carpenter and went outside to see how Zhuangzi was doing. The 2 of them sat in front and behind. The cart was made of wood and had no chains. Both wheels had to be pedaled. The person sitting in front was responsible for controlling the direction. The person behind was more tired and had to keep up with the person in front. There were 2 pieces of wood at the back of the cart. There were 2 small wheels on top of the wood to maintain balance. The wheels were 3 inches wide and 5 inches in diameter. They would not fall over even if they stood there. "Xiaobao, do you think it will rain heavily? If it does, we should release the water." This time, Wang Wan was in front. She was controlling the direction while asking, "How would I know? We will talk about it later. We are not in a hurry to release the water. If we release the water and there is no rain, how are we going to survive these few months? Millet, wheat, rice, and sorghum all need water. The vegetable field cannot be lacking. The trees cannot be withered. There is also water for daily life." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan from the corner of his eyes. The 2 of them were moving at the same time. The cart moved forward slowly. It was not as fast as the 2 of them running. The main reason was that they did not want others to serve them. If they went out alone, they would be afraid of falling. But if they rode the cart, they would not have to worry about falling. Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan. In his heart, he was thinking about whether to give the county the 1,500 taels of silver. He could take out this amount of money. He still had a lot of money left. If he made those burned beans and sold them as soy sauce, he could make a lot of money. 55,000 dan. For every 5 jin, he could make 2 copper coins. According to this price, he could make almost 32 copper coins per dan. If he sold all these, he could make 1,740 taels of silver. The main reason was that he did not spend any money on soybeans. As for whether he could sell them and where he sold them, it was up to him. If he wanted to make money, he had to sell them. Logically speaking, he should give the money. He did not lose money. If he really lost money, it was because he exchanged the wood ear for soybeans. He lost some money. What are you thinking about? Why haven't you spoken for a long time? Wang Wan noticed that Zhang Xiaobao was silent, so she turned her head and asked, "Didn't County Magistrate Cheng say that he wants money from us? I was just thinking whether to give it to him or not. If it were up to me, I wouldn't give it to him. Why should I give him so much money? Our family's money doesn't come from nowhere. How much have we helped him? Give me an inch and you want a mile. Why don't we give him less? It's not easy for him. This is also considered an investment. Don't those Western countries do this a lot?" Wang Wan was definitely not a child. She still understood some things. In the beginning, she said that she would not give it to him, but later on, she compromised. "And then I'll give it to him, but I definitely can't give it to him directly. I want to exchange it for something else. I heard from Song Jingong that the soil on the south coast of Little Luotia is not bad. There are some rocky mountains on the north coast. There are few trees on the mountains, and it's not suitable for farming. That's 1,500 taels of silver. No one would be unwilling to buy a mountain like that. It's just a waste to leave it there. If we buy it, won't County Magistrate Cheng be able to use the money?" Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and gave such an answer. Wang Wan stopped and looked back at Zhang Xiaobao. "Didn't you say that that place is more than 1,000 mu? You want to buy it with 1,500 taels of silver? 1,800 mu is only 1 square kilometer. That place is made of rocky mountains. 1 tael of silver per mu is not a small amount. If you add a little more, you can buy a moo of land. He should be secretly happy. This is also because that place has no production and doesn't need to pay taxes. Otherwise, who would buy it? Zhang Xiaobao said it with confidence. If Wang Wan didn't know what kind of person he was, she would definitely be moved by his righteousness. In reality, the more Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao, the more she felt that there was a problem. But she didn't directly expose him. Oh, so that's how it is. You lost money, right? You must not pay taxes. Last year, 5 families in Zhuangzi didn't produce silk, but they paid an extra 70 taels of silver. It was my family that paid for it. What is this? This year, I think they should pay it too. Why don't we change it? If you can pay from your family to my family, you can directly waive the tax. Those 7 families don't have good lives. If you can help them, help them. Do you know how to calculate? If you change my family's people, then won't my family have to pay too? It's just a transfer of losses. You are harming others to benefit yourself. The fundamental problem is not solved at all. Fine, leave this matter to me. This year, let them raise more chickens. When the time comes, use eggs and chicken to pay. Why are they so stubbornly guarding the land that they can't grow? Zhang Xiaobao knew that those 7 families all had patients in their families. Last year, there was no welfare for them. They spent a lot of money on medicine. At the end of the year, when they paid the rent, they didn't hand in any silk, so they paid an extra 14 taels of silver. This year, there was welfare, and they could find some easy work for them to do. They could use this money to pay the rent. All right, then tell me, did you really buy that place with the intention of losing money? Wang Wan was relieved. Those 7 families had better lives in the future. Otherwise, 14 taels of silver could drag them down. Although it was paid, it still needed to be paid. No matter how good the master family was, it was impossible for them to pay for the village. The rent had to be paid by the person who should pay. She and Zhang Xiaobao could find ways to make money, but they couldn't directly contribute money. Extra money was special. At the end of the year, all the families had to pay more money, including various kinds of insurance and funds. This money or other things were collected and let Zhang Xiaobao operate it. When they earned more money, other than the funds for medical care and various kinds of houses, the extra money would be used to pay welfare, improve the road conditions in Zhuangzi, and so on. She didn't have to worry about this. So she asked about the place where they bought the land. It's better than taking the money out for nothing. If we can exchange it for something, we should. When the time comes to build houses in Zhuangzi, there are stones there. No matter what, we have to support County Magistrate Cheng. Zhang Xiaobao looked helpless. Wang Wan suddenly laughed. Are you fooling a fool? Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. I don't believe that you won't do anything after buying the land. Let's go and see our little seedlings. I've decided to set up a team to protect all kinds of seedlings. I've even thought of a name. It'll be called Vigorous Seedling Protection Team. The 2 of them were riding forward when Steward Wang hurried over from the other side. Young lady, young master, the Gu family has lost a lot of Zhuangzi. I've told Guringshi that we can help them replenish some seedlings. He wants to provide 3 times the amount of seeds. What do you think? If it's not enough, we can raise the price. Steward Wang asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was what they had agreed before. If the Gu family was in trouble in Zhuangzi, they could help according to the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act on his own accord. Sure, why not? It's 3 times the amount. It won't take much effort. Ask him how many seedlings he wants. Tell him that the grain must be able to be used as seeds. Otherwise, the price will be doubled. If he takes 3 times the amount of ordinary grain, we'll suffer a loss. Xiaobao, I've decided. From next year onwards, we'll start selling rice seedlings. We can use this year's harvest to advertise. We'll also find a few smart people and let them study the hybrid rice. You know how to do this, right? Wang Wan settled the matter. No, I don't know. I don't want to learn that kind of small knowledge that can only feed a few 100 million more people. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head disdainfully. I finally realized that you're too thick-skinned. Then, let's study the big knowledge. Physics. Now, you can ride on your own. I'll show you the direction. Let's see how much effort you need to get us to the nearest paddy field in 10 minutes. In Sanshui County, County Magistrate Chang accompanied the various people who came down from the top. The first thing he had to do was to treat them well. There were dozens of people in the party. Only a few of them were here to do the work. The rest were here to take advantage of the situation. Logically speaking, County Magistrate Cheng not only had to treat these people well, but he also had to give them some money to pay for the journey. However, he wasn't greedy and didn't collect much money. He had to pay more than 100 taels for each trip. With so many people, where could he get tens of thousands of taels of silver? Therefore, he didn't pay for the journey. These people originally wanted to play for a while and get some benefits. However, seeing that the county magistrate didn't know how to appreciate their kindness, they didn't treat him well. From time to time, some people would find fault with him. For example, the streets were too messy. Of course, if they paid, they would say that it was bustling. County Magistrate Cheng was well aware of this. He didn't make any excuses and let them say whatever they wanted. It was cloudy this year, so County Magistrate Cheng was happy. He hoped that there would be rain to alleviate the disaster. However, some people said that it was cold. County Magistrate Cheng was angry and found the deputy county magistrate. After a few words, the deputy county magistrate glanced at those people and left. After waiting for them to leave, County Magistrate Cheng started to work on the case. In fact, there weren't many cases. Since Zhou Shihu stopped making trouble, County Magistrate Cheng dealt with those wandering gangs. The county became much more stable. It was just a case where a chicken that laid eggs suddenly went missing or a cow that got sick. For the people at the top, they didn't need to care about such small things. However, for the people, it was a big loss. If the chicken went missing, there would be no eggs. Perhaps the family was counting on the eggs to survive. Even if they sold the chicken, they could get some firewood. Qindong, go to Li Lu's house and have a look. Why is his pig not eating? County Magistrate Cheng threw a stick from the case and ordered the bailiff, who often went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Yes, I'll go and have a look. Qindong had long been used to these kinds of messy things. He took the stick and left in a hurry. If the pig starved to death, Li Lu's family would lose a few taels of silver. Song Yang, go to She village and have a look. Why is one duck missing from Wang Wu's house? Find out whether it was dragged away by something in the river or stolen by someone. County Magistrate Cheng dealt with the cases one by one. The people who came to look for him were all waiting, hoping that the county magistrate could help them solve these important problems. The whole morning passed under such circumstances. The deputy county magistrate also rushed back and told County Magistrate Cheng that everything was arranged properly. County Magistrate Cheng then left the interrogation hall and turned around to invite those people to eat. Chapter 97. Seeing that County Magistrate Cheng had come to invite them to eat, these impatient people followed him without saying anything. They were quite satisfied with the food prepared by County Magistrate Cheng these 2 days. As long as County Magistrate Cheng led them to the same place, the taste of the same dish was better than what they had eaten before. Zhou Shihu's uncle, Zhou Qiong, was also among them. He was not like those who came to enjoy. When everyone else was arranged to get on the carriage, he found County Magistrate Cheng and ran. You must have spent a lot of money these 2 days, right? I can see that you are different from other county magistrates. Why don't you find more ways to make money? There was an obvious hint in his words. You are a county magistrate who has not been promoted or demoted in the past few years. Your position is stable. Why don't you make more money? It is not like there are no rich families in the county. County Magistrate Cheng smiled helplessly. You are right, but as an official, it is enough to eat, drink, and live. How can I trouble the people? Sir, please get on the carriage. After sending Zhou Qiong to the carriage, County Magistrate Cheng sighed. He did not know who to tell. There are still a few people in Sanchue County who cannot be touched. They have retired. Why don't you try to touch them? Some transactions are controlled by these people. Besides this, there is also Zhou Qiong's nephew, Zhou Shihu. Look at him now. He was not like this in the past. He caused trouble all day long. County Magistrate Chang was too busy to take care of him. Where can he get money? Take it from the people? How much danger would that entail? During the first 2 years when the new emperor was in power, the officialdom was in chaos. County Magistrate Chang did not dare to do anything. During the first 2 years when the new emperor was in power, County Magistrate Chang did not dare to do anything. It was not worth it if he was treated like a chicken and killed to show the monkeys. Last year, he finally relaxed a little, but before he could do anything, an auspicious sign appeared. So many pairs of eyes were staring at it. This year, another auspicious sign appeared. This was good. He could make decisions for the people with peace of mind. Giving gifts during the new year would spread his reputation as a good official. No matter how stupid he was, he would not do something that would destroy his own reputation. What's more, Zhang Zhuangzi was being watched by a master. Who knew what those two people were thinking? If he really did something that would infuriate the heavens, what would he do if the expert got angry? He walked to his own carriage. Before he got on, he glanced at the other people's carriages who were in a hurry to leave. He sneered and entered the carriage. This time, only the 2 bailiffs and the deputy district magistrate followed them. The rest of the yamen did not follow them. They knew that this time they would suffer and would not be able to eat anything delicious. If he wanted to eat, he might as well go home. He still had some salted vegetables sent by Zhang Zhuangzi at home. He didn't know what they put in them, but the taste was different from other places. It wasn't particularly salty, but it was refreshing with a hint of freshness. When he drank it with the porridge, the taste was indescribable. Once County Magistrate Chang's carriages started to move, they could not stop. They actually walked for more than an hour. The people in the carriages were puzzled. They had already passed through the prosperous areas of the county. Could it be that there was a good hotel hidden in a remote place? Thinking of this, those who had such thoughts became excited. They wanted to go to a place with mountains and rivers. It would be best if there were a few small bridges and some pavilions. They could eat delicious food that they had never eaten in other places, talk about the scenery, and recite a few lines of poetry. This trip was not in vain. Thinking of this, their mood became better. They did not feel annoyed sitting in the carriage. "Uncle, something seems wrong. There is no restaurant here. Even the roadside tea stalls are a pile of rubbish. Where does County Magistrate Chang want to take me?" Others did not know the situation here, but Zhou Shihu knew. He followed a group of bad friends. Back then, he rode a horse and went around the entire county. He already knew where there was anything. "Xiaohu, are you sure? I don't know where we will go if we continue on this road. Could it be that we are going out of San Shui County?" When Zhou Shihu heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He asked his nephew softly. Zhou Shihu waved his hand. "If we want to go out of the county, we will have to walk until midnight. There is a village in front of us. Although it is called a village, in fact, there are only a dozen families. There is not even a river around it. They can't dig a well for drinking water. They all drink water from a water bottle in the mountains. They are farming inferior fields. Not to mention that the harvest is not guaranteed. I think County Magistrate Chang is crazy and wants to take him there. Forget it. I don't expect to eat anything. Uncle, come. Luckily, I'm used to eating the food made by the Zhang family's farmstead and brought some. Eat first. Otherwise, you'll be hungry later. After another quarter of an hour, the vehicles in front won't be able to pass and we'll have to get off and walk. County Magistrate Chang, you'd better take a shortcut. Otherwise, we'll have to climb the mountain." Zhou Shihu jumped off the car and ran to his small car. He took some things and came back. He put the things in front of his uncle and poured half a bowl of wine for his uncle. He signaled his uncle to eat. Zhou Shihu was not pretentious. He could already guess what he would eat when he entered the village. His body was his, and he would feel bad if he was starving. He picked up the food that his nephew gave him and ate it. Zhou Shihu also ate. Sure enough, just as Zhou Shihu said, when the uncle and nephew finished eating, the team stopped. County Magistrate Chung jumped off the car first and said to the crowd, "Everyone, the carriages in front are no longer feasible. It is better to get off and walk. After walking for a while, we will reach a good place." "Really? County Magistrate Chung, is it a place with mountains and rivers?" A person who was holding back his hunger fantasy asked happily. "Yes, just like the poem recited by Young Master Song, there is no road. We know about this." Song Jingong's quote from Song Jingong, the gifted scholar song, has already spread to the other side. The next sentence is, "There is a light at the end of the tunnel." Good place to go. Before County Magistrate Chung could finish his sentence, this person said and shook his head as if he was the one who wrote the poem. "Then, you will have to work hard." Chung Lingxiang had a smile on his face. He raised his hand and led the way with the deputy district magistrate and 2 bailiffs. It's okay. I didn't expect there to be such a good place in Sanshui County. Everyone, please." This person also smiled and waved his hand. He pretended not to care and followed behind. The others naturally followed. At first, the road was still easy to walk on, but after half an hour, there was no road under his feet. He could only vaguely see that there was a trace of less grass in the half-withered grass. It should be that someone had walked by occasionally, which was why it was like this. Zhou Shihu stayed beside his uncle with 2 water bags on his back. Seeing that the crowd was still talking about the scenery, he whispered to his uncle, "Uncle, it's over. County Magistrate Chen really wants to torture people. If we walk to the village on this road, we may see people before dark. If we really want to go there, we will have to walk for 2 hours. Fortunately, I brought enough water. I know that County Magistrate Chung is not a good person. I will get you a stick later. You can use it as a crutch. Don't force yourself." As Zhou Shihu spoke, his eyes looked around, trying to find a suitable branch. He knew that his uncle rarely walked so far and would get tired easily. Zhou Shihu did not doubt his uncle. Zhou Qiong did not doubt his nephew. When he heard these words, he took a deep breath and prepared himself for suffering. Looking at the water skin on his nephew's back, he was very satisfied. His nephew was really sensible now. He knew how to do business to earn money for his family. He knew how to care for others and even made some arrangements in advance. When he went to the Zhang family's farmstead, he had to thank them properly. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked his nephew in a low voice, "Xiao Hu, I didn't eat the beef jerky in the car just now. I thought it was too dry. Did you bring it? I think you will be hungry when you see people." "Pung, pung, pung." Zhou Shihu patted his arms and winked. "Uncle, don't worry. I've brought everything. Didn't you see me go back to my car when I got off the bus? Not only did I bring the beef jerky, but I also wrapped a large scallion pancake and 2 salted duck eggs in oil paper. These were all made by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Unfortunately, there was no hot water. Otherwise, there would be beef marrow oil tea noodles in my car. They are all gifts for me to show filial piety to my elders. I eat now and usually go to their shop. The price is cheap and the taste is not bad. These pancakes were bought this morning." Zhou Qiong looked over and found that his nephew's body was indeed bulging. He couldn't help but sigh. His nephew had gotten lucky this time because of the trouble he caused. Someone who could help a business partner to be filial to their elders couldn't be a bad person. At this time, he could not wait to get rid of these people and go to Zhuangzi to thank them. He also wanted to see what he could do to help. He could not just wait to take advantage of them. Zhou Shihu and his nephew Zhou Shihu were ready. County Magistrate Chen had also eaten and drank to his heart's content. The 2 4th-rank officials from the imperial court had also been given tea and snacks by the yamen runners. They must have eaten some, so they did not have to worry about being hungry. As for the rest of the people, they were suppressing the nausea in their stomachs and talking about the flowers and trees. When the drought came, the flowers were about to wither and the grass was wilting. The scenery was not so charming. County Magistrate Chung still had the same smile on his face. As he walked, he sped up slightly. Everyone followed him, and the group of people walked towards the legendary Another Village. Chapter 98. As the night approached, the stars in the distance were slightly visible, and the moon was new. The sky was clear and cloudless. Who played the flute again? The sound of the flute was like the sound of the mountains. At this moment, it really looks like the residence of the immortals. Uncle, what do you think? Zhou Shihu and his uncle walked to a place about 10 steps away from the others. They found a large rock and sat down. They faced the other mountain and spoke loudly. Those who came to take advantage of them were no longer as spirited as before. They lay there like dead dogs. They did not care if the half-withered grass pricked their bodies, and did not care if the dew in the night would catch a cold. They did not have any strength in their bodies, and their stomachs did not stop growling. Originally, they thought that County Magistrate Chung had already arranged for them to eat when they were tired. In the beginning, they could still hold on for a while. After walking for 4 hours, people began to ask County Magistrate Chung. Every time, County Magistrate Chung would reply, "Soon, we'll be there soon." They had walked for a long time. It was already 1/4 midnight. After a while, it would be midnight. They could see that there were a few faint lights flashing in front of them. They also heard the sound of the flute. At first, they felt that it was melodious, but now it was ear-piercing. "County Magistrate Chung, are you planning to kill us? Why are you not getting us some food at this point?" A person lay there and looked sideways at County Magistrate Chung, who also did not have much energy. County Magistrate Chung was also tired. Other than the 2 yamen runners who often worked, everyone else was tired. The only difference was that the 2 rank 4 officials, the yamen runners, the deputy county magistrate, Zhou Shihu's uncle and nephew, and the county magistrate himself had eaten before. The others did not have anything to eat. They only had some porridge in the morning. Until now, they had to walk on the mountain road. They were able to persevere because it would be further to go back. County Magistrate Chung took a sip of water and said, "I heard that this place is better, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. I thought I would arrive at dusk, but I miscalculated. I'm sorry, my lords. Please drink some water first and save it. When we came here, we prepared half a bag of water, so there's not much left." As they were talking, County Magistrate Chung ordered the bailiffs to bring water to everyone. Those who came to take advantage of the situation were given large water bags. Everyone drank a few mouthfuls of water. When it came to the 2 officials in charge, they were given small water bags. The 2 officials took the water bags and drank as usual. Suddenly, they were stunned. Under the moonlight, they glanced at everyone else. Wei Wei leaned over and started to drink slowly. The 2 of them drank and chewed at the same time. They tried their best to prevent the sound of their chewing from being heard. The bowl was filled with thick lotus seed porridge. It was a little cold, but it was better than being hungry. The bailiffs brought it to Zhou Shihu. Zhou Shihu opened it and smelled it. He passed it over and indicated that there was no need. He took out a salted duck egg and gave it to the bailiffs. The bailiffs were stunned and nodded gratefully. They took the salted duck egg and turned to leave. "Uncle, eat something. Looking at the situation, we have to leave soon. We still have 4 hours to go. Try this scallion pancake." Zhou Shihu looked back at the people who only had water to drink. He chuckled and took out the pancake. He tore off a piece and gave it to his uncle. "It's delicious. When your father and I were young, our family was poor and we couldn't eat anything. One day, we picked up a piece of pancake that someone accidentally dropped on the ground. Your father and I ate it for 3 days. It tasted similar to this. Why is the duck egg so salty?" Zhou Qiong took a bite of the pancake and ate a little of the duck egg white. He whispered to his nephew. Zhou Shihu ate as well. He took out the beef jerky and put it into his mouth. It's not salty, so not many people buy it. The small shops here at the Zhang family's farmstead are only for people who don't have a lot of money to eat. Usually a few people go there and order 2 dishes and a few salted duck eggs. They eat almost all of the dishes with wine and then eat some staple food. 1 duck egg is enough. There are also some who go inside and ask for a bowl of wine and a salted egg. Eggs are cheap. After sipping a bit of salted egg and drinking a mouthful of wine, they can put away the remaining half of the salted egg and still have enough for 2 meals. If it's too late, they won't be able to eat anymore. That's why many people go to his store to eat. I see. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. But since they have a recipe to make the dishes taste better, why don't they buy a place in the county and open a restaurant? Zhou Qiong sighed and felt a little puzzled. Zhou Shihu shook his head. I don't know. That Zhuangzi is always bold and imaginative. Uncle, eat some more pancake and drink some water. He passed the water bag to his uncle and waited for him to finish the pancake. Otherwise, the salted duck egg taste would still be in his mouth. Some people were hungry, while others were eating stealthily. After a quarter of an hour, County Magistrate Tang, who finished the porridge, said, My lords, we've rested enough. Shall we continue? I can't walk anymore. County Magistrate Tang, ask someone to get some food and 2 blankets from the house over there. We can't walk anymore. The person who spoke first was now acting like a rascal. He lay there and sighed. With him taking the lead, the others didn't move. They just waited there. They didn't believe that County Magistrate Tang would let them starve to death here. County Magistrate Tang thought for a while and nodded. All right, since you're willing to wait here, I'll go ahead with the 3 lords. When we get there, I'll ask someone to send the food. Take care, my lords. County Magistrate Tang was about to leave. The 3 lords he was talking about were the 2 from the imperial court and Zhou Qiong. The Yamen runner, deputy county magistrate, and Zhou Shihu all got up. Zhou Qiong and the other 2 had eaten, so of course they had to follow. After they left and walked dozens of steps, one of the people who were still lying on the ground screamed, Oh no! Once they leave, County Magistrate Tang will prepare food and drinks for the 3 lords first, and then think of us. Won't the food be sent tomorrow morning? The Yamen runner can rest on the way. We'll either starve to death or freeze to death. I have to follow. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and ran. He didn't look hungry or tired at all. He was forced to do so. The others were stunned for a while and then followed him. They didn't think that they would die from the cold or starvation. It would be fine for them to survive for a few days, but they would suffer a lot. Hearing the footsteps behind him, County Magistrate Tang raised the corner of his mouth but didn't say anything. The 2 Yamen runners led the way in front. Fortunately, there was still some light from the stars and the moon. Otherwise, they would have to walk until the next morning. Along the way, no one spoke. There was nothing to say. They were so tired that even breathing was strenuous. Only when it was evening did they arrive at their destination. There were more than 30 houses and more than a dozen families. There was a torch lit, and there were more than 20 people standing there waiting. My lord, why are you so late? I didn't do a good job. As soon as County Magistrate Tang and the others appeared, Song Jinggong came up and said apologetically, He was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao to come. He didn't intend to torture them. He just asked County Magistrate Tang to lead them to a place and let Zhou Shihu's uncle secretly go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. In the end, County Magistrate Tang was angry and changed the plan slightly. That was why it turned out like this. You can't even do such a small thing? Is it so difficult to prepare some food? County Magistrate Cheng's face darkened and he shouted. When the people who came to take advantage of the situation heard this, they understood that County Magistrate Tang had already arranged for people to come here and prepare. It seemed that the people who came didn't succeed. The hope just now turned into disappointment. They would starve to death if they didn't have food. Song Jinggong lowered his head even more and explained, My lord, it's not that we didn't prepare food. The people here did prepare food, but they asked for money. I didn't bring any money. My lord, did you bring any? County Magistrate Cheng shook his head and turned around to ask. I didn't bring any. I'll ask the other lords. My lords, the food over there is already prepared. May I know which lord has money? Everyone shook their heads. Who would bring money when they went down? They were all waiting to take the money back. Zhou Shihu did bring some, but he wouldn't take it out stupidly. He imitated others and shook his head like a rattle drum. Ah, they didn't bring any money. What should we do? Why don't we put them on credit first? I'll send them the money later. Zijin, you go and discuss with them. County Magistrate Cheng said awkwardly. Song Jingong followed the order and left. After a while he turned around and smiled helplessly. My lord, it won't work. They don't believe me. I'll send them the money later. Don't put them on credit. I have a jade pendant. I'll leave it with them first. County Magistrate Cheng can help me get it back. An official was so hungry that he couldn't bear it anymore. He took out a jade pendant that was supposed to be hanging on his waist and handed it over. He was a little distressed. He was afraid that it would be scratched when he went up the mountain, so he put it in his pocket. Song Jingong took the jade pendant and went to discuss with them. After a while, 2 people came back. In addition to Song Jingong, there was an old man with wrinkles on his face. His hair and beard were all white. He carried a piggyback. He walked over and said, My lords, it's not that the villagers are stingy. It's just that life is hard. The weather is dry, and we don't know how the harvest will be in autumn. The villagers are all afraid. Oh, I'm the chief of the village. My surname is Qin. My lords, you can call me Old Tuo. After saying this, he didn't wait for others to speak and continued, I don't know which lord this pendant belongs to. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I can't tell whether this is jade or stone. It may be worth a lot of money to a knowledgeable person, but in the village, it's not as good as half a bowl of coarse chaff. My lord, please take this stone, oh no, jade pendant back. How can this be a stone? You? The official who took out the jade pendant carefully took it in his hand and stared at the old man. It's not a stone. I was wrong. Jade, it's jade. It's good jade, but no one in the village knows. This Qin village chief was obviously scared. He explained incoherently while trembling. He meant that the jade was not good, but there was food. Let's see what you can exchange for it. County Magistrate Cheng held back his laughter. He felt that this Qin village chief was so nice, so he came out to smooth things over. My lord, don't be angry. It's not worth arguing with them. Qin village chief, tell me, how can you give us food? Chapter 99. The moon was like a hook. The night was serene. The lonely light lit the lamp oil. The brush did not rest. The ink was gently crushed. The wrist was slowly retracted. 2 figures were left on the wall, accompanying each other in their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate dinner and slept for 4 hours. They woke up in the middle of the night to study and practice calligraphy. Both of them knew that happiness was not given to them by others. They had to pursue it themselves. While they were young, they were more sensible than other children. They had to learn more in order to be useful in the future. This was especially so for Zhang Xiaobao. He still had to take the imperial examinations. With an official position, it would be more convenient for him to do things. Their plan was to sleep for 5.5 hours a day. After dinner, they would sleep for 4 hours. They would wake up and study for 4 hours. After dinner, they would sleep until 2 and then sleep until 6. After dinner, they would train by playing games. After taking a shower, they would sleep for an hour. After lunch, they would sleep for 2 hours if there were no important matters. That was how the day was going to be. They would make special arrangements if they encountered special situations. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been specially trained to sleep. There were 2 types. One was to enter a deep sleep quickly, which would speed up the recovery of the body. The other was to be half asleep. If there was no movement and no threat, it meant that they were asleep. If not, they would immediately wake up and react subconsciously. The two of them were still learning the Analects of Confucius. In fact, they had already memorized it. However, when Zhang Xiaobao's father taught them, they were able to comprehend it by analogy. Any sentence he took out would contain a certain story. Even so, they were not high scholars. Other than the fact that Zhang Xiaobao did not understand the rules of the examinations, it also showed how difficult the imperial examinations were. Pomegranate slept early and lay down in the outer room. She had many things to do during the day and did not have such treatment. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given it to her. There were also 2 people patrolling at night in the outer room, so she did not have to worry about not being able to react in time. Zhou Shihu's uncle will be here soon. County Magistrate Cheng actually came up with such a despicable move. If the Yamen had not come to inform us at night, I would have thought that County Magistrate Cheng would treat those people well so that they would not be able to focus on others. After writing for more than an hour, Wang Wan stopped. She rubbed her wrists and flicked the oil lamp. With 2 crackling sounds, the light was brighter. Yes, those people are just low-ranking officials and have no real power. You don't have to worry about County Magistrate Cheng offending them. What's more, as long as County Magistrate Cheng doesn't let them know who arranged it, they can only hate the villagers over there. When they go back, it's impossible for them to take revenge. The villagers' lives are worthless, but their future is more important. 1 lamp was too dim. If he added more and changed it to a candle, he would earn so much money, but not spend it. If he burned his eyes, where would he go to treat it? Someone, take 3 candles and light them all. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for a while and felt his eyes ache. He called for the night watch outside to bring in the candles. When the 2 maidservants who were chatting and eating snacks heard the commotion inside, they didn't dare to be negligent and brought in the candles. They didn't bring 3 candles, but a bundle so that it would be easier to change them later. When the candles were lit, the brightness of the room immediately changed. Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied. It's okay. By the way, is my father also studying at night? Send some candles to my father too. If he doesn't want them, take my oil lamp. Even if you earn money, your family will suffer. Why should you earn more? The 2 maidservants didn't say anything. They took the oil lamp and went out. One of them continued to stand guard while the other went out. Looking at the night sky outside, she shivered. Fortunately, there was a torch in the courtyard that swayed with the wind, so it wasn't so dark. She gave herself courage and walked to another courtyard. Just as she walked to a dark corner, she noticed that there seemed to be a shadow moving there. She was so scared that she almost dropped the lamp in her hand. Seeing that the shadow moved and stopped moving, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Remembering that this was the person who had been arranged by the manor, she finally felt relieved. She had just been here for a month, and her family of 5 had fled here. During the spring plowing, not a drop of water had fallen. They had all signed death contracts. Today was her first night watch. She had only heard about it, but was not familiar with it. Naturally, she was afraid at night. Now that she felt the arrangement of Zhuangzi, a happy smile appeared on her pale face. She felt that this was the feeling of home. Helping each other and working hard, she didn't have to worry about anything else. She didn't know that Zhuangzi had put in a lot of effort when choosing people. Out of so many families, only 2 families were chosen. They even had to report to the government. It seems that this drought is inevitable. I'm relieved. It's so gloomy during the day, but there's not a single drop of rain. When will our food, chickens, and ducks be sent there? It's a long journey, and it will take a long time. Wang Wan dipped the brush in the ink and was ready to write. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "In 2 months, when the locusts are showing signs, we will set off. When we arrive, they will be in a hurry to destroy the locusts. Cherries can also bring the newly hatched chickens with us. We can eat the locusts, sell the eggs, and exchange them for other things. Are we bringing the chickens back?" Wang Wan asked again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded affirmatively and said, "Of course we're bringing them back." We can lay eggs, and we hope to increase the income of the farmers. We don't need to feed them extra food on the way back. The locusts can fly. I think we can have some here in the name of destroying the locusts for the people. The righteous will be on our side." Wang Wan, who was about to write, put down the brush when she heard this. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Are you stupid? What righteous? When there was a plague of locusts, the people were kneeling down. It was that Yao guy who took the responsibility and started to destroy the locusts." "You're right. History says that he destroyed the locusts in time. In fact, it's just that he didn't let the locusts spread widely. Those two places suffered a lot. Li Longji wanted to destroy the locusts, but he didn't want to take the responsibility of offending the heavens. The officials and the people didn't want to destroy the locusts. If that's the case, we can't use the righteous name on the way back. We have to think of a way. That's right, we can eat the locusts on the way back. We can use the eggs to exchange for other things other than food. We can say that these chickens are specially used to deliver eggs to the people during the disaster. We can ask Yao Gai to send down a memorial. With so many chickens and ducks, it's a grand display of grace." Zhang Xiaobao finally found an entry point. He picked up the brush and continued writing. Wang Wan smiled and said, "You're such a liar. What grand display of grace. The locusts are even grander. Shouldn't they be destroyed? You can't control the strength of your writing. Why don't you tie a sandbag?" "No, I don't want to leave any sequelae with my small arms and legs. Tomorrow, Zhou Shihu's uncle might be here. I'll learn." Zhang Xiaobao yawned and picked up the towel in the basin beside him. He wiped his face and felt more energetic. He continued writing. "Is this something for humans to eat? There's not even a bowl of soup. Bah." In the small village in the mountains, County Magistrate Chang and the group could finally eat. The villagers served rice, one rice ball after another. To be precise, it was steamed rice with coarse bran and some wild vegetables. When one took a bite, one would feel a bitter taste in the mouth. When one wanted to swallow it directly, one would find that one's throat was almost torn. As long as one bit hard, one's mouth would be full of dregs. Cold water would be poured down. Starting from the neck, the line was burning hot. In addition to this, which could be considered as a part of the meal, there was also a side dish, dandelion, and a wild vegetable called bitter butterfly seed, which was bitter and pungent when mixed with large grains of black salt. After eating a few mouthfuls, one person couldn't stand it anymore. He spat out 2 pieces of coarse bran and complained loudly. "Don't spit it out. Eat it. It's better than starving. Didn't you hear the villagers say that this is the best thing they usually eat? If you spit it out, you'll starve yourself. Don't expect to eat our food. Tomorrow morning, you'll have to wake up and work for the village. When that time comes, you'll be hungry and weak. Let's see if they'll give you anything to eat at noon." When the other official heard this person complaining, he felt that the food in front of him was even more disgusting. He had no choice but to interrupt that person. He picked up a piece of side dish and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed twice and then took a bite of the rice ball. He used all his strength to mix the 2 things together. He drank a mouthful of water and let out a long sigh. "Everyone eat. It's okay. My stomach feels much better. I'll work for 2 days and wait for County Magistrate Chung to send someone to bring the money and other food. Then I'll be able to get through it." The 2 assistant ministers are eating happily. Do we not know the hardships of the people? When everyone heard this, they turned their heads to look. Indeed, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights were eating the same thing. Even the Minister of War was eating. It was said that his nephew wasn't an ordinary playboy. Since he wasn't picky, then he should eat too. Everyone gritted their teeth and started eating. The 2 assistant ministers were eating happily. The rice balls were also filled with fermented rice, chaff, and wild vegetables. The side dish in front of them was also the same. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. However, if they opened it up and looked carefully, they would know what was different. The rice balls they were eating had shredded meat in the middle. The wild vegetables were soaked in oil and finely ground. The fermented rice was steamed before it was kneaded in. The side dish was salted differently. It looked black. It was fried meat sauce. Yes, it's not easy for the people to eat this kind of thing normally. We have to be diligent and thrifty. It's good to eat coarse grains occasionally. What do the two ministers think? Zhou Qiong used his tongue to pull out 2 pieces of meat and chewed them in his mouth. That's right. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights spoke at the same time. They now knew that it wasn't easy for the people. They forced themselves to eat the food with added ingredients. As for the food without added ingredients, it was clear just by looking at the others. How could the people afford to eat meat and use oil? The other officials couldn't even speak. They could only nod and agree. After eating, they would go to bed early. They would start working tomorrow. They would help the villagers carry water and water the fields. The reward would be the food for these 2 days. My lords, perhaps you feel that the food is bad. It'll be better tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll ask them to prepare some soup and 2 more dishes. Qin village had been standing at the side waiting on them. At this time he opened his mouth and said with an apologetic expression, Chapter 100. The next morning, when the sun had just risen, these officials were all woken up. Each of them had a bowl of rice porridge and the side dishes they had eaten yesterday. They had no choice but to help out. They couldn't do the slightly more technical work, and the villagers didn't expect them to do it either. They just let them carry water. There was a water bubble in the mountains about a li away from the village. There was water flowing down from the top, rainwater, and a small spring over there so that the villagers would not run out of water. There was no one in the village to plant rice, wheat, millet, or sorghum. There were also many vegetable fields. The price of vegetables was cheap, but they could be exchanged for money quickly. Once they were harvested, the strong laborers in the village would carry them out to sell. They took another route. Except for these officials who didn't know, no one would be stupid enough to go through so many mountains to exchange for money to buy salt, oil, and other things. Life was a bit difficult, but it wasn't to the point where they had to eat chaff all day. There was also a small mill in the village. They cultivated some land in the mountains and planted soybeans. Occasionally they could eat soybeans. Most of the soybeans were taxed. The wasteland that was cultivated was known to County Magistrate Tang, but he didn't record it. This was to give the villagers some spare money. During the New Year, County Magistrate Tang even brought Zhangjie Zhuangzi's things here. Therefore, the villagers followed his arrangements. The villagers didn't care how high the official was or what rank he was. Whoever was good to him, he would listen to that person. When other people weren't looking, he was very respectful to County Magistrate Tang. Last night, he even boiled water for him to take a bath. In the morning, before everyone ate, he first fried 2 brown eggs for County Magistrate Tang and sprinkled some sugar on top. County Magistrate Chang Lingxiang ate the 2 fried eggs in small bites for a full quarter of an hour. He felt that the taste was better than the signature dishes of the 3 restaurants in the county. When he finished eating, he called the others to wake up. It was time to work, and they still wanted him to bribe them? Dream on. There was no more food to be served. Whoever worked would eat. The work of the officials was arranged by the villagers. Some were far, some were near, some were light, some were heavy. When noon came, they would eat at the place where they were working. Someone would bring them food. The group of officials changed their clothes and began to grit their teeth and work. After walking for so long yesterday, their backs were sore and their legs were weak. However, they had no choice but to persevere. The 2 assistant ministers did not say anything, so how could it be their turn? The 2 bailiffs did not do this. They said that they were going back to get money and things, so they quietly left with Zhou Qiao and Zhou Shihu. Zhou Qiao had to go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi to discuss some things and express his gratitude. He would be back in 2 days. At that time, the yamen would come back with them and bring some food. As for the money, the county government had already paid for the food the officials ate. No matter how bad it was still money. The people in the village did not lack this little bit of labor. If they could do it themselves, why would they need to find someone to do it for them? We're out. We're finally out. Zhou Qiao looked at the scenery outside the mountain and said comfortably, "Sir, your carriage will be here soon. The people who followed you have been persuaded to go back. They said that you need to rest here for 2 days. Someone will take care of you, so you don't have to worry that they will come to find you themselves." A bailiff from the county reported to Zhou Qiao, "Oh, that's good. And Ran is also there. Who's in charge in the county?" Zhou Qiong finally understood. It was no wonder that when they came here, the county had specially found some drivers to persuade the people from the prefecture to go back. They were also worried that if the yamen lacked a person in charge, there would be trouble. The bailiff replied respectfully, "Sir, don't worry. There are still the registrar and the county lieutenant in charge of the county. These are all trivial matters. Sanshui County has young master Zhou to take care of it, so there won't be any big problems. Other than the registrar, Sir Zhao, who is unwilling to talk too much, the others are all very harmonious. No one will be a hindrance." Zhou Qiao was on the same side, so the bailiff said more. Zhou Qiao did not say anything this time. He was relieved. At this time his carriage arrived. The bailiff rode the horse and led the way. The few people disappeared at the foot of the mountain. After the wind passed, the people in Zhuangzi were still planting the seedlings. Some of the seedlings that could not be used were simply thrown away. The main family finally did something to protect the farmers. The seedlings that were to be planted in 2 days would all be planted by the main family. When they heard that the seedlings that were planted 3 times in exchange for the seedlings that did not fall, the farmers were all very happy. The people in Zhuangzi were also checking the fields. They picked out the few seedlings that could not withstand the wind and moved a few seedlings from other densely populated areas. Then they looked for the seedlings that were stronger and noted them down. When they were harvested in autumn, they would pick more seedlings. If the seedlings were still big, they would be kept as seeds. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rode out on their carriages. When they saw the farmers' happy expressions because of the rice seedlings, they were also happy. From time to time, they would respond to the people who greeted them with the expressions and tone of a child. "Father, why do I feel that the young master and young lady are the same as the rice seedlings when I look at them? They are older than other children of the same age. Their arms and legs are chubby and white. It is obvious that they can withstand the wind." After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, a 10-year-old child next to the adults looked at the young master and young lady and said to his father, "Don't talk nonsense. How can the young master and young lady be compared to the rice seedlings? If I hear you say that again, I will give you a big slap on the face." The father scolded the child. He squatted down and looked at the small seedling that had blocked the wind for other seedlings. His eyes narrowed. "Oh, I won't say it again, but I still feel that way." The child agreed, but he did not change his mind. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the small bridge, they stopped and looked at the site that was still under construction. They hoped that it would be finished soon. "Xiaobao, when Zhou Shihu's uncle comes, how many things do you want to discuss? We can't talk to him in person. Let's think about it first. We don't want to make any mistakes." Wang Wan got off the car and looked at the river that had completely stopped flowing. There should be 3 things. First, we need to discuss the long-term plans for some business with Zhou Shihu. Second, we need to ask him to help bring some fame to the restaurant here. Third, we need to ask him about the rewards from the province when someone helped when the country was in a disaster. As for what he wants to talk about, I don't know. I think he wants to meet the 2 experts from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Song Jinggong has mentioned more than once that County Magistrate Chang wants to be apprenticed. I think some people are curious about this. Should we meet or not? If we meet, someone will pass the message back and forth. This is also a kind of meeting. I am afraid that he will ask the experts for their opinions and ask some sensitive questions. Zhang Xiaobao sat in the car and put his elbow on the handlebar in front of him. He pondered for a while and replied, "I think we should meet him and listen to his opinion. That way, we can understand him better." Wang Wan suggested, "Okay, we will ask someone to pass the message back and forth." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. At around 4 in the afternoon, a carriage pulled by 3 horses sped over from Tuqiao village. The carriage stirred up a cloud of dust along the way. The horses looked exhausted. When they entered the Gu family's Zhuangzi, the road became difficult to travel on. Only then did the carriage slow down. Zhou Shihu and his uncle were also very bumpy in the carriage. As soon as the carriage slowed down, they stopped. He and his uncle got off the carriage and walked over. When they first got on the carriage, he wanted to eat something. However, his uncle told him that it would take some time to get to the yamen from here and some time to get to the other side. The 2 of them left the village in the morning and were delayed for some time. If they continued to walk slowly, they would only arrive at their destination at night. When they arrived at their destination at night, they naturally couldn't talk about it. They could only wait until the next day. They also had to see what time the 2 experts would wake up. If the 2 experts had the habit of sleeping in, they still had to wait. This would take an extra day. Therefore, the carriage was in a hurry all the way. Fortunately, there were many horses pulling the carriage. If it were ordinary horses, they would have died of exhaustion. After getting off the carriage, the 2 of them drank some water and let the carriage handle the horses. There was only 1 yamen runner to accompany them. The yamen runner also jumped off the horse and handed the horses to the carriage handle. The 3 of them slowly eased the uncomfortable feeling of the bumpy road while walking towards the Zhuangzi area of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. At present, they were still in the Gu family's Zhuangzi area. As the Minister of Granary and Army, Zhou Xiao was in charge of the province's taxation and storage. Whether or not the local disaster would be reduced or exempted depended on the local disaster situation. Since they were here, they naturally had to take a good look. He let the yamen runner lead them to a road in the fields. After the 3 of them turned around 2 houses that blocked their line of sight, a large paddy field appeared in front of them. There were people busily working in it. From afar, it looked like they were picking things out of the field. Could it be that the river here has been cut off? Zhou Xiao had not inquired about the paddy field here, so he asked this question. It has been cut off. It was cut off a few days ago. The villages upstream have all diverted the water to their own fields. There is a small river here. This place is called Gujia village. The water used is all diverted from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. When there was no drought, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi stored water from 6 large ponds and dug 7 wells. Now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi have 2 ponds. Gujia village has 3 ponds of Zhuangzi. The yamen runner explained. When he mentioned the Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi, his tone was full of respect. It was not only because the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi were powerful, but also because they took care of them. Usually, when they had something to eat, they would send it to the yamen and distribute it to everyone. Even now, they still had some wood ears that they could not bear to eat. His wife was pregnant, so every time she wanted to eat, she would fry some. Every time they ate, his wife would softly say that she had found a capable husband, that their child had a powerful father, that they could eat fresh cucumbers in the winter, and that they could eat wood ears from big families at home. For a man, what could be more glorious than this? A few days ago, Zhang Zhuangzi did not know who told him that his wife was pregnant, but young Master Song actually sent some tofu skins and chili sauce, as well as a small jar of aged vinegar and a packet of white sugar. He said that the tofu skins were soaked in water, cut into pieces, and mixed with white sugar and aged vinegar. It was sweet and sour. If she wanted to eat spicy food, she could add the chili sauce. When the other yamen runners looked at him enviously and saw his wife's smiling face when he returned home, which one of them did not feel proud, not to mention saying good words or flattering him. Even if he saw someone kill someone, he would turn his head and pretend that he did not see it. Chapter 101. While the yamen runner was deep in thought, Zhou Qiong was also sighing at the power of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. This was great. Sanshui County would definitely be classified as a disaster area. If the average output of Sanshui County was reduced by 40%, all taxes would be exempted. If the average output of Sanshui County was reduced by 60%, the tax would also be exempted. If the average output of Sanshui County was reduced by 70%, they would not even have to serve as laborers. Looking at the situation, Sanshui County's output would be reduced by at least 50% this year. If County Magistrate Tang and Zhou Qiong did something, they would not be able to collect taxes this year. However, they still had to serve as laborers. It was impossible for them to reduce the output by 70%. In that case, they would help to fix the river in front of them. After all, it was their own river. If others did not let them, they would fix it themselves. Now that they were free, they were free. Other places were really affected by disasters, but here nothing happened. Gu family's paddy field in Zhuangzi was already like this. Zhang family and Wang family's paddy field should be better than this. Zhou Qiong admired them from the bottom of his heart. At this time, when he saw the things in the hands of the person who was picking things out of the paddy field, he was stunned. What's going on? Why did you pull out the seedlings in the paddy field? Zhou Qiong pointed at the seedlings in the hands of the farmer and asked. The yamen runner did not know, so he called someone to ask. The farmer recognized the uniform of the yamen runner, but did not know that Zhou Qiong was wearing civilian clothes. Seeing that Zhou Qiong was asking about this, he smiled and spread out his hands to show the three of them the seedlings in his hands. He said, "It's nothing. There was a strong wind yesterday, and many seedlings were blown away. Some are broken, some are picked out and thrown away. It's useless." Zhou Qiong looked at the farmer and frowned. He asked, "Then why are you not worried? Are you hoping to reduce the output and wait for the imperial court to exempt you from taxes? You are really too much. Why are you worrying about nothing? What does reducing the output have to do with you? The imperial court is your family." When the farmer heard this, he was unwilling to accept it. The yamen runner coughed and gave the farmer a look. When the farmer saw the expression in the yamen runner's eyes, he suddenly understood that this was an official who had come to visit in disguise. His previous arrogant appearance disappeared, and he cautiously replied, "Yes. I don't know. That? Everyone is actually not in a hurry. The main family has already gotten new rice seedlings from the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. In another 2 days, we can replant without any delay. Even though it's a few days late when the autumn harvest comes, there will be more grain than before. If it weren't for the main family not being able to afford so many seeds, I really want to uproot all the rice seedlings and wait for the new seedlings." "Oh, so the Miao family of the Zhang family and the Wang family are very good?" Zhou Qiong was even more puzzled. Usually, replanting was a last resort. He did not expect that the Gu family's Zhuangzi farmers were actually looking forward to it. The farmer threw away the rice seedlings in his hand and pointed in the direction of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He stared and said, "It's not good, it's godly. Yesterday the wind was so strong, but they all came over to help us plant the seedlings. Guess what happened? Those two families' seedlings were like little calves. When the wind came, our seedlings fell one by one. They just shook their heads and passed by." "Really? Okay, you go to your work. I'll go take a look over there later." Zhou Qiong thought that the farmer was talking nonsense and did not continue to ask. He first went to take a look at the fields and found that there were indeed many fallen seedlings. The wind yesterday had made the disaster worse. After taking a look, he continued to walk forward with his nephew and the yamen runner. After a while, they reached the small bridge and saw the people building the houses below. He turned around and glanced at the yamen runner. The yamen runner quickly said, "They are going to build a restaurant here. The 3 families of Zhuangzi will pay together. When the construction is finished, they can drink and eat on the water." Good plan. We can take advantage of the fact that there is no water now. Zhou Qiong responded and continued to walk forward. After crossing the small bridge and seeing the Wang family seedlings in the Zhuangzi fields, Zhou Qiong stopped again and pointed at the seedlings. How is this possible? Why are the seedlings here so much thicker and taller than the ones over there? Could it be that they were planted in advance? Sir, it's impossible that they were planted in advance. Otherwise, they would have frozen to death. These seedlings can only be said to be planted well or chosen well. Sir, look, there aren't many footprints in the fields. This means that the seedlings were not blown over by yesterday's wind. The Yamen runner was not very clear about farming, but he knew that it was necessary to judge from certain aspects when handling cases. Zhou Qiong looked at the fields and frowned again. Why were they planted so casually? The Gu family's Zhuangzi fields were lined up neatly. Could it be that the Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi farmers were trying to fool the main family? He did not believe that the main family of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi would be so clumsy as to let people throw the seedlings into the fields so that they could catch someone who was deliberately causing trouble for the two families. Hey, you over there, what are you shouting for? Say it clearly who is fooling the main family. You don't know anything and you're just spouting nonsense. Zhou Qiong's voice was a little louder, so a few people over there heard him. They immediately walked over and criticized Zhou Qiong. You are. Zhou Qiong looked at them and asked, We are the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. We were just established to guard the fields. We are called the Vigorous Seedling Protection Team. I am the team leader, and these are the team members. You are slandering the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family. This person walked in front of Zhou Qiong, puffed out his chest, pointed at himself, and pointed at the people beside him, and said proudly, The Yamen runner coughed again and said at the same time, This is an official from above. Oh, so that's how it is. An official can slander others as he pleases? The main family said that the Vigorous Seedling Protection Team is only responsible for the main family and does not care about the others. This is called military orders are like mountains. If you are an official, you can talk to the official. We will listen to the orders of the main family. This person did not care at all. Wang Wan had chosen him because of his character. She treated the Seedling Protection Team as a military unit. No matter what happened, they could not show weakness. Even if they caused trouble, the main family would take responsibility. If they took a step forward, even if it was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, if they took a step back, how could they care about gold, silver, and treasures? This person understood Wang Wan's spirit and did not give in at all. Even if he knew that the Yamen runner was standing beside him and that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. Haha, so you are saying that the main family arranged for you to plant the fields like this? Zhou Qiong asked again. Of course. Do you think that we are all fools who don't know how to transplant seedlings? This is called throwing seedlings. The main family decided it. At first, we didn't believe it, but since the main family said so, we followed it. Now we know. When the wind blows, the seedling transplanter falls, but the seedling thrower is still standing here. The main family is amazing. This person was still so arrogant. He looked straight into Zhou Qiong's eyes and said word by word, Good, as expected of the Zhang family's manor. It lives up to its reputation. Even a mere manor owner has such integrity, not to mention the main family. What an impressive governance method. To actually be able to make the manor owner and the main family of one heart, not fearing power. Zhou Qiong was not angry. Instead, he felt excited. An army was just like that. A soldier who bowed to an outsider was not a soldier, but a coward. From the farmer, he knew the main family's way of doing things. It must be the two masters. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Thinking of this, Zhou Qiong continued to ask, Is it because the main family is too strict and has a way of governing people? Who knew that when these people heard this, their faces immediately darkened. The captain glared at the Yamen runner and said to Zhou Qiong, You are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Is it strict to build a house? Is it strict to make clothes? Is it strict to give lanterns? Here, this person told the benefits given by the main family from beginning to end, but he did not say how the main family grew cucumbers. Zhou Qiong was stunned. He had never seen such a farmer. It was too arrogant. He did not feel like a farmer. It was more like he was the master of some family. The yamen runner at the side was anxious at this time. He was afraid that the captain would be unhappy, so he could only say, "Do you know who this is? He is older than your county magistrate. Why don't you speak honestly?" So what if he is older than the county magistrate? What do you mean by speaking honestly? I don't understand. I only know that if I weaken the prestige of the seedling protection team, I will not be able to face the main family when I go back. The main family has chosen me to be the captain. I will support the main family even if I die. This person's arrogance came up. He did not care who he was facing. The other farmers who followed him did not show any signs of backing down. It's okay. Let's not talk about this. Please report that young Master Zhou and his nephew are here and want to see the main family. Zhou Qiong had nothing to say about this. The Zhang family and Wang family actually took care of the basic necessities of the farmers in Zhuangzi. It was no wonder that they worked so hard. When the captain heard this, he quickly bowed. So it is young Master Zhou and Lord Zhou. I did not know and offended you. I will report it now. When the time comes, I will personally ask for punishment. The main family has instructed that as long as young Master Zhou and Lord Zhou are here, we must not neglect them. I will go first. You all serve young Master Zhou and Lord Zhou well. After the captain finished speaking, he ran towards the main courtyard of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. On the way, he almost fell. The others stood directly in the water and held out their hands to prevent Zhou Qiong and the others from accidentally falling into the water. Zhou Qiong, Zhou Shihu, and the yamen runner were all stunned. This contrast was too big. When they mentioned their identity, the other party did not care at all. When they mentioned young Master Zhou and his nephew, they jumped into the water. If they lost face just now, the other party had given them enough face at this moment. At this time, Zhou Shihu was arrogant. He raised his head and said to his uncle, "Uncle, how is it?" "Good. Just from hearing your name, Xiao Hu is promising. You are even better than me, a 6th rank official. In the future, the Zhou family will rely on you." Zhou Qiong was happy. Using the identity of Zhou Shihu's uncle to receive such treatment, but using the identity of an official was another matter. This meant that the other party only recognized family and did not care about anything else. It was easy to deal with such people. Zhou Shihu was naturally modest. After waiting for a while, a lot of people came over. There were 2 older people in the lead. It was obvious that they were the old ancestors of the Zhang and Wang families. This was a big show of force. Zhou Qiong suddenly remembered that he came early and did not bring any gifts. He did not know what to do. It was already 4 p.m., and Zhou Qiong's recommendation had not reached 5,000 yet. "You are bullying me too much. Do you think I am afraid of you? I am not afraid. Tomorrow, I will let you bully me again." Chapter 102. Seeing so many people coming out of the 2 Zhuangzi, Zhou Qiong felt troubled. If he had come down as an official, this scene would have been perfect. But this time he was using his normal identity as Zhou Shihu's uncle. Compared to the 2 old masters of the 2 villages, he should be considered a junior. Before he could figure out what to do, the crowd came forward one after another to greet him. He could only follow suit. The crowd surrounded him and pulled him into the main courtyard of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. In the main hall, the 2 old masters of Zhuangzi sat on the same level, occasionally praising each other. Only Zhang Xiaobao's father accompanied them and chatted. This was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. If one wanted to take the imperial examination, it was not that simple. One needed to be famous and know people above them. For this matter, Zhang Xiaobao had discussed with Wang Wan. They wanted to copy some poems for his father and make him famous. But after considering that his father would not be so thick-skinned as to copy poems, they could only give up. Only then did they painstakingly try to establish a good relationship with him. Originally, they planned to look for the prime minister surnamed Yao during the disaster relief. But after considering that person would be dismissed in a few days, they had to find a new way. The people in the hall chatted until dinner time. Naturally, they made some arrangements. The women of the family left, and the children were not allowed to sit at the table. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took pomegranate to eat. They went out to train for a while, then went to bed. Zhou Qiong had chatted with Zhang Zhong's father for a long time. He was quite satisfied with the heads of the Zhang family, Zhang Yongcheng. They had talent, but they were a bit inflexible. Although they were the heads of the family, the real person in charge of the family was actually from the Zhangwang clan. They had the ability to take care of Zhuangzi in an orderly manner. This could be seen from the actions and words of the servants. During the meal, the servant girls who served the dishes were all so steady and did not deliberately try to please him. There was no fault to be found in their etiquette. Their eyes were clear, making people feel that they were sincere, and their responses were appropriate. They gave people the feeling that they were eating at home. Although they were servants of the manor, they would not look bad in some manners. After the meal, Zhou Qiong and the others were arranged to rest after a bumpy day. At this time, the sky was not dark yet. Zhou Qiong, who was originally tired, was lying on the couch but couldn't fall asleep. He tossed and turned and had no choice but to get up and take a look outside. After putting on her clothes and pushing open the door, the maidservant, who had been waiting outside, respectfully greeted her. When she heard that this lady wanted to walk around, she didn't stop her. She followed beside her and found someone who passed by to report to the steward. As soon as he arrived outside the main courtyard, Zhou Qiong saw two children using slingshots to hit a tree on the other side of the river. Beside the two children stood a servant girl wearing the master's servant clothes. Xiao Ju, are these two children the Xiao Bao and Cuckoo of Zhuangzi? Zhou Qiong asked the servant girl beside her. In reply to Darren, it is the little master and the little lady. Darren, look over there. The water from the well is different from other places. It tastes sweet. The servant girl, Xiao Ju, replied. She pointed to a place in front of them and gently introduced it. She wanted to lead Zhou Qiong there. She was afraid that Zhou Qiong would be happy and want to say a few words to the little master and the little lady. If the two little ancestors revealed too much at once, Zhou Qiong would be suspicious. Oh, only this one is different. I have to taste it, and take me to see your little master and little lady first. Zhou Qiong followed the servant girl's words and looked in that direction. He was about to walk over when he suddenly realized that the servant girl didn't want him to meet the two children. Strange, he was actually led to another place by the servant girl. If it wasn't for the fact that he usually talked to people like this, he really would have been led there. How impressive. If it was someone else, they might have said, Darren, why don't you look elsewhere? That would be too obvious. However, the servant girl acted as if she didn't care. When Xiao Ju heard this, she knew that her thoughts had been seen through. She didn't show any panic on her face and gently said, Darren, your body is precious. You don't have to see it personally. Let me invite the little master and little lady. There's no hurry. Let them play for a while. I like children the most. Xiao Ju, let me ask you, what do you usually do in this courtyard? I saw 3 little stars embroidered on your clothes. Some people embroidered 1 or 2. Could it be that there's something else? Zhou Qiong was now interested in the servant girls. Those that were sent to serve him were definitely chosen carefully. Xiao Ju smiled sweetly. In reply to Darren, I usually serve the old madam. Darren, your guess is very accurate. The servants in this courtyard are divided into 3 classes. 2 stars are first class, 1 star is second class. There are no third class. Then what about these 3 stars of yours? Special class. They are all favored by the old madam and madam. Xiao Ju's smile didn't change. Then Xiao Ju, you're not ordinary. Tell me, how do you become a special class? What is the class of the servant girl that serves your little master and little lady? Zhou Qiong was getting more and more curious about this Zhongjia Zhuangzi. In reply to Darren, a special class servant first has to serve in this courtyard for 10 years. I started helping out when I was 6 years old and have been doing this for 11 years. Other than that, I still have to help my family in Zhuangzi's previous generation. With these two, I have to pick someone who is sensible and smart to learn how to read. After that, I have to choose someone who is knowledgeable and knows how to keep accounts. Xiao Ju's voice was still very pleasant when she spoke. She didn't sound arrogant at all. Only the other people in the courtyard knew that there were only 3 servants like her in the entire courtyard. Not everyone had the opportunity to learn things. After the little master and little lady became sensible, they started to send a large number of servants to learn. Other than learning, they also had to work. To be able to reach such a standard, it was obvious how much effort they had put in. Zhou Qiong also knew that there weren't many servants in his residence who had the opportunity to learn how to read. People like Xiao Ju were very rare. At that moment, he didn't continue to harp on this topic. He stopped Xiao Ju from going to invite her little master and little lady and walked over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still playing. When Zhou Qiong's gaze landed on them, the two of them sensed it. People like them were especially sensitive to such things, especially Zhang Xiaobao. He had been captured, escaped, and besieged before, so he had long trained to be sensitive. However, they still pretended not to notice. It wasn't until Pomegranate saw someone coming over and reminded them that they stopped what they were doing. Wang Wan hid behind Zhang Xiaobao while Wei Wei stuck her head out. The two of them blinked their big innocent eyes and looked at Zhou Qiong. You are Xiaobao and you are Cuckoo? Come, let Uncle take a good look at you. Zhou Qiong took a liking to the 2 children as soon as he saw them. He didn't wait for the servant girl to speak before he walked over, squatted down, and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as he spoke. Hello, Uncle. Zhang Xiaobao greeted him first, and Wang Wan also followed suit in a small voice. At this time, the 2 of them didn't speak as fluently as before, and their enunciation wasn't as clear. They had shy and curious expressions on their faces. Pomegranate and Xiao Ju watched from the side and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. The little master and little lady were really not ordinary. Zhou Qiong didn't know that the 2 children were pretending to be children. When he heard the greetings, his smile grew wider. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, tell Uncle, how old are you? 3 years old. Zhang Xiaobao raised 3 fingers in front of him and replied with wide eyes. Wang Wan revealed half of her body and also said, I'm the same age as Xiao Bao. Zhou Qiong knew that this was a false calculation. Otherwise, the 2 children would both be 1 year and 8 months old. Looking at the pair in front of him, he really felt like they were a golden couple. He asked again, Do you know who I am? My surname is Zhou, and I have a nephew named Zhou Shihu. After saying this, he looked at the 2 children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan first revealed a puzzled and thoughtful expression. Then they suddenly smiled and nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaobao said first, Be a high-ranking official. Wang Wan followed. Good person. After Wang Wan finished speaking, her entire body flashed out from behind Zhang Xiaobao and stood there obediently, as if she was no longer afraid. When Zhou Qiong heard this, he was happy. The child didn't know anything and would do whatever the adults taught her. This showed that the people in the courtyard usually taught the child this way. Especially when he saw Wang Wan's fearless appearance, he felt very comfortable. The child's wishes were the wishes of the adults. When he was happy, he wanted to give a gift. His 2 hands searched his body and found that he didn't bring anything. He could only apologetically smile at the 2 children and say, Uncle didn't bring anything for you this time. Next time I'll make up for it. Zhang Xiaobao immediately handed over a slingshot at his waist. This is for Uncle. He and Wang Wan each held 2 slingshots. One was strong and the other was weak. When no one was looking, They would practice with the strong one. If someone was nearby, they would take the weak one. This time, they gave the weak one to Zhou Qiong. This time, Zhou Qiong didn't know whether to accept or not. If he didn't accept a gift from the child would be unhappy. If he accepted it, how could he return it? Although it was just a slingshot, it was a treasure to the child. If the child gave him a treasure, what would he do? Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's expectant gaze, Zhou Qiong reached out and took the slingshot. He thought that he must repay this favor in the future. He also needed to help find candidates for the imperial examinations. After taking the slingshot, Zhou Qiong said a few words to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two children didn't understand a lot of things. Occasionally, they would spit out a few words that weren't very clear. It was considered chatting, waiting for Zhou Qiong to decide to go back and rest. He was going to continue discussing matters with the people in Zhuangzi tomorrow and meet the two masters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back to sleep. They still had to wake up at night to study. This time, Zhou Qiong could finally sleep. However, he had a long dream at night. When he woke up in the morning, he could still remember what happened in the dream. He dreamed that he encountered a problem in the future. No one could help him. In the end, two children appeared and told him what to do. He couldn't see what the two children looked like, but what they said shocked him. In the end, he saw the two children, each holding a slingshot and gradually running away. Shaking his slightly confused head, Zhou Qiong looked at the small slingshot beside his pillow. He thought that what he thought about in the day, he dreamed at night. Before he went to sleep, he thought about how to repay the gift of the slingshot. In the end, he dreamt the whole night. Chapter 103. When Zhou Qiong, Zhou Shihu, and the yamen runner got up, someone came to serve them. After a while, the yamen runner was led to another place to eat. Zhou Shihu and his nephew were invited to a separate dining room. Everything had been set up. The bowl of porridge was still steaming. It was obvious that it had just been served. There were more than a dozen small, salted vegetables. Beside them were deep-fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and steamed buns. In addition to the two types of porridge, there was also soy milk and tofu pudding. Zhou Qiong originally thought that he would have to drink since morning. He didn't expect that there would be some ordinary food prepared. The small salted vegetables were just meat and vegetables. There was no other meaning to it. This time, the old masters of the Zhang and Wang families didn't come out. Only Father Zhang came to accompany them. There were only 3 people in the dining room. Looking at the food on the table in front of him, Zhou Qiong felt that there were too many types. He said, "Brother Yongqing, there are so many things that I don't know which to choose. Why don't we take some away and let the servants eat at noon? By then the servants will be hungry." Father Zhang didn't expect Zhou Qiong to ask such a question. He smiled and replied, "Brother Miaran, you don't have to worry about this. Everyone in the courtyard, except for those who are working, is eating. At noon, these things have to be fried in oil. Otherwise, the servants won't eat them." Yesterday, Father Zhang called Zhou Qiong Lord. After being rejected by Zhou Qiong, he started calling him by his courtesy name. Zhou Qiong was stunned when he heard this. He picked up a steamed bun and put it in front of his mouth. He said, "Does Zhangjia Zhuangzi take care of the servants' breakfast? Brother Miaran has never been here before. Naturally, you don't know the situation here. Not to mention Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Even the Wang family's Zhuangzi is the same. In addition to 3 meals a day, the night watch also has supper," Father Zhang said to Zhou Qiong. "Why do they do this? They eat a lot of food every day, right?" Zhou Qiong didn't even have this in his own residence. The servants only had 2 meals a day. When he came to Zhuangzi, he actually heard such an unbelievable thing. "Brother Miaran, you don't believe me. Why don't you let little Tiger take a look?" Father Zhang said to Zhou Qiong. In fact, he wanted Zhou Shihu to go check it out. Zhou Shihu felt that this was not good. Seeing his uncle nod, he could only get up and leave. He went to the courtyard to take a look. Before he left, he glanced at the food on the table. He knew that the taste of Zhangjie Zhuangzi's side dishes was definitely better than the ones outside. After Zhou Shihu left, Zhou Qiong saw that only he and Father Zhang were left in the hall. Only then did he say, "Brother Yongqing, what are your plans this time?" "I can't say what I plan to do, but there's something I need to trouble Brother Miaran with. Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi are running 2 businesses together, and they will continue to run them in the future. However, when it comes to splitting the profits, Zhuangzi has taken too much of the advantage, especially when it comes to the white sugar. Zhuangzi has already recouped its capital, so why don't we change it to 10%? Father Zhang purposely sent Zhou Shihu away so that he could discuss matters with Zhou Qiong. When Zhou Qiong asked about it, the first thing he mentioned was the white sugar. "Brother Yongqing, I can't make the decision on this matter. When the time comes, Zhuangzi will send someone to discuss with Xiao Hu. Whether Xiao Hu thinks it's feasible or not, it's up to him to decide." Zhou Qiong didn't care about this matter. A little more money wouldn't affect his position. Father Zhang saw that there was no need to worry about this matter, so he said, "There's one more thing. Zhang Wang and Gu San have jointly built a restaurant in Zhuangzi. This place is remote. When the time comes, I hope Brother Miaran can help us. Brother Miaran can rest assured that the restaurant's dishes won't damage Brother Miaran's reputation." "Oh, so that's how it is. Okay, I've already seen that place when I came. It seems pretty good. When the time comes, I'll definitely bring someone over." Zhou Qiong didn't care about this matter. When the time comes, he'll just find an excuse to come over. It wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. This matter could be considered to have been discussed properly. There was only one last thing left. Father Zhang didn't know what to say. According to him, it was to send out the grain for peace of mind. However, according to his wife, not only did they have to send it out, they also had to sell it. When the time comes, they would get the same amount of money from selling it. They couldn't lose money. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "There's one more thing. There's a drought in Taihang Mountains and Hunan. Zhangjie Zhuangzi still has surplus grain. I wonder if they can send it over there to solve the urgent situation. Here in Zhuangzi, Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi also want to buy a mountain. It's more than 1,000 mu, and it costs 1,500 taels of silver. When the time comes, County Magistrate Chun can use this money to suppress the price." When the third thing was mentioned, Zhou Qiong pondered deeply. At this time, he finally understood why County Magistrate Chun told him to delay the investigation until after the summer. It turned out that Zhangjie Zhuangzi had this idea. At the end of summer, there would be a shortage of grain. As long as Zhangjie Zhuangzi sold the grain at a fair price, they would get a lot of benefits. It seemed that the Zhang family wanted to give it away for free. He also knew that the grain had been bought by Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang since last year. It was the autumn harvest season, and the 2 families had spent almost all of their savings. After adding in the money they earned from some transactions later, the amount of grain was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. In total, they had obtained nearly 10,000 don of grain. In total, there were 800,000 jin of grain. It was impossible to solve the food problem of so many people with this amount of grain. However, if it could solve the food problem of tens of thousands of people for a few months without any problem, it would be a big contribution. Seeing that Zhou Qiong was thinking about something, Father Zhang did not disturb him. He put his chopsticks on the chopstick holder and waited there. After a while, Zhou Qiong finally said, "I heard that you have 800,000 jin of grain. Are you going to give it all away directly?" Well, Father Zhang did not expect Zhou Qiong to know so much. It was indeed as Zhou Qiong said. His family had been thinking of ways to store grain, and they did have this much now. However, this grain could not be given away for free. He could only say, "My family's intention is to give away half of the grain and leave the other half for others to help earn back the capital. I wonder what the imperial court will reward us for doing this." Hearing this, Zhou Qiong understood. It turned out that Zhang Zhuangzi wanted to sell the other half at a high price and earn back the money they gave away. If they really did this, it would not be as simple as just earning back the money, but at least they would gain some profit. Zhou Qiong was not surprised at all. It did not matter who sold the grain. There were more big grain merchants who wanted to make money from disasters. Since Zhang Zhuangzi said this, it meant that he did not treat Zhou Qiong as an outsider. After thinking for a while, Zhou Qiong said, "If you can really take out so much grain, you have to let County Magistrate Cheng submit a report first. I will also submit a report on my side. Not to mention keeping the grain. It is not impossible to go one step further. However, when you sell the grain, you have to find someone reliable. Don't make any mistakes. I just don't know who is handling the disaster this time. Otherwise, they can help even more." Father Zhang listened to Zhou Qiong's words and stared straight at the small dishes on the table. If someone looked closely, they would find that his pupils were out of focus. He was in a trance. In this state, he did not even need to adjust to look at a three-dimensional picture. He did not know what to say now. To be precise, he did not know if he should follow his wife's words or that immortal son's words. All of Zhou Qiong's reactions were predicted correctly. Even the content of his words was predicted. These were all what his wife told him. However, he knew that only his son and daughter-in-law had this kind of ability. From the breakfast arrangement until now, there was no difference at all. Father Zhang suddenly felt that Zhou Qiong was a little pitiful. After saying so much, everything was under the control of his son and daughter-in-law. They were really monsters, no immortals. "Brother Yongcheng, what's wrong? Did something bad happen again?" Zhou Qiong saw that Father Zhang was in a trance and raised his voice to ask. "No, it's nothing. This time it might not only be a drought, but also a plague of locusts. Zhang Zhuangzi has prepared close to 10,000 chickens and ducks. When the time comes, you can go over and help. The people sent by the higher-ups are not ordinary people. I heard that Prime Minister Yao has always been good at handling government affairs. Perhaps the Prime Minister will personally take care of it." Father Zhang had memorized all these words. No matter how he thought about it, he could not think of a Prime Minister who would personally take care of these matters. However, these words came from his wife, so he had to believe them. Plague of locusts? Why is there a plague of locusts again? Brother Yongcheng, this is not something to be worried about. The locusts are the emperor. If there really is a plague of locusts, then it is a sign from the heavens. You raised so many chickens and ducks in Zhuangzi. Could it be that you already planned for this? As Zhou Qiong was speaking, he suddenly remembered that Zhang Zhuangzi had raised many chickens and ducks since last year. They also made a pond and dug a well. Could it be that the experts in Zhuangzi had already thought of this? Did they arrange it in advance? The more Zhou Qiong thought about it, the more fearful he felt. Not only was the expert powerful, but he was also afraid of the plague of locusts. If this was true, then this year's losses would not be enough. The east of Tang Mountains and Hunan would be affected. When that time came, not to mention several times the price of the grain, it would not be enough. Brother Yongcheng, where did you hear all this from? Zhou Qiong had to ask. I didn't hear from anyone. It's all blind guesses. Why do you ask? Father Zhang tried his best to control himself and said with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just casually asking. Brother Yongcheng, today's breakfast is very good." Seeing that Father Zhang was unwilling to talk about the expert behind this, Zhou Qiong could only suppress his guesses and pick up a piece of shallot to mix with tofu. Brother Miaran is too polite. It's nothing good, just ordinary food. Xiaohu should be back soon, right? Brother Miaran, eat first. It will be cold soon. Father Zhang picked up a fried red shrimp and stuffed it into his mouth. He actually did not like to eat shrimp, especially this kind of shrimp that had to be eaten even with the shell. However, Madame would prepare some for him every day. If he did not eat it, then Madame would go to his parents and complain. He did not know why his parents doted on Qiao so much. If Chow complained, he was guaranteed to be scolded. He did not even dare to throw a tantrum. Chow gave birth to a big fat boy who was like a demon or an immortal. Chapter 104. Zhou Qiong and Father Zhang finished their discussion. Just as they were about to chat, Zhou Shihu hurried back. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Father Zhang sitting at the side. Only then did he remember that he was waiting in someone else's house. He could only swallow his words and obediently sit beside his uncle. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Fortunately, the food was not cold. After the conversation just now, Zhou Qiong was no longer so distant. He asked his nephew, "Xiao Hu, did you see that everyone in the Zhang family's courtyard is eating?" "Yes, wait." Zhou Shihu ate quickly. He quickly drank a mouthful of soy milk and swallowed the food before saying, I saw it all. Except for those who had something to do in the morning. Everyone is eating there. Only a few small, salted vegetables are less than here. As for the rest, there is not a single one missing. They can eat whatever they want. I saw a strong man eating a big steamed bun in 3 mouthfuls. In a short while, he actually ate 4 steamed buns. He wasn't afraid of choking. Uncle Zhang, what you did is really better than other places. Your nephew will say something disrespectful. If you do this, the people in the courtyard will only remember you, not to mention the people from the government. Even if the emperor himself comes, the people in the courtyard will protect you. Xiao Hu, what are you talking about? Isn't your Uncle Zhang helping the emperor treat the people in the courtyard better? How did it become like a private army? Zhou Qiong frowned and lectured his nephew. He was also lamenting in his heart. Zhang Jia Zhuangzi actually gave the servants breakfast. Those who were on night watch also had to eat supper. This was using money to pave the way. One could imagine the loyalty of the people in the courtyard. For meals, they were just like that in the manor. Here, they were prepared for the servants. No wonder Xiao Ju led him to another place. He was afraid that he would hurt the young master and wife. At that time, he did not do anything that would hurt the 2 children. Otherwise, Xiao Ju and Pomegranate beside him would have pounced on him and risked their lives. It was no wonder that the people in Zhuangzi were full of envy when they talked about the Zhang family and the Wang family. The Zhang family and the Wang family actually managed the entire Zhuangzi like an iron plate. Why did the 2 children dare to play outside with a maid accompanying them? All they had to do was call out, and the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family would rush over upon hearing the sound. Having money in one's own family was not a matter of ability. Being able to get the people around them to take care of them was a matter of ability. Uncle, I wonder how you slept last night. I noticed that there were people walking back and forth in the middle of the night. When I woke up, I noticed that many of the rooms were still lit. Zhou Shihu was indeed frightened. He was frightened by Zhangjia Zhuangzi's way of doing things. He didn't care that the master of the Zhangjia Zhuangzi was beside him as he continued to talk to his uncle. There's such a thing? Brother Yongqing, how did you arrange this courtyard? Could it be that they are doing this just for us? Zhou Shihu was also surprised. He felt that this was not a Zhuangzi, but a place similar to the imperial palace. Although he had never been there at night, he had heard that there were always people patrolling the imperial palace at night. Since Zhou Shihu asked, Father Zhang didn't want to lie. Therefore, he said, starting from last autumn, the Wang family also followed suit in Zhuangzi. They hired a few more people and didn't spend too much money. With someone walking back and forth at night, the people in the courtyard will be more at ease. There's no need to worry. It's just some lamp oil, so the people in the courtyard will sleep soundly. When they wake up early in the morning, it will be better than usual. It's worth it. We don't care about such a small amount of money, especially the maids. Usually, they don't dare to wake up at night. Now that there are always people around, there will be less trouble. Servants are also people. Okay, when I go back, I will do the same. No wonder your Zhuangzi feels different from other places. All the servants are working hard. Brother Yongqing, this is all your wife's idea, right? Zhou Shihu was indeed touched. When he thought of how serious the servants were when they were working, he thought that the courtyard was strict. Now he understood that it was because they were good to the servants. It seemed simple, but in fact it was not easy. What else could Father Zhang say? He couldn't betray his own child. He nodded, admitting to this matter. The money was earned by his son and daughter-in-law. It was not under his control at all. He had been learning things all day. The people in the courtyard were more respectful to his son and daughter-in-law than to him. Seeing that Father Zhang admitted to it, the three of them began to eat again. Zhou Shihu drank a bowl of soy milk and moved the slightly cold tofu pudding in front of him. Then he looked at the mantus and steamed buns that he couldn't finish and asked, "Uncle Zhang, are we really going to fry these leftovers for the servants to eat? Won't it be fine to heat them up?" "Of course it's fine to heat them up. Many people don't even need to heat them up. However, there are usually a lot of things to do in the afternoon. In addition to the work in the morning, the servants are tired and need to take care of themselves. Fry them in oil. One has a lot of oil, and the other has a good taste so they can eat more. Let them eat more. Let them recuperate and do more work. It's easy to tire them out and then buy more people, but it's hard to guarantee their loyalty. These people in the courtyard, if the master tells them some secret things, even if you catch them and skin them alive, they won't reveal the secret. So what if you treat them a little better?" Father Zhang had deep feelings about this matter. Sometimes, when he met Cherries, Pomegranate, Xiaohong, Huzi, and Erniu, and wanted to ask how his son was, these people didn't say a word. They would be whipped to death, especially Erniu, who had served by his side in the past. When asked anxiously, he would say, "Master, even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word. The young master has ordered me to keep my mouth shut." At that time, Father Zhang was jealous that his son could control the servants like this. According to Madame, when she asked Erniu also answered in the same way. Such a clever person dared to resist the master's questioning. Father Zhang was just a servant who took care of the surroundings. He answered whatever Madame asked. There was no comparison. Of course, Father Zhang didn't know that there was a kind of power called faith. Those who followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had long regarded them as gods. Even if Wang Wan made a bomb, they would carry it with them and rush into the enemy to detonate it. Zhou Qiong didn't know that Father Zhang would have so many ideas in such a short time. Seeing that the porridge was getting cold, he quickly drank 2 mouthfuls. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly there was a sound of disorderly footsteps outside. "Brother Yongcheng, this is?" Zhou Qiong asked in confusion. Logically speaking, since the servants in the courtyard were so well-behaved, they shouldn't be so flustered. Father Zhang also didn't know what happened. He turned his head to look at the door, waiting for someone to come and explain. After a while, a person appeared at the door and said to him, "Master, just a quarter of an hour ago, Zhang Qing's cow accidentally rolled down from the mountain. Zhang Qing's 7-year-old child also fell down. The courtyard has already sent 2 doctors. It is estimated that they will arrive in a quarter of an hour. There are other people who will also go to help." "Got it. Quickly go and settle it. Tell people to bring all the necessary things. Don't delay." When Father Zhang heard this, he also became anxious. After all, it was a human life. It didn't matter if the cow died. If they couldn't beat it, they just had to report it to the government. But if something happened to the child, it would be difficult to handle. If he judged others, he didn't even dare to think about it if his son fell down. The servant responded and left. Zhou Qiong was curious again. "Brother Yongcheng, where did that person fall down?" "Where else could it be? There is only one place on Zhuangzi that is dangerous. In a while, I had people dig that place flat. It rained, and a lot of mud and stones slid down the mountain, making that place steep. If I had known that this would happen, I would have had people flatten it. It's all because of the busy spring season." Father Zhang's face didn't look good. He suppressed his anxiety and said, "Oh, then how far is that place from here?" Zhou Qiong asked again. "Oh, I know why Brother Miran wants to know. The people there found it too late. Otherwise, they would have sent people out long ago. There are 2 doctors on Zhuangzi. One is in charge of the animals, and the other is in charge of the people. They will go out when there is an illness. Brother Miran, when you came, you must have seen some shelves built on Zhuangzi, right? Yes, I saw it. Is it related to this? The shelves are connected to some ropes made of fine silk. Each of the Zhang family and the Wang family has 2 ropes. One is a bell, and the other is connected to the bamboo tubes on both sides. When there is an emergency, they use those ropes to call for help. Usually in less than 10 breaths, they will know and immediately respond. When Father Zhang mentioned those things, he raised his head. A proud expression appeared on his face. He was qualified to be like this. Last time, Zhang Xiaoshu's family only took a quarter of an hour from the time the accident happened to them. Who could compare with this speed? Zhou Qiong was also dumbfounded. He did see those shelves, but he didn't expect that they were built by the main family on Zhuangzi for the villagers to call for help. When something happened on Zhuangzi, the people here were sent out immediately. His manner was even worse than Zhuangzi's. If something happened on Zhuangzi, it would take an hour for the people farther away to send the news. Brother Yongcheng, can you take us to have a look? The more Zhou Qiong thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. He couldn't hold back his thoughts and suggested, Okay, then let's go and have a look. I wonder how Zhang Qing's child is doing? Don't let anything happen to him. He is a treasure in his family. Father Zhang was no longer in the mood to eat. He agreed, got up and walked outside. Zhou Shihu and his nephew also put down their chopsticks and followed behind Father Zhang. They wanted to see if this matter was true or not. Seeing was believing. When the 3 of them arrived at the place by car, there was a child crying there. There was also an adult scolding the child for being careless. If the child wasn't injured, the adult would have gone over and hit him. Chapter 105. Why didn't you fall to your death at the bottom of the mountain? If you died, I wouldn't have to worry about you. Other children all know that you can't go there. Only you have the ability to ride a cow there. You broke your arm, right? You deserve it. Why didn't you break your neck too? That way, your mother and I won't have to worry about you in the future. The adults scolded the child who was raising his arm to let the doctor from the main house treat him. The child seemed to be frightened and didn't move at all. He opened his eyes wide and didn't cry like other children. When the doctor set his bones, he only frowned and there were scars on his face. Zhang Qing, what are you doing? Your child fell and you don't hurry up and fix it. Why are you scolding him? Father Zhang couldn't stand it anymore and scolded him with a sullen face. Father Zhang usually didn't care about these things. Today he was still so strict, scaring the surrounding people. Zhang Qing was so scared that he trembled. Why did the master of the main house come today? Master, I'm not scolding him. It's all because he doesn't have the guts. Other children would go to other places when they're herding cows, but this prodigal child just had to go to that place that was washed away by the water. It's more than 2 zhang high, and the cow would fall to its death. He's lucky and only broken arm. If I don't scold him properly, he won't dare to go to that place in the future. Master, don't worry, the child is my own, and I will definitely take good care of him. Just now, when the people from the main house came, I asked my daughter-in-law to cook the bone soup. According to the main house's recipe, it's to cook the bones. Zhang Qing was afraid of the master of the house, so he started to explain. As he spoke, he noticed that there were 2 people he didn't know standing beside the master, so he immediately changed his words. As for the remaining 2 ingredients, the fish liver and kelp, he didn't want to tell anyone. The surrounding people didn't correct him. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Why should the master let outsiders know what he told them? Father Zhang saw Zhou Shihu and his nephew's questioning expression and said, Actually, by directly cooking the bones, the human body doesn't use much of it. If you add some other things, it will use more of it. The farmers are all petty and don't want to tell others. It's fine. Just add some fish liver and kelp. That way, not only can it use more of the things in the bones, it can also prevent the big neck disease. Oh, is there such a thing? Zhou Qiong did not expect that drinking bone soup would be so particular. The people on Zhangjie Zhuangzi were too hateful. They had such a good recipe, but they did not say it out loud. Of course, I added these things into the fried noodles for little Tiger. It's more delicious and fragrant, and it's also good for the body, Mr. Zhang continued. So that's how it is. No wonder big brother and sister-in-law are so much better than before. Yongcheng, you really keep a tight lid on Zhuangzi's secret. That's good too. I'm envious of you. Zhou Qiong understood immediately. Even though it was just 2 more things, they were very useful. The cow is dead. Mr. Zhang gave Zhou Qiong a you-know-what's-going-on expression, then asked Zhang Qing. Yes, he fell to his death. Zhang Qing nodded and replied, If he's dead, bring him back to the main family. Where's the housekeeper? Mr. Zhang glanced at the surrounding crowd. Master, I'm here. I'll send someone to report to the government later. According to the new rules of the main family, Zhang Qing's child is not yet 15 years old, so he's considered underage. This time his arm was broken. The main family will take out 20 gene of bones and other things to help the child recover. All the medical fees will be paid by the main family. Steward Zhang also came. He stood out from the crowd and said to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang nodded and looked at the child again. Send 1 gene of fried noodles here. Let the child eat it and get better soon. Yes, master. The housekeeper answered, indicating that he had remembered it. Brother Yongqing, are you going to bear all the losses by yourself? Zhou Qiong was puzzled. Why did the main family take care of the cow that fell to its death? He also took care of the medical fees, plus the bones and other things. How could it be reasonable for the farmer to fall to his death? Now that everything was settled and the child was fine, Father Zhang was relieved. He smiled at Zhou Qiong and said, He's such a young child, yet he doesn't know much. How old is he? It must be because other people don't herd cows there and the grass there is better. That's why he's herding the cows there. If he wanted to complain, he could only blame the master's family for not flattening that area earlier. He could have knocked down the area that was damaged by the water and made a gentle slope. Then, how could the child have broken his arm? Normally, you don't even dare to kill a cow. Now you have beef to eat. Brother Miaran, you may not know, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo love to eat beef the most. Especially the tendons. I used a special method to make them. When I bite it, I don't feel it's hard at all. It's soft and fragrant. I'll peel off the cowhide and use it to make small jackets for them in winter. Let's go back. Zhou Qiong was deeply moved by Father Zhang's nonchalant attitude when he said yes. He could not blame the other party for setting up the seedling protection team. When they first met him, the master was in charge of everything. The only thing the farmer needed to do was to listen to the master's arrangements. He did not expect that the farm would have such a rule. It was very difficult to deal with the main family in this place. It was no different from a dream to bribe a farmer. From the time of the incident to the treatment, it was so far away. The main family took all the responsibility and even gave the bones to the child. It was easy to cross the river, but difficult to deal with Zhangjie Zhuangzi. After the matter was resolved, the surrounding farmers began to disperse. Some people even came over to comfort Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing didn't say any words of gratitude. When everyone left, he hugged his son and said with heartache, "Don't wander around in the future. I heard that there will be a school this year. I'll send you there and learn well. When you grow up, you have to help the main family. Don't do anything that will let the main family down. Otherwise, if I find out, I'll strangle you to death and pretend that I don't have a son like you. Dad, I know. It's a pity that the cow is gone. Dad, when the bones are sent here, let Mom eat them. Mom may give me a younger brother or sister again. Let them grow strong." The child touched the part of his arm that was already in a plaster cast and said to his father, it was the first time he used this thing. He said that it was made by the main family. It was better to break apart than to just stick it out. Zhang Qing held his son in his arms and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a younger brother or sister. When you're born, The main family will give you things and take care of you. When you go to school, don't come home if you can't learn." "Dad, I got it. I'll definitely study hard and help Master do big things. It'll be even better when I become an official. At that time, I'll see who dares to find fault with Master," the child said with a serious face. Father Zhang brought Zhou Qiong over to take a look and returned to the courtyard. It seemed that he was preparing to send Zhou Qiong and the others away. Zhou Qiong was anxious. He still wanted to ask for some advice. If he left like this, it would be difficult to find another opportunity. Therefore, he said to Father Zhang, "Brother Yongchen, when it's time for the imperial examination, don't worry. I'll definitely find a good person for you. Who does Brother Yongchen think is suitable?" "This. I don't know. I hope Brother Miao Ran can give me a few pointers." Father Zhang wanted to take the imperial examination so that he could bring glory to his family. He didn't know much about this kind of thing, so he could only ask others. Brother Yongchen is joking. How can I not know? If Brother Yongchen really doesn't know, you can ask others. When the time comes, they can help me ask who the current wind and cloud belongs to. Zhou Qiong naturally didn't believe Father Zhang's words. He thought to himself, "You have 2 experts in your family. How can I not tell you such a small thing?" Father Zhang looked at Zhou Qiong in a daze for a few breaths of time before saying, "Since Brother Miao Ran asked, let me think of a way." In truth, he didn't know what to do. Madam didn't tell him this kind of thing, so his face revealed an anxious expression. At this time, Erniu, who shouldn't be here, suddenly entered the hall. "Master, this little one has an important matter." Erniu looked at the 3 people in the hall and said to the master, no matter how stupid Father Zhang was, he knew that Erniu's words couldn't be said to others. He put down the teacup and looked at Erniu. At this time, Erniu was clever. He walked to the master's side and whispered a few words. Then he smiled at Zhou Qiong and Zhou Shihu and turned to leave. After Erniu left for a while, Father Zhang was still in a daze. It wasn't until a servant came to pour tea that he picked up the cup and took a sip. He said to Zhou Qiong, "Brother Miao Ran, you must remember the matters of the previous dynasty. You must not associate with women. It's better to stay away from anything related to women, not only the princess, but also the other ministers. Otherwise, it won't be a good sign." "Brother Yongqing, are you talking about being under one person?" Zhou Qiong wasn't stupid. When he heard this, he connected the dots and understood what it meant. He quickly asked, "I don't know what Brother Miao Ran is talking about. Anyway, it's just a sentence. Whether we listen or not is not up to us." Father Zhang's words didn't mean to admit anything. This was also part of what Erniu said when he came over. It felt a little unfathomable. In fact, even he didn't know what it was. He just said it according to what he said. When Zhou Qiong heard these words, he thought a lot. He summed up what Father Zhang said and found that he couldn't rely on the people he wanted to rely on now. All of this was because of a servant's whisper. Others might think that the servant came over to say something, but Zhou Qiong thought that the 2 masters didn't want to see him in a difficult position, so they helped him. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. What a powerful person. He just asked, and the other side knew what he was asking and sent someone to inform him in advance. No wonder County Magistrate Cheng always wanted to be the disciple of this person. With such a person behind the scenes, it really saved a lot of trouble. However, just this sentence only told him to stay away from the person, but not to get close to the person. This won't do. If he didn't ask clearly, wouldn't he waste his efforts if he didn't do well in the future? Chapter 106. Well, I don't know if Brother Yongqing knows more. Oh, I don't know. It's just a guess. Just a guess. At this moment, Zhou Qiong had already confirmed that there was indeed an expert in the Zhang family's farmstead. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 2 farmsteads to be in such a state. However, that expert did not seem to be willing to meet with them. He only sent a servant over to inform them. In order to obtain more information, he could only continue to speak to Father Zhang. hoping to find out what the imperial court was doing through him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had come here with this intention and had seen many unbelievable things, he definitely wouldn't have believed it so easily. Just as he asked, the master of the Zhang family happened to send someone to tell the master of the Zhang family what he wanted to know. This was too much of a coincidence. Zhou Qiong would rather believe that it was arranged deliberately than think that it was a coincidence. Others might not understand the meaning of this, but he understood. Don't have anything to do with a woman. It was not a good sign. What was it? It was obviously a Yao character. She mentioned a woman and then a princess. This meant that this person's status was not low. Who else was a woman? Besides Wu Meinyang, there was only Princess Taiping. Both of them were important figures. Then the person they were talking about must be an important figure. At this time, if not the emperor, who else was important? Prime Minister Yu. What was his surname? His surname was Yao. A woman. It was not a good sign. Together, it was the Prime Minister. Could it be that they were telling him that the Prime Minister might not make it and that he should stay away? Zhou Qiong was able to figure this out in a short amount of time. He wanted to know more about this, so he continued to ask. Father Zhang didn't even understand what Erniu said just now. He just said the original words. How could he say anything else? For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Zhou Qiong naturally knew that Father Zhang didn't say anything at all. His purpose was to get someone to go to the place where the two masters were and talk to them. However, before he could continue to think of a way to get Father Zhang to ask, Erniu, who had just came over again. He also whispered a few words into Father Zhang's ear. After Erniu left, Father Zhang calmed down a little and said to Zhou Qiong, Brother Miao, Ran, there's no need to rush to know some things. As the saying goes, even if MT Tai collapses in front of you, your expression won't change. Brother Yongcheng is right, that should be the case. How could Zhou Qiong have the leisure to do that at this moment? Whether or not Mount Tai was Mount Tai did not matter to him. What he wanted to know now was who his future backer would be. No matter how tall or majestic Mount Tai was, it could not compare to a good backer. That's right. It's great that Brother Miaran can think this way. As the saying goes, one is hot and one is warm in Lingnan. If one were to ask who was sitting in the East Ridge, there would be a cover and it would king by the side. As long as Brother Miaran remembers this, it's fine. Father Zhang repeated what Erniu had just said without changing a single word. Ah, what's the saying? Zhou Xiong didn't understand. He sat there and muttered a few words. Then he stopped talking and frowned. Beside him, Zhou Shihu didn't dare to disturb him. He smiled at Father Zhang and waited there. Zhou Qiong felt like his head was going to explode. He really couldn't understand the meaning of those 4 sentences. If it was someone else who said those words, he wouldn't care. However, it was the servant who said those words. Needless to say, that servant was related to the expert. The expert knew what he was thinking. Just now, he had already reminded her that she could not rely on a certain person. Now he said these words again. That was exactly what she wanted to know, which was who she could rely on. In Lingnan, when many people heard this, they would think of the line between the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River. In winter, the north would freeze, while the other side would be as warm as spring. But if he really thought about it this way, it seemed a little wrong. Then it should be one cold and one warm in Lingnan, not one hot and one warm, warm and hot. It was definitely impossible for the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River, so what kind of mountains were there? Thinking about it again, there was no need to rush. It was so far away. Could it be that the mountain range was further away? What kind of mountain range was the mountain range further away? Far mountain range, Lingnan wasn't far away. It would take at least half a year to get there from here. Could it be that someone would come from there? Otherwise, why would it be closer? Who was there? Yes, who could it be? If you ask who is sitting in the Dongling Mountains, Dongling, Lingnan Road, east. Guangzhou, who was there in Guangzhou? There was a cover, a wood, and a king in Guangzhou. There was a wood and a king, the governor of Guangzhou, Songjing? Could it be him? Yes, a cover. Wasn't it just the stroke above? Adding a king. Could it be that he would rise in the future? Zhou Qiong tried hard to think and finally thought of a person, but he couldn't be sure. It was too hard to believe. A person so far away. Could it be that he would enter the imperial court in the future? Thinking of this, he finally raised his head again and opened his mouth to speak to Father Zhang. Before he could speak, Father Zhang opened his mouth and said, "Everything has its own way is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. It's like dew and lightning. You should see it as it is. Brother Miaoran, since your name is Miaoran, I believe you must know this." When Father Zhang said it, he felt that it was not reliable. It was a mess, and he didn't explain it clearly. How could people guess it? But he had to say it. When Zhou Qiong heard this, he had a different feeling. It seemed that the two masters had even calculated his reaction. They obviously didn't want to say too much to him, so they used a Buddhist saying to answer him. Yes, they had already told him a lot, so he couldn't continue to ask. Could it be that he had to ask them to tell him the details in front of them? If that was the case, then the masters were not hidden masters, but aides. It was impossible for ordinary people to get these words in their lifetime. He couldn't be too greedy. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiong finally smiled and said to Father Zhang, "Brother Yongchen, you're right. I understand these words and won't ask anything else. Sai, County Magistrate Cheng is a blessed man. If possible, I would rather change places with him. But no matter how blessed County Magistrate Cheng is, he can't compare to Brother Yongchen." After saying this, Zhou Qiong cupped his hands at Father Zhang with an envious expression. Father Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand how Zhou Qiong could think of something that he didn't expect after he learned a few words from Erniu. He even envied him. Then why was County Magistrate Cheng also blessed? Erniu's words were said by his wife, but Father Zhang knew that it must be said by his son and future daughter-in-law. The poem was written in a slightly different style, but the rhyme was not bad. Could it be that Zhou Qiong envied him for having a good son? This was not bad. His son and daughter-in-law were not ordinary. They were immortals. Not to mention other things, they had the ability to make money. When they were free, they would come up with a way to make money. They even made a lot of snacks for their family. Everything tasted good. The most important thing was that they were good at business and farming. The rice seedlings in Zhuangzi in the Gu family were all blown away by the wind. But in their own family, it was unknown how the two little guys played with it. They actually stood there motionless. If they took the seeds and played with them for a few days, the seedlings would be different. In addition to these, there was also the good thing about learning. After explaining it once and asking the two children a few questions, even if they learned it, not only would they be able to answer it in the examination, they would also be able to comprehend it by analogy. However, these things were only known by the people in the inner courtyard. Others didn't know, so how did Zhou Qiong know? Brother Yongchen, what are you thinking about? Are you still not satisfied? With those two looking after you, Yongchen can rest assured in the next imperial examination. When the time comes, I will help you. It will be the icing on the cake. Before Father Zhang could figure it out, Zhou Qiong called out to him. Only then did Father Zhang come back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Miaoran, for your kind words. If I really become an official, I will have to thank you properly." "You don't have to thank me. Just thank the two masters behind you. Brother Yongchen may not know, but County Magistrate Cheng is coming to acknowledge you as his teacher. With those two masters around, what else do you have to worry about?" Zhou Qiong didn't know what Father Zhang was thinking, so he continued to speak. Mr. Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of expert was this? Wasn't it his son and daughter-in-law? With just a few words, a sixth-rank official actually became like this. He didn't know what the two children had done to make the county magistrate want to be apprenticed to a master. He wondered if this Song army adjunct Zhou would still say this after he knew what this expert looked like. Father Zhang naturally wouldn't sell his son out. He pretended not to know and said, "What masters? Brother Miaoran, You must be joking. They are all ordinary people." "Yes, yes, ordinary people. They are all ordinary people. I was wrong. There are no masters. Ordinary people are good. When the restaurant is built, I will come again. I hope to see ordinary people. I will be satisfied with just one meeting." Zhou Qiong misunderstood and thought that Father Zhang was deliberately hiding something and didn't want to say it out loud. He was afraid of offending the masters, so he also echoed. After saying these words, he began to talk about other things with Father Zhang. He said whatever he could think of. It didn't matter whether it was right or wrong in the end. As long as he said it, it was fine. After flattering each other, the day passed. Of course, there was good wine and good food for lunch and dinner. Early the next morning, Zhou Qiong couldn't wait to leave. He wanted to go back and figure out what happened in the mountain village. The two families sent each other to the small bridge. After greeting each other, Zhou Qiong went back on his way. The people here also went back home. Everyone was busy with their own things. Only Father Zhang wanted to read a book. When he sat down in the study, he couldn't continue reading. He held the book in his hand. The more he read, the more confused he became. In the end, he reluctantly put it down and opened the window. Seeing the warm red sun outside, he thought of something. Someone call Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Get some snacks and send them to the study. Father Zhang couldn't control himself. He had to ask someone to call the two children and get some food. When the time came, he would be able to coax the two little guys. Chapter 107. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were called over. They left quickly and came back quickly. Zhang Xiaobao's father asked a few questions, and they answered selectively. They did not say anything substantial, mainly because Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that his father would be thinking about other things all day long and would not have the energy to study. Even if they wanted to find someone for the imperial examination, they would need to have the ability and knowledge to do so. The snacks were also brought back. Those were the snacks that the two of them made themselves. Usually, they would give some to the people in the courtyard. We've made a profit. This year, the whole county is considered to be a disaster, so the production will be reduced by half. We don't have to pay taxes, and we don't have to take out extra silk. We only need to contribute some labor. It's only a few days. Discuss with the Gu family and Zhuangzi to let the county magistrate fix our river. We can use our own people to fix things in our own place. We can even get some construction funds and widen the river. We won't be able to take over the fertile land. Let's go and eat the beef marrow. It's fresh. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had done a big favor for the family and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he skipped like a child towards the kitchen. Wang Wan stood there in a daze for 2 seconds before running over as well. Don't think about the construction fees anymore. Fix the river properly. What if there's another flood tomorrow? We can't fool around with our own place. The money allocated might not be that much anyway. If we peel it off layer by layer, we won't have much left. The two discussed how much money they could allocate this time. How much money could County Magistrate Ching put here, and what would happen to the river? They went to the kitchen one after another. There were already people taking out the bone marrow of a few bones and putting it on a plate for the two little ancestors to eat. Since the ox had fallen to its death, they immediately sent someone to check on it. Qi Li and Senior Feng came together. When they saw the yamen runners and the ox, they were sure that the ox had indeed fallen to its death. One of them took 2 caddies of beef from the farm and left happily. When the bailiff left, he also took the ox head and half a fan of beef. When he returned, he could cook some beef soup to drink. Knowing that his wife was pregnant, he also gave him half a hoof of ox tendon. He told him to take it back to eat. When he felt disgusted, he would feel better after chewing. The bailiff's eyes were red when he received the items. Before he left a message saying that if there was any trouble, he would bring his brothers over to help. In the future, if the cow fell to its death, he would come over to prove it. Even if he accidentally fell on his neck with a knife, it would still count. The rest of the meat was taken back to the main courtyard and sent to the Wang family. The people in the inner courtyard had a meal of beef stewed with radishes. There wasn't much meat, but there was enough radishes. The beef bones were kept by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The rest of the meat was frozen and occasionally cooked for the family. "Young master, do you think this bone marrow is enough?" When the people in the kitchen saw that the two little ancestors had come, they put away all the knives and watched the stove. A person in charge of the kitchen brought a plate to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the plate. There were 6 strips of bone marrow of different lengths and thicknesses. He nodded and said, "Well, okay, it's enough. It's enough for Cuckoo and me. It's just cooked, right? Make more, steam it in the pot, mix it with the stock, add less salt, some chopped green onions and coriander, and send it to my family and the main house of the Wang family. Oh, remember not to add coriander in one bowl. My grandma doesn't like it. Cut some ginger foam. Grandma likes to eat that." The person in charge of the kitchen immediately went to arrange it. At the same time he sighed. His grandson was 2 years old, but he always pestered the family for this and that. He had never said that he would let the family taste what he wanted. Looking at the young master and the young lady, they would think of the family when they had something good. They even remembered the old lady's favorite food. They couldn't compare with them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate the bone marrow at noon and took a nap, Zhou Qiong had already arrived at the Qin family's village. He came back in a hurry. He was afraid that those people would find that he had left, and it would take a lot of effort to explain. Following the yamen runners waiting outside the mountain, when they entered the village, County Magistrate Cheng immediately greeted them. He arranged a place to rest and asked someone to send food. The officials who were still working here were all exhausted. There was no part of their bodies that didn't ache. They weren't picky when they were eating last night. They ate whatever was given to them. When they slept last night, they were scattered among their families. Until now, they still didn't know that there was one less person working here. The 2 assistant ministers were very relaxed. They wandered around together and occasionally gave advice to the villagers on what to plant. Especially the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. He helped the villagers draw a picture of a tub and asked them to follow it. In the future, it would be more convenient to get water from the tub. Naturally, the food they ate was better. At noon today, they actually ate 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a bowl of soup. They hadn't seen the army from the prefecture for more than a day. They even asked, but the answer they got was that they were assigned to other things. When Zhou Qiong came back this time, he first talked to County Magistrate Cheng. The yamen runners were not in a hurry to show up. They let the officials do more work and tire themselves out so that it would save them some trouble. The yamen runners understood that the officials were tired after walking for such a long time. If they had a good rest the next day, they might recover a lot. However, after working for another day, they would definitely be sore and painful. If they worked for a few more days, they might get used to it. However, if they worked for another day and walked back the next day, the feeling was obvious. At that time, they could only be fed by others and couldn't even lift their arms. "Lord Zhou, have you finished your discussion this time?" County Magistrate Cheng asked Zhou Qiong to sit down. He poured the warm wine and pushed the wine bowl in front of Zhou Qiong. "Yes, there are 2 small things. One is about Xiaohu's business. I don't care about this. Xiaohu just has to do it. The other is that they want to build a restaurant on the river. When there is no water, we can go and take a look and help out. For the last thing, I need County Magistrate Cheng's help." Zhou Qiong was indeed tired and thirsty. After saying these words, he raised the bowl and drank it. He let out a long breath and felt comfortable. County Magistrate Cheng helped to pour the wine again and asked, "What do you want me to help with? Is it about the disaster this year?" "This is a small matter. Our county is indeed suffering. It's not about this. I want you to go with them in summer or autumn, maybe to the east of Taihang Mountain or to the south of Hunan. The drought in those 2 places is worse than here. There may also be a locust plague. Zhang Zhuangzi has prepared a lot of food, and some chickens and ducks are waiting to be sent to eat the locusts. In this way, the Baihu's food will be saved. When the time comes, you'll get a medal, and so will I. You have won a lot of praise for the 2 auspicious signs, the curved plow, and your actions during the new year. However, it's still not enough to arrange a good position. If you go with them this time, your political achievements will be enough. Maybe you will get a higher rank than me. Zhou Qiong said enviously. Now he was helping County Magistrate Cheng. When the time came, Zhang Zhuangzi's people would also help him. In fact, they had done him a big favor last night. It turned out that the position of Prime Minister was changed. If it was someone else who said this, he would not believe it. However, he had to remember this in his heart when he saw what the 2 masters had done. County Magistrate Cheng understood as soon as he heard this. So this was the plan of the other side. No wonder they asked him to help delay until the summer and autumn season. This was a great contribution. No matter who took out the grain, as long as it was in Sanshui County and he could show up, he would be counted in. Thank you for telling me, Mr. Zhou. I wonder who will be sent to take care of this matter this time. At that time, if I can say a few words, my side will be more secure. I wonder what those 2 experts look like. County Magistrate Chang was envious of Zhou Qiong now. It was an opportunity for him to meet the 2 masters. Zhou Qiong shook his head helplessly. I don't see them either. The 2 masters are really good. Before I said I wanted to meet them, they had already sent someone to solve my doubts during the meal. They are really good at predicting. I can tell you more. Just remember, during summer and autumn, don't get too close to the right Prime Minister. Just be a good official. So that Yao is going to retire. County Magistrate Cheng was shocked. He could not understand. Now that the person could still be trusted by the higher-ups, why would he come down? He had doubts in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered that the 2 masters of Zhang Zhuangzi did not tell him. They told Zhou Qiong and had nothing to do with him. In this case, they felt that his position was too low and there was no need for him to know about this matter. Maybe it was really like this, so he had to be careful. When County Magistrate Cheng wanted to ask some more questions, he found that Zhou Qiong had already started eating. He had to suppress the doubts in his heart and planned to find a way to ask when he accompanied the disaster relief. The 2 chatted for a while. After the meal, Zhou Qiong directly lay down to rest. County Magistrate Cheng sensibly left. When it was almost night time, he found Village Chief Qin and whispered a few words in his ear. The officials who had worked for 2 days dragged their tired bodies back to eat when they were called together. Suddenly, they found that the food on the table had changed. It was no longer the rice balls that were hard to swallow, but a small vegetable box. No wonder it smelled so good just now. There were also more dishes. The bitter and astringent pickles were gone and replaced with 3 dishes: mushroom fried meat, egg fried with shallots, steamed radish dipped in sauce, and a bowl of wild vegetable soup with a lot of oil floating on it. This was not a bitter wild vegetable, but a cat's ear, also known as qingming grass. The soup made by the small vegetable box and the cat's ear was very fresh and tender. All the officials sat there, but did not dare to move their chopsticks. They were afraid that these people did not have good intentions. At this time, a yamen runner appeared in front of everyone and explained, "Lords, I'm back. Tomorrow morning, you don't have to work and can enjoy the beauty of the mountains and rivers here. Last time, I promised that as long as a place entered the top 5 on the classification list, I would add 4 more chapters. Today, I reached the top 5, so I would add 4 more chapters. Thank you. To be honest, I have not missed a single day." Chapter 108. When the officials saw the bailiff and heard his words, they were so moved that they almost cried. It was not easy. They finally got through it. When they looked at the food in front of them, they felt that this food should be in heaven and not in the mortal world. When they took a bite, it was so delicious. Some of the officials were so moved by the spicy taste of the vegetables that they cried. They looked at the bailiff who was waiting for orders. It was as if they had seen their parents. The bailiff saw that everyone's expressions were a little strange and their emotions were not so stable. He had no choice but to ask again, "My lords, what should we do tomorrow? Should we go on a boat or enjoy the scenery?" I just want to ask, can we go back? An official ate 2 boxes of vegetables in a row and choked while speaking. He hurriedly drank a mouthful of soup and stood there with his neck straightened. After a while, he let out a long breath and looked at the bailiff, eagerly waiting for a reply. "What? Go back?" "This. Little brother, don't worry. When we go back, oh no, we will pay for the meal this time. 10 taels of silver per person. No, 20 taels of silver. Little brother, you have worked hard, so naturally you will not be left out." When another person heard the bailiff's question, he opened his mouth and said a lot of words. He was really afraid. If he stayed any longer, he might lose his life in the village. "That's not necessary. What I mean is that you really don't want to have fun here. Under the night sky, the crescent moon is in the sky, the water is clear and the breeze is gentle. My lords, please take your time and think of more interesting things." The bailiff did not expect that his words would cause such a big reaction. All the officials put down their chopsticks and listened attentively. "Thank you, little brother, for your kindness. Let's wait for the others to come. We have to go back and see the disaster situation in the county. The people's affairs are more important." The official who spoke at the beginning continued. He was really scared. How could he think of interesting things? In this place, the first thing that came to mind was how he carried the water. Not to mention the water in the buckets. The wooden buckets were not light at all. He quickly found an excuse and said that he wanted to go back to the county to check on the situation. In fact, he wanted to hide as far away as possible and never come back to this place in his next life. The bailiff was still hesitating. The official who said that he would pay also took over and said, "This meal costs 30 taels of silver. When the time comes, all the brothers in the county will each pay 5 taels of silver. I will pay when I get back." With him taking the lead, the other officials also understood that the money was too little. One by one, they followed suit. Some even wanted to write down a written agreement on the spot. As a result, County Magistrate Tang was alarmed. He came here with the 2 assistant ministers. When he heard that the officials were willing to spend more money to pay for the meal, he smiled and said, "Your Excellencies, I know that you are not only willing to pay for a few meals, but also to help Sanchue County survive the drought. This time, I thank you on behalf of the people of Sanchue County." With these words and the presence of the 2 assistant ministers, the officials did not dare to go back on their words. As long as County Magistrate Tang wrote a memorial, it would not be as simple as breaking the rules and coming out to play. One by one, they calculated how much money they would have to pay. They did not know, but they regretted it once they calculated, especially the one who spoke first. At this time he was being stared at by the others. It was fine to pay 30 taels of silver for the meal. After all, it was already in their stomachs. But what about 5 taels of silver for each bailiff? How many bailiffs were there in Sanchue County? With the presence of the 2 superiors, these officials could only agree once more. Then they began to eat the food on the table with all their might, hating that they could not eat all the money back. They also drank bowl after bowl of soup. County Magistrate Tang did not disturb them. He turned around and left to eat his own food. His food was better, especially the small root vegetable box. Other people's boxes might contain some garlic, but his was full of tender, small root vegetables. Some villagers even specially marinated some good small root vegetables with salt. When eaten, it could be said to be fresh and delicious. While these people were eating, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also eating. They seemed to have thought of the same thing. They also made a small root vegetable box and cat ear soup. The only difference was that other people's small root vegetable box only had small root vegetables and eggs, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had shrimp meat in their soup. 3-inch long prawns were used in some restaurants to cook whole prawns. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the prawns chopped up and wrapped in a box. The small root cabbage also needed to be soaked in water for a while so that it wouldn't be as spicy. Picking out the tender, small root cabbage wouldn't cause any irritation. Delicious, really delicious. The small root vegetables and cat ear soup taste so good together, especially the spicy taste of the small root vegetables in the mouth. When you drink a mouthful of the soup, the cat ears are actually really fluffy. When you eat it, there is an earthy taste in the mouth and a little numb in the tongue. I have never eaten it before. Wang Wan took a bite of the small box, specially made for her, and Zhang Xiaobao. After drinking a mouthful of soup, she squinted her long eyelashes and said happily, "Yes, I always ate it when I was young. There were rivers and mountains behind the orphanage. Grandpa took me there to dig for cat ears and pick small root vegetables. We could also meet the mountain red in the mountains. When we came back, we would cook it. Usually it was made into boxes. There were less white flour and more corn flour. Then we would drink cat ear soup. Every time I ate it, I felt the happiest time. At that time, we were poor. Few people gave us money. When they came, they would only give us some fruit. My brothers, brothers, and sisters had to wear clothes. We thought that only the poor would eat it. Later, when we grew up, we found that it was actually more expensive than normal food. Don't you think it's funny? When I finally went there, I heard that a kilogram of tender small root vegetables cost 14 yuan, and meat was only 9 yuan. At that time, if someone was willing to exchange, we were willing to exchange a kilogram of small root vegetables for a kilogram of meat. Have you seen my picture when I was young? Even a skinny monkey would grin when he saw it. Eat it. What you eat is not that kind. There are also shrimps in it. Eat them all. Don't waste them. Later on, when I was rich, I didn't care if the food was more expensive, but I never threw anything." Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the box and whimpered. His face was full of nostalgia. Wang Wan didn't know if she should be envious or sad. She drank a mouthful of soup and said, "Then why don't you go to the river to catch fish and shrimps? The children here know how to do that." "Who said that we didn't catch enough? We caught them and sold them for money. The things in the river were not valuable. The shrimps were only an inch long, and the fish were only 2 or 3 inches long. Grandpa Dean couldn't sell them for much. Later on, it was polluted by the starch factory. Even those things couldn't be obtained. Everyone went to the mountains to dig for dandelions, which are considered a kind of medicinal material. There were also various kinds of wormwood, all of which were edible. There was also a plant known as the windbreak plant, which was sold well. It was especially useful for treating allergies, and it was faster than any medicine. As long as the water was boiled, the pimples on the body would disappear in less than a minute after rubbing them with the water. At that time, the older children did most of the work. I was still young, so I followed behind and helped to search for things. When I was 5 years old, a 9-year-old brother was bitten by a snake because he went to the mountains to dig for things. We called the snake turf. It wasn't very poisonous. It would definitely not destroy the blood molecules in a few minutes or even seconds. Grandpa Dean carried him out to get the serum. At that time, the serum was not expensive. The hospital was developing well. Not to mention 1 bite. Even 10 bites would be enough. As long as he was sent to the hospital for the injection, he would be fine. Moreover, the treatment of the children in the orphanage was not that expensive. They could even give the treatment for free. But at that time, there was a medical official from the province. Grandpa was stopped outside. No matter what, he was not allowed to enter. The official was going to inspect the hospital for 3 days. Grandpa had no choice. He wanted to go to another city, but they would not care about the orphans here. In the end, he got some black powder and pasted it on the brother's leg. 2 days later, the leg was swollen to the size of his waist. When the official left, it was too late to go to the hospital. After a week, he died. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be talking about something that had nothing to do with him. He still had a happy expression on his face when he was eating. As he spoke, he picked out some prawn meat and put it on the plate in front of Wang Wan. Wang Wan did not eat it all. She was stunned for a while. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "So you didn't take revenge? I think you are the most important person in this aspect." "Comrade Wang Wan, you are wrong. Why would I take revenge? If someone made a mistake, there would naturally be the law to solve it. You can't knowingly break the law. That's unacceptable. I'm not a vengeful person. I'm a good person. It's God's doing." That official and the 26 related people were accidentally bitten by a snake. They were bitten by a snake called the taipan snake. Why do you think it is so unbelievable? That snake does not exist in Asia. It lives in desert areas and usually does not take the initiative to attack people. Do you think it is a tourist? Otherwise, it could have been smuggled by someone. It is very possible. Didn't that person know that he only had a few minutes to react after being bitten by the snake? Those people died so miserably. Their blood was coagulated. This is really God's blessing. Good will be rewarded. Evil will be punished. Do more good things. Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. He picked up a slightly older cat ear from Wang Wan's soup bowl. The July 12th tragedy. A hospital's director, deputy director, and a high-ranking official were all bitten to death by the taipan snake. Before they died, they knew that the snake was poisonous and called for help. When they died, they had a hopeless look on their faces. No clues could be found. So it was all done by you? Just because a child died in the orphanage. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and felt a little scared. It was not me. You don't have any evidence to prove that their idea was bad, really. Chapter 109. Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's nonchalant explanation and didn't know what to say. She still remembered that because this case was too big, it was finally handed over to them. There were 26 people, 26 lives. They didn't even know who killed them when they died. Each and every one of them used their last moments to reveal their possible opponents. As a result, following the clues, they cleaned up quite a number of corrupt officials, but none of them admitted that they were the ones who released the snakes. Zhang Xiaobao, you're really something. Xiaobao, don't always pick up prawns for me. If I want to eat prawns, I can just eat them directly. Why eat the ones in the box? Tell me, how much money did you spend on this? As far as I know, the price of the snake isn't cheap. It had to be transported from so far away, and it wasn't just one. Many died on the way, right? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao still had that blank look in his eyes, she said, "Anyway, no one can hold you accountable now that you've admitted it. What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid? What am I afraid of? Those people should be afraid. Even God can't stand their way of doing things. I'm guessing that the snake knew about this situation and crawled over by itself. It's not easy to climb over mountains just to bite people. The first step was to investigate and find out where these people often go. For example, that high-ranking official of high-ranking officials often goes to some underground entertainment venue. How much effort do you think the snake had to put in? That guy didn't forget to bring along guards when he was looking for the top courtesan. He had to hide, right? He also had to discuss the time with others of the same kind to take action together. It's not easy. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and pursed his lips. He used words to paint picture for Wang Wan. Fine, Zhang Xiaobao, you're good. You're so stubborn. It's a pity that we don't have a lie detector. Otherwise, we'll definitely expose your past. Wang Wan didn't care how many things Zhang Xiaobao had done in the past. She just wanted to get the truth from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. Unfortunately, this bad guy Zhang Xiaobao still wouldn't tell her the truth. His mouth was full of lies. Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wang Wan and took another bite of the vegetable box. Yes, if you have a lie detector, you should let me use it. I'll let you know what it means to be mentally strong. Let me tell you something. A person killed someone. He was afraid of being caught and sent to the lie detector. So he looked at himself in the mirror and kept saying, "I didn't kill anyone. You didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill anyone." Guess what happened in the end? What's wrong? Wang Wan asked. In the end, when all the evidence pointed to him, he saw the corpse and the evidence. He stared blankly at the investigator standing in front of him and said, "Who is this dead person? Did I kill him? I didn't kill anyone. Did you make a mistake?" In the end, all the data on his body on the lie detector showed that he wasn't lying. In the end, the doctor determined that he was in an unconscious state when he killed the person. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. He chewed vigorously as he spoke to Wang Wan. After Wang Wan heard this, she was stunned and didn't know what to say. It was indeed as Zhang Xiaobao said. When a person hypnotized themselves, they wouldn't be able to get any information from their physiological reactions unless they knew their psychological weakness. These people weren't scary. As long as you wanted to find their psychological weakness, you would definitely be able to find it. After all, he used hypnosis. The truly scary ones were people like Zhang Xiaobao. He understood people's psychological activities and physical reactions. He could hypnotize himself at any time and make his body synchronize. Not to mention anything else. When she wanted to rest and enter deep sleep together with him, she had tried it before. The fastest she could do was 3 minutes and 20 seconds. But Zhang Xiaobao, who was lying next to her, only needed 26 seconds to complete it. He was hypnotizing himself. If he could use some tools, hypnotizing others seemed to be the same speed. Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt that since she already knew the truth, she didn't care if he admitted it personally, so she said, "Can you teach me this method of yours? I don't want to fall asleep so quickly." "It can't be taught. When I first learned it, I needed 5 minutes. Later on, I experienced so many things that I didn't care about honor and disgrace anymore. That's why I was able to shorten the time bit by bit. Every time I suffered a loss, every time I failed, and every time I was humiliated, I found that nothing could sway me. This is a kind of self-adjustment psychology. If you suffer a big loss when you're not 20 years old, then you can live to 30 years old. You have 10 years to adjust. If I suffer a loss when I'm 50 years old and can live to 100 years old, then I have 50 years to adjust. Why do you think that you will lose your life tomorrow when you suffer a loss today? At that time, you will find that honor and disgrace aren't so important. Existence is the only thing. Then go to sleep." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he picked up a box with his chopsticks and stared at it. This made Wang Wan also look at it. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Wang Wan yawned, shook her head, and reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao. "Little guy, who do you think you are? You dare to hypnotize me? What are you thinking? Do you think I'm a free spirit? I'll let you scheme against me. I'll let you scheme against me. I'll strangle you to death. I miscalculated. I forgot the most important point of hypnosis. Don't use it on people who have strong beliefs in their hearts. Yes, you are a qualified warrior, Ba Wangflower. Using this method in front of you is a kind of blasphemy, just like using a lie detector to deal with me." Zhang Xiaobao endured the pain of being pinched and pretended not to care. He directly put a box into his mouth and bit it hard. "Speak. Why are you playing tricks on me?" Wang Wan said angrily. "It's just a practice. If I said that I wanted to take advantage of you, would you believe me?" Zhang Xiaobao replied truthfully. He really did think that way, and he didn't have any malicious intentions. "What are you thinking?" "Humph, I want to see if you can sleep at night. Be careful, the ground is too hard. You might break it if you fall." Wang Wan put on a straight face, and her hands were still moving in circles. However, Zhang Xiaobao could endure it, and he didn't move like a mountain. "You're scaring me. Separate, I want to separate. At night, I'll ask Pomegranate to tie me to the mat, the kind that is 1 inch thick. I have to bite it continuously." Zhang Xiaobao was really afraid of being tricked. This kind of threat was the most effective. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly laughed. She pushed the soup in front of him. "Eat your food. Don't think that you're the most powerful person in the world. Some people can't be controlled by you. I'll let you feel frustration and failure again. It's good for your growth. You have to thank me. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao put his head into the soup bowl and said in a muffled voice. The night was quiet. When others were sleeping, the officials in the Qin family's village couldn't stand the long night. That night, they found County Magistrate Cheng and asked to leave. After County Magistrate Cheng failed to persuade them several times, he had to follow their request. He led them to hurry on with the journey at night. It was better than when they came because there were torches to light. County Magistrate Cheng still chose the way he came. No matter what, he couldn't let people know that there was another way to get out of here faster. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. These people would hate him to death, even if he explained that he didn't know at that time. A group of people walked in the mountains with torches. At this time, there was no sound of the flute. Only the occasional chirping of some night owls came from the woods, which made people's hair stand on end. Even so, the group didn't stop. They were still moving. These officials were determined to leave this sad place as soon as possible. As for revenge, they also thought about it. However, they saw that there were only a few people in the village. If they were found out, they didn't dare to think about the consequences, especially when they had to avoid County Magistrate Cheng. Officials, are you tired? Take a rest, and then we'll continue. County Magistrate Cheng felt that these officials were a little different from ordinary people when they were hurrying. Each of them had a fierce expression, which made him a little worried. He was afraid that they would be tired. These officials heard County Magistrate Cheng's words, but none of them said a word. They were all holding their breath and wanted to leave as soon as possible. They were panting heavily, and their eyes were wide open as they hurried on with their journey. After walking for a while, County Magistrate Cheng really had no choice but to stop them. These officials could walk forward with a strong momentum, but the two assistant ministers couldn't. The assistant ministers had a good rest these 2 days and didn't suffer so much. My lord, please slow down. The assistant ministers are still behind us. These officials who were walking with a strong momentum had to stop when they heard County Magistrate Cheng's words. They were also afraid that something would happen to the two assistant ministers behind them. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to escape just by suffering a little now. One by one, they stopped and waited for the two assistant ministers behind them, accompanied by yamen runners. When they were walking just now, they had forgotten that they were tired. Now that they stopped, they suddenly felt that there was no place that didn't feel uncomfortable. The fatigue that they had been feeling for the past few days finally broke out at this moment. When the night wind blew, people's minds were a little dazed when they were awake. County Magistrate Cheng hurriedly asked people to get some dry wood to burn. He brought food and water to everyone and arranged them to the side of the fire so that they wouldn't catch a cold. Otherwise, they might fall sick directly here. In fact, County Magistrate Cheng knew that even with this arrangement, many people who could make it to the foot of the mountain would fall sick. At that time, they would have to find a doctor to treat them. At most, they would just catch a cold. These people's bodies were not bad, and they wouldn't die when the time came. Just as County Magistrate Cheng had guessed, when they reached the foot of the mountain and saw the carriages that came to welcome them, a few of them fell down immediately. They were carried to the carriages and called for a doctor to treat them. When they returned to the yamen, they would need to rest for some time. Chapter 110. In the middle of the night, County Magistrate Cheng settled everyone down and finally let out a sigh of relief. Now he didn't have to worry about anyone causing trouble. When the two assistant ministers came this time, they said that they wanted to check something, but they were very honest. They didn't say much and didn't ask much. When they arranged for the officials to rest at night, the two assistant ministers told them not to worry and to take things slowly in the county. They already knew some things. There was indeed a drought, especially the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. He even said that when they returned to the capital, he would submit a report and ask for more money. With the two assistant ministers' words, County Magistrate Cheng took a hot bath and fell asleep under the massage of the servants. He had to maintain an energetic appearance every day, especially tomorrow morning. He heard from Zhou Qiong that Zhang Zhuangzi would send someone to give him 1,500 taels of silver. However, these taels of silver were not given for free. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for the county magistrate. As an official of the imperial court, he actually needed the charity of a zhuangzi. If word got out, people would not trust him as an official. Therefore, the other side also said that they would use the money to buy a piece of land, the land beside the little Luoshui River. If it was another piece of land, County Magistrate Chung would think about whether Zhang Jie Zhuangzi was deliberately taking advantage of this situation to take advantage of him. However, he couldn't say anything about that piece of land. The other party had already said that they wanted the North Bank. What did the North Bank have? As a county magistrate, he naturally knew that it was just a broken mountain. It took up a lot of land, but it couldn't grow anything. There were only a few trees. If that mountain was worth 1,500 taels of silver, wouldn't the other pieces of land be worth dozens of times more? He had to deal with this matter personally. First, he had to spread the news to the people that Zhang Jie Zhuangzi was buying the mountain. He had to let the people know that there was a Zhuangzi who was willing to make a loss. Second, he had to wait for the yamen to take out the money to let the people know that the yamen didn't take their money and didn't arbitrarily collect taxes from the people. The next morning, County Magistrate Chung woke up. Before he could ask, a servant said to him, "Master, only 2 of those officials can still get up. The others are all sick. Last night, we sent someone to check on them. They said that they are fine and will recover after a few days of rest. Master, do you want to go check on them? Are they really fine? All right, let them take care of them. As for the remaining 2, don't worry about them. Even if they are not sick, they won't be able to cause trouble for the time being. Of course, we have to check on them. Go and prepare some light food. Oh, also prepare some wood ears. These people are all ancestors. Every one of them has to take out a few hundred taels of silver. It's worth it to eat good food and drink." When County Magistrate Chung thought of what these people had said, he became happy. This was good. With Zhang Jia Zhuangzi's support and 1,500 taels of silver, even if they bought some wood ears from Zhang Jia Zhuangzi when they left, they would still be able to make a lot of money. The rest of the money would be used to suppress the price of food due to the drought, especially those merchants who had bad intentions. No matter what, they couldn't be allowed to raise the price of food. Otherwise, the people would go hungry. After freshening up and eating some breakfast, County Magistrate Chung asked people to carry light food to the places where the officials were. Those who were sick were told to rest well. Those who were not sick could only force themselves to get up. Their bodies were sore and painful. After being served and washed up, they didn't even have the strength to eat. When County Magistrate Chung came over with the food, the 2 of them were talking about this matter. They had suffered a lot. After exchanging a few words with County Magistrate Chung and waiting for him to leave, the 2 of them sat at the table. Whenever someone fed them, they would take a bite. The 2 of them were not carrying water. They were helping to clear the wasteland. They swung the pickaxe, one after another. Now, both of their arms were thicker than usual. They hung there, and the slightest movement would make them suck in a breath of cold air. If it were someone who exercised regularly, they would tell them that this was called exhilaration. After arranging these things, County Magistrate Chung began to wait for the people from Zhangjia, Zhuangzi to come. At the same time, he asked people to keep writing notices to let the people in the county know about this matter. As for those who couldn't read, he wasn't worried. Naturally, there would be people who were willing to show that they could read. Before the people from Zhangjia, Zhuangzi came, most of the people in the county knew about this matter. Some people said that Zhangjia Zhuangzi was stupid, while others said that Zhangjia Zhuangzi was benevolent. In any case, no one said that Zhangjia Zhuangzi could make money by buying that mountain. It was already good enough that he didn't lose money. At 9:15, Erniu, who was on Zhangjia Zhuangzi, finally arrived. He came by himself. He put 1,500 taels of silver behind him. Not only were they all silver, there were also copper coins and cloth. Altogether, they filled up 2 carriages. If it was only silver, a few boxes would be enough. Without the money, County Magistrate Chung naturally wouldn't lead Erniu to the place immediately. He first arranged for Erniu to rest. Even though Erniu was a servant, County Magistrate Chung still maintained the proper respect. Erniu, this official remembers that you did a lot of things for Zhang Zhuangzi, right? County Magistrate Chung arranged for Erniu to eat at the place where he was going to let him eat something. Since he came so early, he must have not eaten breakfast. At the same time, he also casually chatted with him. In reply to your question, in fact, I didn't do much. I just listened to the master. Whatever the master asked me to do, I just did it. Your Excellency, you don't need to prepare the food. I have brought it. Look, it's all in the bag. Erniu was usually quite clever. When he saw the place where he was, he knew what the county magistrate had arranged. As he spoke, he put the bag on his back on the table and quickly opened it. There were some bamboo tubes inside. Oh, you even brought things here? Coming out from home, you must have spent a lot of time preparing these things, right? County Magistrate Chung pretended to be curious and asked. In fact, he was not happy in his heart. How long did it take to prepare these things? If he didn't prepare them, wouldn't he have come long ago? Of course. Erniu understood the hidden meaning in County Magistrate Cheng's words. He smiled and explained, Your Excellency, you are wrong this time. Hee. These things I brought were not prepared at home. They were prepared by the master. I got up early and rushed here with these things. I didn't stop to rest at all. As he spoke, he opened the things one by one. There was a big bamboo tube with tofu pudding in it. He loved to eat this, so this was what was prepared for him. There were several smaller bamboo tubes with chives and slices of sliced beef. The smallest bamboo tube had garlic sauce in it. There was a torn oil paper bag next to it. There were 3 big white steamed buns, a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and a copper spoon. These things were his breakfast and utensils. He poured the steaming braised food into the tofu pudding, stirred it with a spoon, and put in some chives. It was ready to eat. Your Excellency, I am indeed hungry. I will eat first, Erniu said to County Magistrate Chung apologetically, and began to eat. County Magistrate Chung was dumbfounded. There was sliced beef and garlic sauce. There were mushrooms, diced meat, wood ears, coriander, and plumeria in the braised food. Not to mention other things, this braised food could be exchanged for hundreds of bowls of tofu pudding. Looking at Erniu eating happily, County Magistrate Chung swallowed his saliva and asked, Why is the master so good to you? Do you usually eat this? No, the food I usually eat is not very good, but not by much. I am going out for business. Your Excellency said that it is easy to stay at home, but difficult to go out. A poor family needs to be blessed. How can the food outside be better than the food at home? So he brought it to me so that I can eat better outside. Erniu took a spoonful of tofu pudding, swallowed it, and replied to County Magistrate Chung with a simple and honest smile on his face. However, County Magistrate Chung did not smile at all. How could the master be so considerate to a servant? Erniu's words were not said by the master to a servant. It was clearly instructed by the parents when their children were going on a long trip. If anyone wanted to bribe such a servant, there was no need to consider. Not to mention Erniu, if he were in Erniu's position, he would also protect the master wholeheartedly. Is it delicious? County Magistrate Chung was lost in thought. When he asked about the fragrance of the braised food and the bean smell of the tofu pudding, he could not help but ask, It's delicious. You may not know, but the food made by our master is delicious. Look at the sliced beef. It is not cooked directly in the pot. That way the meat will be hard. Look at this, it is soft. When cooking, you have to add some other things, which are the things that are used in the dough. Yes, it is a secret recipe. Add that thing together and cook it. After cooking, it will become like this. The garlic sauce is also different. Other garlic sauces are made by crushing the garlic and adding the soy sauce. Here, you have to cut the garlic into foam and soak it in the soy sauce for a few days before taking it out. It is not so spicy and has a special taste. If you don't believe me, you can try it. As Ernie spoke, he saw that he had not eaten many slices of the sliced beef and pushed it in front of County Magistrate Chung. He also pushed the garlic sauce over. County Magistrate Chung looked at the food and struggled to decide whether to eat it or not. If he ate it, he was afraid that he would lose face. If he did not eat it, he would be tempted by Erniu's words. In the end, he persuaded himself that these were his master's food. As a disciple, it was not a big deal to eat some. With this thought, County Magistrate Chung finally put down his pride. He directly picked up a slice of beef and dipped it in the garlic sauce. He put it into his mouth and tasted it carefully. Good, it is indeed extraordinary. Master is indeed capable. Ernyo, have you thought about your master's decision to buy that mountain this time? Don't you think it will be a loss? If it doesn't work out, I will change the place. Change? No, sir, you can't change it. When we came here, our master said that he wanted that mountain. Don't tell me you are going back on your words. When Ernio heard this, he put down his chopsticks and replied firmly. He did not know why the little young master wanted that mountain. He only knew that since the little young master wanted it, it was a good deal. Chapter 111. The sun hung in the sky and shone on the ground, taking away the remaining cold of spring. The green grass swayed back and forth against the flowers. Xiao Hong drove the big goose, Fluffy, and led a group of ducks and geese into the water to play. Sometimes they would find a few small fish that they brought into the pond and compete with each other to eat. Every time a flock of geese flew over her head, she would raise her head and call out twice. The oval-shaped leaves of the locust tree rustled with the wind. The strings of small green beans hanging down from the branches seemed to be about to stretch out and bloom into small white flowers. The children on Zhuangzi all came outside to cut the grass that they were going to feed the livestock. They eagerly looked at the locust tree flowers that were about to bloom so that they could pick some to eat. The sweet locust tree flowers had a special taste, or they could go home and cook locust tree flowers for their masters to brew wine. The taste was a little worse than the elm tree flowers, but there were too many insects on the elm tree flowers, so the locust tree flowers couldn't be eaten too much. When they played together, the older children had to look after the younger children and find fun places to play. Under the lead of the older children, the younger children shouted and played, sprinkling the various places of Zhuangzi with laughter. After lunch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan drank a little more bone soup. They lay side by side on the chairs in the small courtyard that belonged to the two of them, basking in the sun. The noon sun cast short shadows of the two chairs on the ground. Pomegranate sprayed water on the wood ears, leaving only the two of them to enjoy this leisurely time. The toads will come out soon, right? After lying down for a while with closed eyes, the blanket covering her navel slid down a little. Wang Wan pulled the blanket up and closed her eyes again. Yes, it seems that we need to block the bottom of the small river in front of the door and let water in. If the soil is too hard, the hibernating toads won't be able to climb out. This year, let the children not catch toads so early. It's best to let all the toads go into the pond and the paddy field. The pond is always left open to give the toads more places to hibernate. When summer comes, the toads can be the staple food every day. Zhang Xiaobao put his arms behind his head, raised his legs, and shook them as he made up his mind. You still have fish in the paddy field. When the time comes, the toad eggs and small tadpoles will be eaten. Wang Wan was a little worried. Yes, there will be fewer toads in the paddy field and more in the pond. Those toads that can survive in the paddy field are either lucky or strong. After hibernation, the next generation will be stronger. That's the only thing we can do. Let's raise a few dogs this year. It's best if we have a litter of them so that they can fight together. Wang Wan thought of the dogs again. When Zhang Xiaobao heard that she wanted to raise a dog, he shivered and disagreed. I don't like dogs. I have to take care of them. I have to put more energy into these things and less energy in other aspects. Why don't you raise them yourself? There is a sandstone field next to the vegetable field. You can make a nest there. There are leftovers in the yard that can be fed. Don't even think about giving my dogs leftovers. There is salt and other seasonings. I want to choose the dogs myself. When they are young, I will feed them some milk and porridge. When they grow up, I will feed them grain, raw meat, and vegetables. I have so many chickens, I will feed them to the chicken rack. I will also train them myself. Wang didn't care whether Zhang Xiaobao was willing to raise them with her or not. He was independent and couldn't be forced. It was fine as long as there was a place and food. Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and turned to look at Wang. Are you going to raise a native dog like a police dog? Have you learned it? I have seen it and asked the breeder. I just need to copy it. It's just that I don't have enough experience. A dog that can't be raised well is a native dog. A dog that can't be raised well is a police dog. When the things in your family are settled, you can find me a good breed of dog. Can you get a Tibetan Mastiff? If there are a few, then they will do. Wang imagined a group of powerful dogs following her and being obedient in the future. She laughed. Zhang Xiaobao's mouth moved. He didn't know how to organize his words. After waiting for a while, he saw that Wang was still fantasizing. He said, Is there anyone who uses a Tibetan Mastiff as a police dog? It was a group of Duboans who chased after me, but What did you do? Wang didn't fantasize this time and turned to question him. I got rid of them, but they still wanted to track me down. I used something stimulating so that they couldn't smell anything. You don't think that I killed them, do you? I fought such a group with my bare hands. There were many people with guns behind them. Do you think I am stupid? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang, who cared about dogs, shouldn't think too highly of herself. Seeing that Wang was relieved, he said, Ask someone who has a dog that can breed with wolves. I will buy it for you. Tibetan Mastiffs are not suitable. Who told you that Tibetan Mastiffs can't be police dogs? Are you ignorant? You need to find wolf dogs, but you also need to pay attention to Tibetan Mastiffs. Especially in winter, Tibetan Mastiffs can still be used here. Wang curled her lips. Well, they can even get carrots from Tubo. A few dogs are nothing. When you really find them, don't feed them with my beef. Pork. It just so happens that the piglets caught by the farmers have all grown up. Seeing that Wang was so serious, Zhang Xiaobao had to compromise. Don't eat pork. If you don't have beef, eat mutton. Cooperate with me during training. For example, when the dogs are tied up and it's feeding time, you can beat the dogs and don't let them eat. I will come over and drive you away so that the dogs will trust me more. Wang began to arrange things for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao blinked a few times and said, If the dogs trust you, then what about me? In the yamen of Sanshui County, Erniu had already finished his meal. Most of the beef had been digested by County Magistrate Cheng. After resting for a while, County Magistrate Cheng took a group of people with great fanfare, together with the money, cloth, and other things from the Zhang family. They all headed towards the little Luoshui River. The people here had already received the news, and all of them ran over to see what was going on. Some even waited in front of the yamen. As soon as they came out, they followed beside them. They wanted to see which idiot Zhang Zhuangzi was. They also wanted to count the money in the carriage to see if there was really 1,500 taels of silver. By the time County Magistrate Cheng and his entourage arrived, there were already quite a number of people surrounding them. In order to create a scene, County Magistrate Cheng prepared to take down the cloth, copper coins, and silver from the carriage in front of the commoners. He let the people count them and found that it was exactly 1,500 taels of silver. He then had people go to the other side of the river to measure. After a busy process, it took more than 2 hours. This was because there were many people to measure. The land on the other side of the river was 1,200 mu. He wrote the document, printed it, and waited for Erniu to take the document back. The owner of the house would write his name and put his fingerprint on it. This land would then belong to Zhang Zhuangzi, and he would not be able to take the money back. The people were all watching. If the money was used to buy fertile land, there would be people who would think that County Magistrate Chung was greedy. After all, the price was too cheap. However, to buy a barren mountain, everyone felt that there was something wrong with the people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Ernie did not care about the people's discussion. He took the document and immediately rushed back. He had the owner of the house put his fingerprint on it. Song Jinggong, who had been accompanying him, also started to move. He started to recruit people on the spot to start building the land on the other side of the river. Zijin, are you preparing to plant things over there? County Magistrate Chung was puzzled when he saw Song Jinggong move so quickly. Sir, how can we plant things over there? This student is following Zhuangzi's instructions to build houses and docks over there. Zhuangzi took out 1,000 taels of silver for this student to use. Sir, look, there's a lot of soil and rocks on the mountain. It will save us a lot of money to build the docks and houses. At this time, there is a drought and the little Luoshui River has dried up. It will be more convenient for construction. We can find people to dig deeper and widen the river. The extra soil will be used on the river embankment. When the drought is over and the rainy season comes, the river will be wider and the water will be deeper. Some big boats will be able to sail in. The houses at the docks can be rented out as warehouses. The flat land at the foot of the mountain can be built into restaurants and other shops. We can also build the mountain road and build a few pavilions on the mountain. When the time comes, there will be transportation and there will be another place to drink and have fun. Looking at the boats coming and going from the top to the bottom of the river will give us a special feeling. Also, when the time comes, Zhuangzi will continue to fork out money to dig a smaller artificial lake over there. We can build rockery and pavilions in it to attract the water from the little Luoshui River. Boats can be used to travel between the lake and the river. At that time, the people on the mountain can personally come down and paddle the boats. Sir, what do you think of this? Song Jinggong did not hide anything at this time. He told County Magistrate Zhuangzi's arrangements. County Magistrate Chung listened. At first, there was a smile on his face. When he heard the last part, the smile disappeared and was replaced by shock and annoyance. He was stunned and did not move. Song Jinggong had finished speaking, but he did not say anything. Sir, there is one more thing that I need your help with. Song Jinggong saw that County Magistrate Chung was stunned and had to raise his voice. Ah, something else? What else? Don't tell me you want to buy the land on this side of the river too? That won't do. This side of the river is a grain field. We need to grow crops. There is only half a mu of land between the river and here. We can't make a dock. County Magistrate Chung had the same idea just now. Later, he found that if he wanted to do the same, he would have to occupy the land. Then, someone would accuse him of not doing agriculture, but only doing business. Destroying the land to open the trade route was a big sin. He thought that Song Jinggong would be so generous. Sir, don't worry. Zhuangzi will not do such a thing. It's just that I see that the small bridge between the two sides of the river has been in disrepair for a long time. I want to spend money to repair it. I want to build a wider and stronger bridge for the convenience of pedestrians, Song Jinggong explained. Repair the bridge? For the convenience of pedestrians? Don't tell me you want to transport the goods from the other side of the river here? It's really convenient to repair the bridge. County Magistrate Chung immediately understood the key point. If the dock was placed on the other side, the goods would have to be transported over. Zhangjia Zhuangzi really did not want to suffer any losses. Sir, you are wise, Song Jinggong said with a smile. Chapter 112. Since he had bought the land, Song Jinggong did not waste any time. He immediately called for people to work on the other side of the river. They were all people who did not own farmland. The spring plowing was not over yet, and those who had land were busy. After Song Jinggong left, County Magistrate Chung took the things back to the yamen with his men. As soon as he got back, he went to the study and looked outside through the gap of the open window. As he looked, because of the sunlight, his eyes were tired, and all he could see was the warm colors. Sir, there is another document from the next village. County Magistrate Chung was in a daze for half an hour when the deputy district magistrate came from the front with a piece of paper in his hand. Shuyang is here. Shuyang, why didn't we think of expanding the little Luoshui while it's still dry? We can use the mud and stones on the mountain to build houses. When the time comes, the water will flow to the boats. 1,500 taels of silver to buy such a big piece of land. How much do you think it will cost to rent the warehouse a day? How much do you think you can earn by running the restaurant? How much do you think you can earn by renting it to others? How much do you think it will cost to buy goods at the docks and resell them? How much do you charge for stopping the boats? How much do you pay the workers at the docks a day? County Magistrate Chung did not take the document from the Deputy District Magistrate Zhang Mingxing. Instead, he looked out of the window and asked. The Deputy District Magistrate also went with him today. He knew what the County Magistrate was thinking. If they built a docks there and operated according to Master Song's plan, they would be able to earn a lot of money. Because of the drought, the construction was faster and smoother, and they could save a lot of money. They could use the local materials and save a lot of money. They might not even be able to spend 1,000 taels of silver. Everything would be solved. He had thought about this before. When Zhangjia Zhuangzi wanted to buy the land, countless people were waiting to watch the show. He also thought that he was losing money and was grateful to him, now that he owed him a favor and the money was earned by him. He thought that Zhangjia Zhuangzi was making use of the drought to turn a poor place into a source of income. Sir, I also don't know how much Zhangjia Zhuangzi can earn. The more prosperous this place is, the more they can earn. There is a mountain of gold in front of us, but we can't see it. We can't take it back, right? The Deputy District Magistrate knew that the County Magistrate was unhappy and was afraid that the County Magistrate would tear up the land deed and the document. Take it back? How would he dare? Even if he gave it away to another place, he wouldn't be able to take it back. This was good too. After all, doing business required paying taxes. During the summer, some laborers had nothing to do, so they went to help out at the docks. This way they could earn more. When the ships came in, they could save on the transportation fees. This river was connected to the Jingshui River, and from the Jingshui River, they could enter the Weishui River. It extended in all directions and was convenient to go anywhere. If this money was earned by someone else, I would feel heartache. But to give it to Zhangjia Zhuangzi, that is because he is capable. After all, he has taken out 1,500 taels of silver. Do you think there are other places in Sanshui County that can earn a lot of money? It's just that no one noticed. Of course, County Magistrate Chung did not dare to go back on his words, not to mention that he still wanted to be apprenticed to a master. Even if there were no masters among the ordinary Zhuangzi there, he did not dare to deal with them easily. In the yamen, from the cleaners to the yamen runners, Zhangjia Zhuangzi had given a lot of benefits. Everyone knew that once he made a decision, the people he sent out would definitely report to Zhangjia Zhuangzi first. The Deputy District Magistrate also knew this and agreed. You are right. There is a docks there. In the future, when you are promoted, the people here can still get benefits. As long as you don't go too far away, you can come back by boat. You can also see the distance and enjoy the music on the boat. If Zhangjia Zhuangzi produces any good things, he can also get a boat to bring them to you. At this time, we should focus on the drought. In summer or autumn, you can help Zhangjia Zhuangzi to deliver the grain. Then, it won't be too late to ask. Even if you don't need it, the new district magistrate who replaces you can use it. Didn't we decide to send people to see if they are willing to do a good job? Otherwise, the Deputy District Magistrate did not finish his words. County Magistrate Chung also understood that he had enough benefits and left some for the next District Magistrate. He was prepared to promote the next District Magistrate. If the higher-ups did not promote him and insisted on sending someone, it would depend on whether that person was willing to do things for Sanshui County and whether he was obedient. Otherwise, if an outsider wanted to establish himself in Sanshui County, it would be a dream. Once the words were said, both of them were relieved. County Magistrate Chung took the document and looked at it. It was a request for the district magistrate to get something to dig a well. This was simple, so he signed it and stamped it. Just as he sent someone to arrange this matter, Song Jingong rushed over again. The matter over there was going to be a preliminary arrangement. He found 2 people to lead the digging. He still had other things to discuss with the county magistrate. This time he was here to deliver benefits. Zijin, you are here? How are things going over there? With the docks and the place over there, Sanshui County will have a better life in the future. Don't forget to thank the people on Zhuangzi on behalf of this district when you go back. County Magistrate Chung greeted him and asked someone to serve tea. Song Jingong sat down and paused for a moment. He said, "Sir, they have started working. I am here to ask for your help. Are you in trouble? Tell me." County Magistrate Chung really did not understand why Song Jingong wanted to find him. "Thank you, sir. It is indeed a little difficult. We don't have enough manpower. Do you know which places in this district are so dry that they don't need so much labor? I am willing to pay to hire people. If there are women in the family who can support the house, you can also find them to help cook some food." Song Jingong chose 2 kinds of people. This way, according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, was to repay the society. In the future, there would be other things to do like this. County Magistrate Chung looked at Song Jingong. After a while, he said, "This is not a problem. It is obviously to solve my problems. The more problems like this, the better. I will find someone to verify it immediately. When the time comes, I will send people to work for you. With more income, they will feel better. Sir, you really love the people. When the mountain and some scenic places are finished, you can find something for the people in Sanshui County to do." Song Jingong continued. "What else? Do you want people to carry the poles up the mountain? That is fine." This was the only thing that County Magistrate Chung could think of. There were all kinds of places at the bottom of some mountains. There was no distinction between high and low. It was mainly for enjoyment. Song Jingong shook his head. "Sir, this is just a normal thing. What I want to say is to let some people in the county who know embroidery to embroider some things. When the time comes, some traveling scholars will write poems. These poems will be embroidered on a big handkerchief and be sold at the restaurant in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The people there will also be sold here. They will be sold here for 5 days first, and then be sold. In this way, the people who come here to play will have to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to see their poems. First, they want to see how much their works are worth. Second, they want to hear other people's comments. Good idea. Let the people of one place go to play in 2 places and bring their friends. Both sides can make a lot of money. At the same time, people in the county who rely on this can also earn a lot of money. But if someone writes a poem that is not good, can we wait for him to buy it himself?" Hearing Song Jingong's idea, County Magistrate Chung was so excited that he trembled. This business was calculated well. The 2 sides were so far away, but they could cooperate with each other. Not only could it let Zhangjia Zhuangzi earn a lot of money, but it could also help the people in the county to earn more money. If all the businessmen in the world could do this, how good would it be? "Sir, you don't have to worry about the situation where no one wants to buy it. If no one wants to buy it, Zhuangzi will arrange for people to buy it. It is nothing more than paying the people in the county more money to make it. When the time comes, we will write down the names and addresses of the people who wrote the poems. During festivals, we will embroider it and send it over with a gift. Zhuangzi will specially find a place to put the things that are bought. Whether he comes to see it himself or becomes famous in the future, it will be a kind of income." Zhuangzi also said that the route from here to Zhuangzi will be fixed. The people who come to visit here will only take one road. Every once in a while, there will be a pavilion built for people to rest. Next to the pavilion, people who don't have a good life in the county can set up a stall. They can either sell tea or wine. It will also be more work. The pavilion will be built by the county. Seeing that the county magistrate was so happy, Song Jinggong directly told him his future plans. He believed that County Magistrate Chang would be able to use them in the future. If he left, he would have to see how the next county magistrate would be. If he did not treat Zhang Jiezhuangzi well, he would definitely not give him this political achievement. County Magistrate Cheng could not say anything else. He could only nod and agree. When Song Jinggong left, he personally went to the gate of the yamen and walked in. He stood there and watched Song Jinggong's figure become smaller and smaller. When he could not see him anymore, he turned around and went back. As soon as he came back, he hurriedly found the deputy county magistrate and asked him to think of a way to save some money. He did not want to use it all at once, so that he could use it for other purposes in the future. After thinking about it, he called the chief secretary, Zhao Xiang, and told him these things. The next county magistrate was going to promote the chief secretary. If he did not tell him and waited until Song Jinggong came, County Magistrate Cheng felt that he would misunderstand. When the chief secretary, Zhao Xiang, saw County Magistrate Cheng, his face was stiff. After hearing County Magistrate Cheng's words, he was also moved. If he did these things when he became the county magistrate, it would only take a year for Sanshui County's finance to double. At that time, he would also be promoted. It would be time for Sanshui County to elect a new county magistrate. The deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingxing, was also listening to them. He also thought that he would have a chance at that time. He was happy, but suddenly he became depressed and said, "At that time, Sanshui County will become a popular place. I guess many people will want to be the county magistrate here. What should I do? Xuyang, you can't just wait. Once Sanshui County becomes rich, it will not be as simple as just 2 auspicious signs like mine. At that time you can ask them. Maybe there will be a new way." County Magistrate Cheng pointed in the direction of Zhang Jiezhuangzi. Chapter 113. As the sun set, the sky and water were dyed red, and the wild geese were singing in the afterglow. The wild geese were singing in harmony with the wind. The geese were calling home geese, and the kind mothers were calling their children softly. The evening was shrouded in smoke. After summer, there was still a month of work to be done in the field. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. At night, some people who couldn't sleep would go outside to look at the night sky and the stars. Of course, the farmers who were tired from a day's work would not waste their time like this. Only some of the farmers had the leisure to do so. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate steamed buns stuffed with chives for dinner. After drinking some spinach soup, they were full. They lay on the couch and soon fell asleep. When they were woken up by Pomegranate about 4 hours later, they found that there were still people outside who couldn't sleep and were wandering around. Xiaobao, everyone's energy is too exuberant. Find something for them to do. Now that they can't sleep at night, when the weather is at its hottest, won't they have to stay awake for the entire night? It will delay their work the next day. Wang Wan sat in front of the desk and was ready to study. She saw the light at the back window changing. It should be because the torches in the yard were blocked by people and then left. No entertainment will work. If you ask them to play mahjong, they will probably play all night. This means that there is less work during the day. The main thing is that there are more people in the yard. If we divide the work, there won't be much work left. Since they can't sleep, let's study. Zhang Xiaobao spread the paper and opened the book. He thought of the knowledge he learned from his father and began to review. He admired the energy of these servants. While grinding the ink, he said to Wang Wan, "You can find some things to do during the day. Let's go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. If there is fern, let's see if we can find monk's head. It's a 4-color flower. Its scientific name is platycodon. Pick more and pickle it with salt when we come back. Seal the jar and dry it. We can eat it in winter when there is no food." Okay, let's do that. It seems that we need to find more work for them in the future. If they are tired, they can sleep at night. Wang Wan thought it was a good idea. Those who were still wandering outside didn't know that the young master and young lady had found something fun for them. Early the next morning, Most of the people in the two main families' courtyards took their food and drinks for the day and walked up the mountain. The task had been arranged. As long as it was something edible, they had to pick it back. In groups of 2 or 3, they had to be careful of snakes and insects. When the children who were originally playing in Zhuangzi saw that so many people had been mobilized, they thought that something big had happened and went forward to ask. When they learned that it was to pick mountain vegetables, they gathered together and discussed it. They also went up the mountain to pick. They didn't dare to go too far, so they looked for it nearby. They ate and played while picking, so they didn't feel tired. When night fell, the children first delivered the things to the main family. Although they were small, their speed of picking mountain vegetables was not slower than the adults. A group of children actually got 2 big sacks of mountain vegetables and put them outside the main family's courtyard, waiting for the people inside to come out and pick them up. The people in the courtyard should go out to work, so there was no need to give extra pay. The children had been busy the whole day, so of course, they couldn't take it for free. The housekeeper took out some salted duck eggs and gave each child 2. The children were satisfied with something, and 2 salted duck eggs were not a small amount. If they ate sparingly, they could eat for 5 or 6 days. They put the duck eggs in their pockets and left happily. The people in the courtyard came back later. They didn't know how far they had walked, but they were all listless. The dozens of sacks weighed more than 3,000 caddies. If they were to use salt to pickle them, they would need to use a lot of salt, which was naturally impossible. They had to pick some good ones and use salt water to brine them. The others were taken to a cool place to dry and hung in a ventilated place. They could be stored for a long time. Those people hurriedly ate dinner and were about to go to bed. At this time, they were instructed to learn to read. The 3 special class maids in the courtyard were responsible for teaching them. After learning for 2 hours, these people finally couldn't stand it anymore. They went back to their rooms, one by one, and fell asleep. This night, no one was energetic enough to sleep. How is it? This method is good, right? We have gained a lot of things and solved other people's insomnia problem. When they were learning in the evening, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Good, but what about the mountain vegetables in 2 days? What do you want them to do? They can't go to the mountain to chop wood, right? You have to arrange something for them that they can do for a long time. Except for some festivals and during the farming season, they can help. Usually, they don't seem to do much work." Wang Wan found that since she found more people to work in the courtyard, there was less work to do. She and Zhang Xiaobao helped to plan most of the work. Efficiency increased, and there was a surplus of manpower. She wasn't stupid enough to let the people in the courtyard live a life of 9 to 5 in the morning and a life of nightlife. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't want to see so many people idle. It was easy to form a kind of lazy mentality. If they were idle, they could do something by themselves. It showed that they had a yearning for life. But if they were idle and didn't know what to do, it would be troublesome. They must have a goal, even if it was passive and blindly follow the goal. When he heard Wang Wan ask him to think of a long-term method, he thought for a while and shook his head. "No, we can't imprison them with a long-term job. We must let them feel the freshness of the work at all times. Pomegranate, xiaohong, and cherries are exceptions. They have already regarded that job as an honor. They love it from the bottom of their hearts. If we change them, they will think that we are denying them. Let these people pick mountain vegetables for 2 days. When the time comes, they will pick lotus flowers. County Magistrate Chung found so many lotus flowers and put them in the pond, right? Let them do that first. After 2 days, let them raise prawns and crabs. Don't let them be too familiar with it. After a few days, they will change to other things. The others will change with them. The disadvantage of this is that the animals we raise will not have a high output and will die easily. The advantage is that when they meet something they are not familiar with, if they want to satisfy the master, they have to learn. They learn from the people who did this before. Those people also have to learn from them. I know. In the process of teaching others, there will be a kind of spiritual reward. It strengthens the communication between them. At the same time, It will force them to treat everything seriously. Otherwise, when others ask them, they will not be able to answer. If others say it out loud, it will be embarrassing. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan also understood. They were using their money to train people. When a person developed the habit of working seriously, they would keep it in other jobs. In order to be able to teach others better, they could only learn hard, think seriously, and sum up some experience. The two of them wrote a few more lines. Wang Wan spoke again. In fact, we won't lose much money. The so-called loss refers to the difference between the expected output and the actual output. The transplanted lotus flowers don't cost money. There is a ready-made pond. We can get the prawn and crab seedlings from those who sell prawns and crabs. I think it's okay. In addition to these things, some of the vegetables in the backyard should be able to be grafted. The same goes for the fruit trees. There will always be new things waiting for them. Continue writing. We will go to sleep after a while. Unknowingly, the Dragon Boat Festival was coming. The spring plowing had finished a few days ago. They took care of it a little and waited for the harvest. The first batch of wheat had been harvested. The second batch would be later. At the same time, the construction of the restaurant in Zhuangzi had been completed. The supply of MSG to the 3 restaurants in the county had always been the same. They were preparing to use it on their own businesses. Of course, these businesses were not under the name of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Zhang family and the Wang family had always been pure farmers. The ancestors of the Zhang family had made some contributions, so they could be considered as the descendants of good and loyal people. As for the business, it had nothing to do with the Zhang family. Outsiders were outsiders. They occupied the land of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Even the mountain in Little Luoshui was bought by the head of the Zhang family and sublet. What the sublet did was unknown. The project in Little Luoshui was not completed yet. The river had to be dug, the dikes had to be repaired, the houses had to be built according to the specifications, and the wharf had to be built. These projects were carried out at the same time, which solved the problem of idle labor in the county. The paths and pavilions on the mountain, as well as the artificial lake below, had to wait until other things were done. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, those who picked wormwood and other medicinal herbs also took advantage of this time to pick everything that could be picked. Zhang family and the Wang family also bought a lot of things in Zhuangzi this time. It was Zhang Xiaobao who paid for these things to be hoarded. After a while, when the medicinal herb shop was almost used up, they would be sold together. On the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhang family and the Wang family began to distribute zongzi to the villagers in Zhuangzi. The restaurant also opened on the same day. Strings of firecrackers rang out as if they were free. County Magistrate Chang brought some people from the yamen to congratulate them. Zhou Qiong did not lie. He also invited people from the province to eat and drink here for free. Song Jinggong's reputation spread far and wide, so he attracted many literary friends to come here to support him. These people knew about it 2 days ago. Every one of them took advantage of the time and worked hard at home to write poems, waiting to show off when they arrived. Tuqiao village was such a remote place, but because of the opening of the restaurant, it became very lively. This made the villagers of the 3 Zhuangzi happy together. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang could not participate, let alone stand at the door to welcome the guests. The adults in the family had all gone, leaving only the 2 of them to play in the courtyard. Xiaobao, do you think there are any zongzi that children can eat? Just like us. Wang Wan looked at other people steaming or boiling zongzi. She was a little hungry, but she was worried that it would not be easy to digest, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao out of boredom. There should be, right? I don't want sticky rice. I'll just use ordinary rice with some minced meat in it. Then I'll wrap it up and steam it in a pot. When the time comes, it will be ready to eat. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed. Don't say any more. How can that still be called a zongzi? If that Zhou Qiong comes to ask about it later, we have to answer him correctly. Wang Wan lay on the chair, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 114. Zhou Qiong, County Magistrate Cheng, and the others left in a hurry after lunch. Only Song Jingong and the people he brought were still eating and drinking in the restaurant. It seemed that they were going to stay up all night. Those who couldn't hold their liquor had already fallen asleep after drinking too much, but they didn't leave. They were waiting for the night to wake up so that they could continue fighting. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Zhou Qiong and County Magistrate Cheng to bring much income to the restaurant. Usually they would stay in the province for a few days, so it was impossible for them to come here for a drink. It was the same for County Magistrate Cheng. Going back and forth would take up almost an entire day. It wasn't worth it just to have a meal. The purpose of asking them to come here was to wait for the construction at Little Luoshui to be completed. After that, they would connect with this place and let those who were envious of the benefits know that these two places were under the protection of the county magistrate and an army officer. When the time came, they would weigh their weight. Those who weren't qualified shouldn't come forward. Those who were qualified should be dealt with separately. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen had been waiting for Zhou Qiong to come over and ask him questions. In the end, he left after eating and seemed to have forgotten that there was an expert here. This made the two of them feel much more relaxed. The Dragon Boat Festival passed by in a lively manner. This year, other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi giving out zongzi to the villagers, the Ji's Zhuangzi also learned from them and gave out some. This year, the Ji's didn't have to hand in grain to the imperial court, but the villagers had to hand in grain to the main family, so there would be a lot left over. Moreover, the restaurant had opened and the three families were operating together. They couldn't continue to be stingy. After the zongzi were given out, the villagers of the Gu family puffed out their chests. When they met the villagers of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang again, they had something to say. County Magistrate Cheng, who came to support them, hurried back to the yamen and rested for a while. Seeing that it was already late, he called Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing over and prepared a few dishes and a small jar of wine. Under the cover of the night, they began to discuss matters. Xuyang, how many days has it been? There hasn't been a single drop of rain. Let's not talk about the reduction in grain production. There's so many people and livestock that are running out of water. If we don't think of a solution soon, people will die of thirst. County Magistrate Cheng poured a bowl of wine for the deputy county magistrate and sighed. The deputy district magistrate held the bowl with both hands and waited for the district magistrate to finish pouring. He placed the bowl gently in front of him and said worriedly, 6 days ago, there was some rain at the east of the district. It stopped in less than 2 hours, and the ground was not wet. Now, there are many places in the district where the ground is cracked and we can't get much water from the wells. County Magistrate Cheng was also aware of this situation. He reached out his chopsticks and was about to pick up some food when he stopped. He drank a big mouthful of wine and exhaled. There's less water in the well. What if we dig deeper? Is it possible to dig out water? Yes, but the well is not like when it was dug. If we want to go down directly, other than some big wells, the other wells will not work. If we want to dig deeper, we have to dig all of them. My lord, it would be great if the well could be like the auspicious well where water comes out with a bang. Now, that well is still supplying water to many people. The deputy county magistrate drank a mouthful of wine with him and followed the county magistrate's words. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope appeared on his originally troubled face. Both he and the county magistrate knew how the auspicious sign appeared. The Zhang family's farmstead had used this to make an exchange with someone in the state. As a result, the well had been filled with water after a rumbling sound. Even now, the water had not decreased. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this, his eyes lit up. That's right. What can't Zhang Zhuangzi do? Why didn't he think of asking them for help? Since one well could produce water, there should be more wells. Xuyang, you have done a meritorious service. If this matter can be solved, the people of Sanshui County will thank you. Quickly, call Qindong and ask him to come to Zhang Zhuangzi immediately. Ask him to come here, even if he has to beg. It concerns the lives of so many people. If it really doesn't work, I will go there and kneel for a long time to get the water out." County Magistrate Chung had made up his mind. He didn't know how the people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi got the water out of the well. Perhaps they borrowed some magical power, which might also affect their lifespan. However, he had no other choice. He would ask when the time came. If it really reduced his lifespan by too much, he could only think of other ways. After all, it was not just one well. If his lifespan was reduced by a few days, he would build a longevity shrine in the county and tell the people in the county who worked so hard to get water for them at this time. He would also need to send a document to the higher-ups. He had to get the water out first, and then send a document. Chen Dong happened to be on duty tonight. He came as soon as he heard the call. After the county magistrate finished speaking, he promised, "Sir, don't worry. I will rush there as fast as I can and let them know about this. I believe that Zhangjia Zhuangzi won't just stand by and do nothing. Go quickly. If they fall asleep and can't be woken up, just wait. When dawn comes, the restaurant over there will open. You can go there and wait. Maybe you can eat some dishes and drink some wine." County Magistrate Chung told Qindong not to delay things and then let him leave. "Come, Shuyang, let's drink together. I really didn't want to eat just now. There is food here. Some people may not even have water to drink." County Magistrate Chung, who was temporarily relieved, regained his spirit and asked his deputy to eat and drink. Chun Dong also knew that this was a serious matter. He took 2 horses from the yamen and didn't stop at all. He changed horses all the way and arrived at Zhangjia Zhuangzi in 3 hours. Seeing that the restaurant was still brightly lit, Qindong licked his lips. He really wanted to go in and drink a bowl of wine. At the same time, he also knew that they wouldn't take his money. Even if he gave it to them, they wouldn't accept it. But there was something more important. He endured the thirst in his mouth and came to the courtyard of the Zhang family. He knocked on the door twice. The night watchman opened the small door and saw that the yamen runner had arrived. The county magistrate had just left at noon. Could it be that he got lost on his way back and the yamen runner couldn't wait for him and came to ask? This was not something he could handle. He ran to the back and woke up the housekeeper. Steward Zhang had just fallen asleep. Others could sleep earlier, but he couldn't. He was in charge of many things. He got up reluctantly and walked to the living room. The yamen runner, Qindong, was already waiting there. The tea was served, and he drank 2 bowls of it. Then he told the purpose of his visit and waited for Steward Zhang's reply. At least he had to ask the expert. Steward Zhang estimated the time and said to Qindong, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go and ask. Whether it's successful or not, I'll come back and tell you." After that, Steward Zhang left the living room and walked to the courtyard of the little child. He knew that the little child and his wife just happened to wake up at this time to study. Otherwise, he would have to ask the yamen runner to come back tomorrow morning. When Steward Zhang arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating. Children grew up quickly and became hungry quickly. They took time to eat something. After Steward Zhang repeated the matter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and reached an agreement. They said to Steward Zhang, "You go and tell the yamen runner to draw a map of the wells that need water and send it here. Don't worry about anything else. Also, tell him that there may not be so much water coming out of every well. Also, this kind of thing will shorten one's life. This is the only time." Steward Zhang took the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other again and sighed at the same time. This time they had to do a lot of things. It had to be said that it was life-threatening. Otherwise, if the higher-ups asked them to blow up the other 2 big places and their surroundings one by one, they couldn't stand it. "Xiaobao, how about artificial rain? Recently, there are always clouds floating above, but it doesn't rain. I'll try to make some clay bombs. What do you think?" Wang Wan suggested. "Okay, when the time comes, you can blow me up. I'll have a bucket of water in each hand and pour it wherever I want. Even if you can make clay bombs and the launching tools are simple, I can't make dry ice. Zhang Xiaobao said, and reached out to touch Wang Wan's forehead to see if she had a fever. Don't touch me, I'm just saying. People need to have some hope and work hard with that hope. I believe that you'll be able to create dry ice in your lifetime, or even liquid nitrogen. Wang Wan slapped his hand away. Dry ice? Do you believe that if you push me too hard, I will become a dry corpse tomorrow? Eat quickly, it will be cold soon. This is fungus soup, it's expensive. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was just saying it casually to ease the atmosphere. Anyone would know that artificial rain was impossible at this time. After drinking the soup and eating something, Wang Wan said, How should we arrange it? We can't let others find out this secret. We can only blow it up when others are not paying attention. Then it will be nighttime. We have to arrange a few people. Erniu is one, and his brother Daniu is another. Who else can be absolutely reliable? Huzi is also fine. I don't know about others. Just the three of them. We have to spend a lot of money to buy materials, and we can't ask for reimbursement from County Magistrate Cheng. This matter is settled. Read the book. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a good candidate at the moment, so he could only trouble the three of them. Steward Zhang told Qindong what the young master said. Qindong was happy when he heard it. He got up and wanted to go back to tell the good news to the county magistrate, but he was stopped by Steward Zhang. He said that if he went back, the county magistrate would be asleep. It would be better to wait until dawn, when the county magistrate would wake up. During this time, he didn't need to live in the yard. He found a night patrol and asked him to take Qindong to the restaurant to eat something and have a good rest. Horses also needed to eat and rest. When Qindong arrived at the restaurant, he was given 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, as well as 4 side dishes. There was also a small pot of wine and a bowl of rice. Because this was a joint venture between 3 families, they had to keep a separate tab and count it as a special reception fee. Qindong was not in the mood to enjoy. He hurriedly finished his meal and went to sleep. The next day, he woke up without being woken up. He didn't even eat breakfast and directly rode back. When he arrived at the yamen, he didn't care whether the county magistrate was awake or not. He ran inside and shouted, Sir, it's done. It's done. Chapter 115. Boom! After the first thunderous boom, several more thunderous booms rang out in Linhe village of Sanshui County. At this time, it was 4:00 in the morning. The people in the village were awakened from their sleep, but they thought it was going to rain or thunder. They couldn't bear the sleepiness and went back to sleep. Only some old people who didn't sleep well wanted to see what the rain looked like. They put on their clothes, opened the door, and stood inside the door to look outside. The sky was still dark, and the stars were still twinkling. Apart from the coolness of the night, there was no trace of moisture. Many dogs were barking, but nothing else had changed. Why is there thunder? Why is God striking down these thunderbolts? Sigh. An old man who had already opened the door and was looking outside mumbled a few words and turned to walk back into the house. Old man, is it raining outside? My ears are getting old, and I can't hear anything. An old lady's voice came from the house. No, go to sleep. I wonder what evil thing that wastrel did. God is going to strike him with lightning. As the old man spoke, he moved back to the straw mattress and squatted down with difficulty. He took off the clothes draped over his body and casually rolled them up twice before placing them where the pillow should be. He then pulled over half of the blanket and fell asleep with his back facing the old lady. In the darkness, the old lady blinked her eyes and helped the old man tuck in the blanket around his neck. She lay there with her head up and thought for a while. Then she sighed and waited for the old man's snores to start. Then she also fell asleep. The next morning, the children in Linhe village woke up first. They dragged their water barrels to the well to get water. Every day, the water in the wells would be the highest in the morning and the lowest in the evening. It wasn't like this in the past. Usually, the water in the well would rise as they fetched water. If they really wanted to get the water to the bottom, they would need a few adults to take turns to carry the water with willow rollers. It would take more than 2 hours for the water to reach the bottom. After a while, it would slowly rise again. They thought it was the same today. They dragged the heavy wooden buckets and rushed towards the well. Some families had 2 or 3 children. The older ones dragged the buckets, while the younger ones ran to stand at the mouth of the well. This was also considered a position for them. It was no exception now. A group of children were practically running out of the house. The older children had to look after the younger ones and make sure that they did not fall into the well. This was not like a winch. There was always a bucket hanging at the mouth of the well to block it. The well was an open well, so a rope had to be tied to it. There was a hole at the bottom, and there was a tarpaulin covering it. As long as the water fell into the well, the weight of the bucket would cause the water to wash away the tarpaulin. When the bucket was lifted up, the weight of the water would press the tarpaulin to the bottom of the bucket. Some water would leak out, but most of the water would be lifted up. This kind of well usually did not have any safety measures. Some used a wooden board, and some just left the mouth open. If someone fell in, even an adult could not save them, let alone a child. Once they were out of the house, the children would run towards whichever side of the well was closest to their house. When they were about the same distance, they would run towards whichever side had fewer children. A family had 3 children. The 2 older ones were girls, and the younger one was a boy. One of the girls ran towards the well, while the other girl had to look after her younger brother. When she and her younger brother reached the mouth of the well, they saw her younger sister standing there in a daze. "Chow, or what are you doing? Be careful not to fall into the well." As the older sister, she had to take good care of her younger brother and sister. She looked at the straw curtain at the mouth of the well and worriedly asked her younger sister, "Chow, or came first?" And the others had not arrived yet. She first looked into the well and vaguely discovered that there was more water inside than a few days ago. It was much higher than a few days ago, and there was a white light in the darkness. She was very certain. When she heard her older sister's question, she quickly said, "Older sister, there's more water. Quickly bring some up to see." As the older sister, she found that there was a different smell in the surroundings, and it was very unpleasant. Seeing that her younger sister was still standing there, she moved closer to look and felt that the water was indeed much higher. "It's true. Help me pull the rope. I'll put the willow in to see." As she spoke, the older sister used all her strength to throw the wooden bucket next to the well down. When there was a sound, she immediately pulled it up. Otherwise, when the water was full, she wouldn't be able to pull it up. When the small bucket of water was pulled up, the 3 siblings looked inside curiously. "Oldest sister, second sister, this water is too muddy." After the younger brother looked, he said to his 2 older sisters, "Let's not worry about it for now. Let's occupy the place and wait for father to come and fetch the water." The older sister had also seen the water. It was a bit muddy, but it was better than nothing. At this time, the other children arrived one after another. There were 2 boys in the family who didn't need an adult to come and could directly go and fetch the water. They were bold. Even if they had to be spanked by their parents after getting the water, they were still willing to do more for the family. When they saw that there were already people standing in front of them, they urged them. If they wanted to get the water first, they would usually have to quarrel. Today, the 3 siblings in front of them were very easy to talk to and gave up their position. These 2 boys were a pair of twins. They were both 10 years old this year. Since others had stepped aside, they naturally wouldn't be polite. They carried the buckets to the mouth of the well. After estimating the distance, they placed the buckets to the side and threw the still wet willow into the well. They cocked their ears to listen to the movements inside. When they felt that it was about time and should be half filled with willow water, they pulled the rope together. When they reached the well, they directly put the back of the willow down on the edge of the well. The front of the well was facing their own bucket. When they tilted, the water inside flowed into the wooden bucket. The boys' thoughts were worse than the girls'. They didn't even consider whether the water was muddy or not. After pouring the willow water in, they continued to fetch water. After a few rounds, they finally filled up the wooden bucket they brought with them and dragged it back home. As they dragged on, their parents arrived. They happened to see their 2 children walking back after fetching water. They approached them in 2 steps. Without saying anything, they directly lifted one of them in front of them. They squatted down, straightened their knees, and pressed the child on top of them. They opened their palms and began to smack the child's buttocks. "What did I tell you? I asked you to occupy a spot, but you took your brother to fetch water. If you fell, how would your mother and I live? I'll beat you to death, you disobedient child." "Dad, I'm the younger brother. Today's water is higher than usual. I fetched more water first." "Why are you hitting me?" The child who was hit wailed. It wasn't that he was in pain. Usually, when he fought with the other children in the village, it was more painful than this. The main reason was that he was afraid of being hit by his parents since he was young. The father raised his hand and took it back. He looked at the other son. He had no choice. After so many years, as long as the 2 children stood together and couldn't see the birthmark on their bodies, he couldn't tell who was the elder and who was the younger one. Especially when the 2 children usually played together, they were the same and always wore different clothes. The other child saw his father's gaze and took 2 steps back. "Dad, I'm the younger brother. Elder brother, don't hurt me. Elder brother, how can you lie through your teeth? Well, anyway, I've suffered a lot for you. I'll be the elder brother this time." The other child quickly said. The father patted his head with his hand. "Stop talking. You're the elder brother, and I'm the younger brother. Later, you're not allowed to change clothes. Go home and let your mother recognize which one is the elder brother. Prepare yourself." The father really had no choice. He often hit the wrong child, and when he went home his wife would complain. The child who did something wrong would secretly laugh at the side, and the child who didn't do anything wrong could only cry and feel wronged. He was not as good as his wife. Whether it was listening to the voice or just a casual glance, no matter how the 2 children changed clothes, even if their faces were smeared with mud, he could still recognize them immediately. He had never missed. "Dad, don't worry. Elder brother and I will never change clothes. Elder brother, this is all your fault." The 2 children said to their father at the same time. It was not the first time they said this. It was instinctive. The father didn't really want to hit his 2 sons. He was just worried that the 2 boys would always go out to do things by themselves. If they were really in danger, he would never forget if one of them was missing. At the same time, he felt that his 2 sons were sensible and knew how to help the adults draw water. Looking down at the water in the bucket, he found that it was much more turbid than usual. Only then did he remember what his son said just now. The water in the well was higher than usual. Looking at the water again, his eyes suddenly widened. Of course, he knew when such a thing would happen. It was when the well had just been dug, and the water inside would gush out with mud. The water would rise, and it would be equally turbid. A few adults would take turns to draw water out until the bottom was seen and all the mud that could enter the water was removed. Only then would clear water come out. Of course, other than this, when the earth moved, the water in the well would be very turbid. However, the chickens in the village wouldn't jump and the dogs wouldn't bark. It was impossible for the earth to move. Could it be that someone had dug another well? At this time, some adults from other families came over and also discovered this situation. Some of them were quick-witted and thought of the thunder they heard in the morning. They excitedly said, "Auspicious sign, this is auspicious sign. I heard that water came out of a well that had been dry for many years in the county town after a few thunderclaps. Our well also had thunder first, right?" After hearing what he said, the others also thought of it. All of them stopped fetching water and prepared to head to the county city to report it. Before they could leave the village, there were people saying the same thing in other places with wells. Then even a village has auspicious signs. Most of the water in the well had risen, and there were so many thunder sounds. Some smart people directly said that this was a miracle for the village. Chapter 116. After discovering that 7 of the 9 wells in the village were full of water, the people of Linha village were very happy. Now, they didn't have to worry about running out of water. They could even transport the water to the fields to make up for it. The positions occupied by the children were also not important. The 7 wells were full of people. One by one, they took off their shirts, bare-chested, and began to take turns to draw water. The water they drew was directly transported to the fields. As for the remaining 2 wells, one was missing a piece due to years of disrepair, while the other had not changed much. This situation was immediately reported to the county. They wanted to make an auspicious sign or something, but they were persuaded by the sinister county magistrate to keep it a secret. "Sir, don't think about this. Take a rest." The county magistrate's face was also ugly as he advised County Magistrate Chung. The registrar, county deputy, and the bailiffs who knew about this matter also had no smile on their faces. They knew that behind the happiness of the people, someone was using his life to support it. What auspicious sign was this? What water was this? It was clearly tears of blood. They all believed Qindong's words. The masters of Zhangjiazhuangzi, for the sake of the people of Sanshui County, actually used his life as the price to activate the divine power. The county magistrate, county deputy, and registrar were the most conflicted in their hearts. They wanted to let the people in the county have water to drink, but they were also afraid that the 2 masters of Zhangjiazhuangzi had an accident. They couldn't decide between the 2. The bailiffs couldn't care so much. They only hoped that the people of Zhangjiazhuangzi were still alive and well. When they heard that the people of Linha County wanted to make an auspicious sign, they couldn't help but want to beat them a few times. "Well, Shuyang, there are other things today. Help me take a look. I will go to the back to check on some of the previous omissions." County Magistrate Chung was the happiest but also the saddest. He arranged for people to go to Zhangjiazhuangzi. A village had water, but he had to worry about the masters of Zhangjiazhuangzi. After the county deputy agreed, County Magistrate Chung returned to his courtyard without another word. He dismissed the servants and found incense and candles alone. He brought them to the study room and personally ground an ink stick. He wrote the names of the 2 of them on a piece of paper and placed it on the table in the study room. He lit the incense and candles and then knelt there. "This unfilial student greets the 2 of you. I wish the 2 of you a long life. I swear that if any of the 60,000 elders in Shan Shui County dare to disrespect the 2 of you, even if it means risking my life, I will not let them off easily." After that, County Magistrate Chung kowtowed 3 more times before standing up. In the next few days, not only were the wells in Linha village filled with water, but many of the wells in other villages were filled with water as well. The wells that originally had water had more water, and the wells that didn't have water were filled with water. From time to time, someone would report this to the yamen as an auspicious sign. The more the yamen heard, the more upset they felt. "My lord, why don't we send someone to Zhangjiazhuangzi and ask them to stop for a while and transport some water from other villages to those villages that are suffering from drought? Then, when the people have water, what should we do? This is exchanging lives for lives." A pregnant yamen runner found County Magistrate Chung and knelt there, crying and begging. Of course, he got the news from Qindong. His family had received a lot of benefits from Zhangjiazhuangzi. His wife ate well and slept well. Zhangjiazhuangzi even specially sent a woman to teach his wife some movements. He even taught her a few songs to sing, saying that it was good for the unborn child. If it were someone else, he would think that they were just messing with him. But Zhangjiazhuangzi specially made it, so he didn't dare to have any doubts. How could he not remember this kind of care? At first, he thought that if one day Zhangjiazhuangzi killed someone, he would pretend that he didn't see it. But now he thought that if Zhangjiazhuangzi wanted to kill someone, he would do it himself. When County Magistrate Chung heard the bailiff's words, he did not know what to do for a moment. Chen Dong had come back and said that it was only this one time, which meant that the two masters of the Zhang family's farmstead would not die because of this one time. However, in the past 2 days, as the wells in some villages had more water and dried up, he felt the bailiff's anxiety. He originally wanted to have a long life, but Zhangjia Zhuangzi didn't agree. He didn't know the master's name, and he didn't know what the master looked like, so he could only give up. Looking at the Yamen runner kneeling there, County Magistrate Cheng suddenly had an idea. He said to him, "How about this? Tomorrow you bring some of the county's products that Zhangjia Zhuangzi doesn't have and give them to them. Also, help me ask if they want to stop. If they stop, I will issue a notice and ask the people to get water from other places. But if they say that they don't lack water, I will also issue a notice and ask the people not to go out at night and not to check if they hear any noise. What do you think?" Seeing the Yamen runner like this, County Magistrate Cheng didn't know what to say, especially the next county magistrate. If the next county magistrate wasn't promoted by Sanshui County, the officials sent by the higher-ups would have a hard time. The people sent by the higher-ups hated the local power the most, but they were also afraid of the local power the most. A capable official could handle the local power in a short time and make everyone listen to him. A weak official could only ask for a transfer or join in the evil. If the next county magistrate wasn't Registrar Zhao, would he have the ability to take in Zhangjia Zhuangzi? He would be tired to death. The Yamen runner naturally didn't know that the county magistrate was thinking so much. When he heard the county magistrate's words, he left happily and prepared to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi tonight to ask, "Wang Wan, do you think the moon is at its roundest today? Grandpa made mooncakes for me." Zhang Xiaobao was especially energetic tonight. He lay on the couch and couldn't sleep. He looked out of the half-open window and said softly. Wang Wan was already sleepy and wanted to sleep. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she opened her eyes and said, "Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, I beg you, don't say any more. There are still many days until the 15th of August. I'll make mooncakes with you then, okay?" "Oh, thank you. Actually, it has nothing to do with the 15th of August. Today is my grandpa's birthday. Look at how round the moon is. Grandpa must be looking at me on the moon." Zhang Xiaobao continued. His voice was very soft, but it was enough for Wang Wan to hear. Wang Wan stared at the window and seemed to want to close it with her mind. She turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaobao was still staring at the window. She said, "There's no one on the moon, right? Well, don't look at me. There's someone on the moon, but it won't be your grandpa. There's Chang Yi Wu Gang and a living thing at home, not a rabbit. Which one do you think your grandpa is? Could it be the Apollo of the lunar kicking plan? Comrade Wang Wan, let me ask you, why are there so many graves in places with water?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. "Xiaobao, you are a good man. The country is sorry for you. Don't hate the country. After all, these departments are composed of people, not machines. You have learned so much psychology. Don't you understand? I'm here with you. Take it as compensation." Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao would fall into a special thought when he thought of his grandpa. At the same time, he had made arrangements for the other side. So she said these words gratefully. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "What qualifications do you have to represent the country? How do you know that I love the country? What I love is a national complex. What I love is a kind of heritage. The Chinese nation is not a certain republic. What I protect is a kind of spirit, not a specific thing. Some people said that the 4 ancient civilizations were ancient India, ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, and ancient China. Some people said ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient India, and ancient Egypt. Some people said ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, ancient Maya, and ancient India. Some people said ancient Lulan, ancient Egypt, ancient Maya, and ancient Rome. These were not important. What was important was whose civilization was still being passed down. India. Their history needed to be filled in by the history of other countries. Maya. They only had words left, but they had lost the people who could interpret them. Egypt. They had almost lost their own words. They did not know how they originated. Babylon. It was conquered by the pagans. Who still remembered it? Rome. There was no arena. It was long forgotten. Lulan. Time passed. Who chased after time? Only one place still existed. From the records of Yen Huang to the mountains of reeds. The country I recognize is this. I am not proud of the glory of my ancestors. I am sad because I can't inherit it. Who dares to talk about civilization with China? Who dares to talk about food with China? Xiao Bao, the well exploded. Why did you remind them to use the fortune-telling compass to measure it? Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something radical, Wang Wan suddenly interrupted and asked something unrelated to what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Zhang Xiaobao did not answer immediately. He stood there panting. After a while, he smiled at Wang Wan. People say that a good wife can let a man have no worries. I didn't understand before, but now I finally understand. When you are in high spirits, she knows how to pour cold water on you. When you are in low spirits, she knows how to cheer you up. When you are in low spirits, she knows how to… Xiao Bao, what is that compass used for? Is it a compass? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. Oh, you're talking about that thing? I really don't know much about fortune-telling. I didn't learn anything about fortune-telling back then. There really was a person in there. In the end, he misjudged a department head and was locked up. But I know one thing. That compass corresponds to the water patterns and magnetic fields. Usually, some fortune-tellers would find a compass and put it in a messy place. He thought that it was God so that he couldn't predict the future. In fact, that place is usually a place with more water patterns. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. As long as you use that thing, you can dig out a coffin in a messy place. The orphanage was like that. They wanted to dig a fixed cellar, but after digging for a while, they found coffin. At first, they didn't care about it and moved it to another place. You know what a fixed cellar is? It is an underground house built with bricks and cement. It is used as a vegetable cellar, but in the end, they found that it was full of water. The vegetable cellar was 5 meters deep and 5 meters was water. In the end, they couldn't use it. Later, they wanted to make a well, which is a relatively old well. The one that uses leverage and air pressure. It is 3 meters away from the vegetable cellar. In the end, they drilled 12 meters and there was no water at all. Zhang Xiaobao finally recovered from the state he shouldn't be in and started talking about the compass. I know about this. There are some well-preserved ancient corpses. In fact, it is because there is water at the place where they are buried. The coffin itself is sealed well, but the water pressure underground is too high. It presses the water into the coffin and squeezes out the air inside. When the air is gone, the surroundings are sealed again. The water level drops and the water seeps out. The seal is sealed again, and the inside of the coffin becomes a vacuum. When people dig it up, there is no oxidizing effect. The person inside is preserved very well. Wang Wan added. At the same time, she knew why Zhang Xiaobao asked people to use a compass to predict the future when they blew up the well. It wasn't for fortune-telling, but for water patterns. Chapter 117. In Sanshui County, water was flowing out of many wells. Some wells even collapsed, but there was no change in a few wells. The drought was still going on and had not been completely solved. It was just that they did not have to worry about the people dying of thirst due to the lack of water. County Magistrate Cheng originally wanted to make a longevity memorial for the 2 masters on Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, but he was opposed by Zhuangzi, so he could only keep this matter in mind. There were some good things happening in the county. At the same time, some rich people heard that water was flowing out of many wells. They went to take a look and smelled a familiar smell. They thought it was firecrackers, so they went to buy hundreds of thousands of firecrackers. They found a dry well and threw them into it. In the end, there was only a short burst of sound, and then there was no other reaction. Looking at the smoke floating out of the well, they were sure that firecrackers could not be used to blow up the well. After smelling it again, they felt that it was not the same, so they could only give up. Originally, he wanted to find a way to help people get water out of the well to make money. The dock that Song Jingong was in charge of was still in full swing. It seemed that it would be finished by late autumn. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Shannon East Road, Hunan Road, Hadong Road, and Guanyi Road all had varying degrees of drought. Guanyi Road was slightly worse, but Shannon East Road and Hunan Road had the most severe drought. Hadong Road was also affected. Fortunately, there are several main rivers in Hadong Road and Guanyi Road, so they might be able to hold on until the arrival of the rainy season. If there was only drought, there was nothing to be afraid of in Hunan Road. Crop failure was inevitable. However, they were able to use the water from the Yellow River. Since spring, there were more locusts in these two places than in other places. At first, the people did not notice it. There were locusts jumping around every year, so this year was not a big deal. Who knew that with the drought, there would be more and more locusts? Some of the bigger ones even grew to 2 inches long. When they flapped their wings, they flew in front of people, like little chicks. Seeing these locusts eating the crops, the people lit incense burners outside the fields and kept kowtowing. But no one said that they were going to chase them away or let their poultry eat them. In the end, the locusts covered the sky and covered the earth. Not only did the people in the prefecture not care, they even reported this matter to their superiors, asking the emperor to issue a decree to build a temple of locusts here. Li Longji clearly knew the danger of these locusts, but he couldn't do anything about it. The other ministers also didn't stop it, except for Yao Chong. He jumped up and down, first promising the emperor that he would take responsibility, then followed the other ministers to threaten him. In the end, he obtained a non-support and non-opposition agreement. He personally went there to check the situation and get rid of those locusts. At this time, Zhangje Zhuangzi in Sanshui County also followed suit. The 10,000 dan of grain was divided into 2 portions. One portion was given to Su Si to stop at the market and quietly transport to Hunan. The other portion was given to Erniu to find a cart to transport it to the county seat. The cart took several li to transport it to the county seat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were prepared to personally go and take a look. It could be considered a trip for the childhood sweethearts. In the end, they were stopped by the people in their family. Usually, when the 2 of them did something, the adults didn't care. This time they wanted to go out, but no matter what, they didn't agree. They were afraid that the 2 of them would sneak away, so they arranged for 10 people to take turns to watch over them. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this news, he understood that it was time for him to take action. He arranged things in the county seat and took half of the bailiffs to prepare to go to those 2 places to provide disaster relief. In fact, it was to deliver grain. Cherries also hatched a lot of chicks and gave them to the farmers to raise. She took more than 6,000 chickens and Xiaohong's ducks and geese and also set off. Some of the idlers in the courtyard also followed to help feed the chickens and pick the eggs. This time, Cherries and Xiaohong only brought enough feed for the poultry to eat for 2 days. Along the way, they had to choose places with grass or places with a lot of grasshoppers. According to the young master's instructions, as long as the eggs were laid, they would exchange them with the local people. They could buy them with money or with cloth and silk. Even if it was a year's worth of grain, they would exchange them. Some children caught various insects to feed the poultry, but they also gave them eggs. Everything depends on Erniu. Whether or not our family can continue to enjoy this kind of treatment depends on Erniu's response. We have a lot of grasshoppers here. Some are hiding in the mountains. Let's fry them and eat them. Call Denyo back from the county seat and let him try to make a cake. When the time comes, we can exchange the grasshoppers with the children on Zhuangzi. This thing is good. It's high in protein. Make some salt and pepper. After it's fried, we can eat it together. Don't eat the staple food. We can eat grasshoppers every day. I've decided to beat a 5-year-old child when I'm 3 years old. Zhang Xiaobao had been holding back his anger because his family didn't allow him and Wang Wan to go there personally. He waited for others to leave before he started to come up with ideas. Eat it every day? Then you eat it yourself. I won't accompany you. No matter how much protein grasshoppers have, how can they compare to rice and flour? I don't know how you're a liar. Wang Wan also wanted to go out and see what other places in this era were like. In the end, she was locked up at home. She was also depressed. Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. If he really wanted to run out, it was very easy for him and Wang Wan. However, if he ran away, his family would definitely be worried. It wasn't easy for him to finally have family. He definitely wouldn't do that. Seeing that Wang Wan didn't want to accompany them to eat grasshoppers, he found a compromise. Then how about we use flour to wrap grasshoppers and fry them? What do you think? So you're competing with a grasshopper? Why don't we let them catch more and bake them into powder? We can make some pastries for the children in the village to eat to replenish their nutrition. When we grow up, they can become the most loyal guards. When we expand the territory, when we open up the wasteland, the strength of the seedling protection team will be stronger. Wang Wan heard about 4 deaths in the past few months. She felt a little distressed. There was a Zhuangzi in the Gu family. He was 6 years old, but he died of an illness. Life was really too fragile. At that time, the courtyard sent all the resident doctors and used a tail of ginseng, but it only delayed his life by a few days. In addition to the medical reasons, there was also the children's daily nutrition problems. Healthy children had a stronger resistance to diseases. Usually it was enough to see some children play and exercise, but the intake of protein was less. People nowadays didn't eat grasshoppers unless they were hungry. If it was in the past, grasshoppers would be a good thing. Zhang Xiaobao also knew what Wang Wan was thinking. He thought for a while and said, "It's useless to just eat grasshoppers. When this matter is settled, we can build a school and find some students who failed to pass the exam to teach the children. At that time, 3 meals a day will be prepared. Naturally, the children will be healthier. As for the grasshopper powder, why don't we add our monosodium glutamate and send it to some pancake shops as seasoning? The taste will definitely be different from pancakes or other noodles. We can also add some fish powder. Forget about monosodium glutamate, we can just add something else. Providing raw materials is the least cost-effective. It's better to sell it in our own shop in Sanshui County. It's not a big deal, we can just arrange it casually. It seems that before they come back, the 2 of us will have some free time. Let's think about how to help your father pass the exam. Okay, starting tomorrow we will find my father to go outside and enjoy the scenery. You have to cooperate. I'm not very familiar with poetry. You have been exposed to a lot of training when you were young, so I will rely on you in this aspect." Zhang Xiaobao wanted his father to take the county entrance examination. He could hint some political and economic ideas, but not poetry. "Okay, tomorrow morning we will go out and learn something with your father. We will hint at him then," Wang Wan promised. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang set off that night when Erniu came with so many carriages. He had been paying attention to the disasters in those 2 places recently. He knew that if he went there now, he would definitely be recognized and his grade would be raised. With such a large group, it would take at least half a month to travel from Sanshui County to those 2 places. On the other side, Cherries and Xiaohong were also urging the group to move faster. The chickens, ducks, and geese were not very obedient, especially when they encountered water. The ducks and geese always wanted to go in and play. Fortunately, Xiaohong had a smart goose furry. It could understand whatever Xiaohong asked it to do. It was busy, leading nearly 10,000 birds to eat as they moved. The people from the inner courtyard who followed them were also busy. They had to watch the left, right, and back of the group. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose a few birds. This was all money. When they encountered the fields on both sides of the road, as long as there were grasshoppers, Xiaohong and Cherries would lead the birds to eat. With the meat, the birds naturally did not want the grains. They lowered their heads and ran around. As they ran, they could eat all kinds of insects that were chased over. Even if the locusts were flying a little lower, the chickens would jump up and eat them. Half a month later, County Magistrate Cheng's group arrived first. It could not be said that they had all arrived, as the carriages transporting grain were still behind. County Magistrate Cheng was preparing to contact the Prime Minister first, which was Prime Minister Yao Yu. He had already received the news that Prime Minister Yu had also come out of the capital and would be here soon. He was just in time to meet him. The only thing he was worried about was whether the grain would be transported in time. Xiao Hong and Cherries were also a little anxious. They were moving slower. The people were fine, but the birds were not very obedient. They always ran to a distant place to take a look, and then continued to move forward with the group. They were already not slow, but they still had to walk for more than 10 days. They did not know if they would be able to see Prime Minister Yu by then. Xiao Hong, you lead the group slowly. I have to hurry. Otherwise, when we reach the place and they leave, we will not be able to go back and explain to the young master. At least, we have to let that person with the surname Yao know that we have put in a lot of effort this time. As they walked, Cherries was anxious and discussed with Xiao Hong. Today was the 3rd watch, tomorrow was the 7th watch. Chapter 118. Okay, Cherries, you go. I'll take care of the poultry here. Cherries, if you really meet the right Prime Minister, aren't you afraid? Xiao Hong also knew that she was too slow. She was clear about the situation in Zhuangzi. She was hoping that this time, she would be able to secure the position of Baihu. It was not only a matter of money, but also status. If the Zhang family said this, then they were people of high status. Therefore, she agreed to Cherries' suggestion. But she was also worried that Cherries would be scared when she went there. That was a high official, very high. Scared? What's so scary about that Yao guy? Is he more powerful than my family's young master and young lady? My family's young master and young lady are just a little younger. Otherwise, would that Yao guy dare to speak in front of my family's young master and young lady? Does he know how to hatch chickens? Does he know how to make fungus? Can he predict when there will be a drought? He's just occupying a good position. Cherries was more extroverted than Xiao Hong. She disdainfully asked Xiao Hong a few questions. Every time she asked, Xiao Hong shook her head. After shaking her head a few times, Xiao Hong added, "He won't plant cucumbers in the winter. With the young master behind us, there's nothing to be afraid of." "Yes, there's no need to be afraid of him. Then I'll go first. You have to hurry behind me. You can earn more money for Zhuangzi." After saying this, Cherries got on a carriage. Under the beckoning of the carriage handle, the carriage gradually disappeared from the sight of Xiao Hong and the others. In Zhangjie Zhuangzi it was already dusk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the things they had written to see Father Zhang. Father Zhang was not good at managing the family, but he had some knowledge. In the beginning, his ancestors followed the army and won glory. After several generations, he was favored by the family to walk the path of an official. She looked at her son's and daughter-in-law's handwriting, commented on it, and explained to the 2 children what she had taught them yesterday. The day should be over, and there was no need to say too many words to encourage the 2 children. Every time this happened, Zhang Wang clan would listen to the side. She would listen to what she could understand and watch what she didn't understand. Seeing the 2 children's serious appearance and the happy and expectant expression on her husband's face, she knew that her son and daughter-in-law had learned a lot of knowledge. She was happy. "Father, I've been learning for the past few days. I haven't gone out to play with you. Why don't we go out and have a look today?" Zhang Xiaobao was worried about his father's poem during the county-level examination. He had learned what he had learned that day, so he suggested that they go out to play. Usually, Father Zhang was not willing to waste this time. However, these past few days he had asked someone to watch over his son and daughter-in-law, so his 2 children did not have much fun. He felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a while, he saw that his wife kept winking at him, so he could only agree. The 4 of them brought some snacks and wine. Without calling any servants, they went to the side of the pond where the ducks and geese were kept. There were ducks and geese that returned home, late playing in the water. They were all relatively small and were raised by the farmers. The children who were keeping the geese were nowhere to be seen. The 4 of them spread out the blankets they brought and sat around the pond. In the middle of the pond there were snacks and wine. Zhang Wang clan was naturally responsible for pouring wine for Father Zhang. Only the two of them drank some wine. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each held a piece of beef tendon and ground their teeth. Husband, the scenery here is so beautiful. Other places are still dry, but here there is no need to worry at all. Husband, compose a poem for this wife to listen to. Zhang Wang clan at this time changed from her usual tough attitude and gently said to Father Zhang, Okay, then I'll compose a poem. Let's drink first, and let your husband compose a poem. Father Zhang did not expect that his wife would ask him to compose a poem at this time. He was not prepared at all. He could only drink first, and at the same time, try to think of what sentence to use. Xiao Bao, look at those withered flowers. Can you still dye the leaves red? Wang Wan began to perform at this time with Zhang Xiaobao. The two of them had long planned to help Father Zhang compose a poem during each season. Even if they set a few key points for Father Zhang to remember, it would be easier for him to write it during the exam. Zhang Xiaobao did not know much about poetry. Looking at Wang Wan's lips, he slowly said, Why dye it red? It's already evening. Even if there are many sorrows in the heart, thinking of the flowers that have long left the branches, even if you urge a horse to travel to the ends of the world, you still have to know that the flowers that have fallen are not so heartless. At least, it will help new peanuts to grow in the coming year. Oh, so that is to say the falling flowers are not heartless. Waiting for them to turn into soil, they can still protect the flowers from blooming? Wang Wan continued. In fact, the two of them wanted to say that the vast and mighty sorrow of parting is at the end of the day. The falling flowers are not heartless. Turning into spring soil, they protect the flowers. However, Father Zhang did not know this. While drinking wine, he looked at the two children sitting there. Suddenly, he heard the words of the two children, and an idea came to him. He said to the Zhang Wang clan, let me tell you. Yes, under the setting sun, there is no need to worry about urging a horse to look to the ends of the world. How can the falling flowers be heartless? Instead, they become spring soil and protect the flowers. Husband is indeed amazing. Before the cup of wine is finished, you have already written a poem. Husband, drink slowly. Let me peel a prawn for you to eat. When the Zhang Wang clan heard this, she was happy. Her husband was the most capable. While urging him to drink, she peeled a boiled prawn and brought it to her husband's mouth. Father Zhang's face turned red when he saw Wei Wei, but he did not know how to explain. He could only finish the cup of wine in one gulp and eat the prawn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each gnawed on a piece of beef jerky and grinded their teeth. The Zhang Wang clan watched as her husband drank the wine and ate the prawn. She said to the side, Husband's ability is indeed extraordinary. Look, the lotus in the pond has already bloomed. Why don't you compose another poem for me? It will be easy for me to teach you. This. Okay, husband will compose another poem with wife. Let's drink first. Father Zhang was a little scared. This kind of impromptu poem was not so easy. He prepared to drink to delay the time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quickly took out the beef jerky in their mouths and looked at each other. Wang Wan spoke first. Xiaobao, this season is really good. It's already June. In June, I heard that the lotus will bloom, but hearing it and seeing it is different. Why do you think? Well, I think so. After all, it's already June. The scenery is different from other times. For example, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Look, the lotus leaves are so big. With so many of them together, it seems like the water and the sky are the same color. It's so green. With the sunset, I think it's redder than the lotus. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao knew about this poem and directly hinted at it. Father Zhang was knowledgeable, but he lacked inspiration. Just now, he had been thinking of how to come up with a poem to satisfy his wife. After drinking 2 bowls of wine, he heard his son and daughter-in-law's conversation. Inspiration came to him again. Madam, listen to your husband. That, after all, in June, the scenery is different from the 4 seasons. The lotus leaves that reach the heavens are green, and the lotus flowers under the sun are red. No, the last line should be the lotus flowers under the sun are red. Husband is really different from those people. You can compose 2 poems at once. It's a pity that the sun is about to set. It's really regrettable. Husband, let me make some radishes and dip them in sauce for you to eat. Jiang Wang clan praised again. At the same time, she dipped a very small radish in sauce and fed it to Father Zhang. Her eager expression showed that she still wanted Father Zhang to recite a poem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their mother's expression from the corner of their eyes. They looked at each other and communicated with their lips. I remember that Du Fu wrote a poem called Sigh of the Summer Night. Why don't we take it out? It's not easy to guide. Wang Wan spoke first. How long is it? Zhang Xiaobao also asked with his lips. 24 lines. It contains a lot of things. Wang Wan replied. Then forget it. I don't have the ability to guide. Something simpler. Zhang Xiaobao immediately rejected after hearing so many lines. Then what should we say? I got it. Little Lise. Wang Wan was a genius after all. She learned more things than Zhang Xiaobao. What, eunuchs? Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think. Which eunuch was good? There was one with the surname Sima, one with the surname Zhang, and one with the surname Tang. What eunuch? Don't belittle eunuchs. Li Shangyin, do you remember? Wang Wan reminded. Oh, so it's... What does he do? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be enlightened. He squinted his eyes and asked again. The sea, the moon, and the pearl have tears. Oh, I have an impression of this. This feeling can become reminiscence. This is not suitable for my father to say to my mother, right? My mother misunderstands easily, very easily. Zhang Xiaobao knew such a familiar sentence. What nonsense are you talking about? His whole life is reminiscence. Also, the sunset is infinitely good. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao with her big, cute eyes. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Is this also written by him? I know. Look at your husbands. Cuckoo that. Wang Wan trembled when she heard Zhang Xiaobao call her that. She looked at the water and calmed down. Well, when I come to the pond and look at the reflection of the sunset on the water, why do I feel a little sad? This sunset is very good. Unfortunately, it's dusk and we have to go back. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Wang Wan looked at the water and calmed down with difficulty. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say that it was calm, her emotions fluctuated again. Father Zhang didn't know what his daughter-in-law was thinking. When he heard his son's words, he immediately thought of a poem. This time, it was closer to the original. Wife and children in the pond, feeling unwell at night. The sunset is infinitely good, but it wants to be dusk. Ciao! Or what do you think? Good. What husband says is good. Jiang Wang clan was not stupid. Why did her husband say these 3 poems that were related to what her son and daughter-in-law were saying? She looked at the 2 little guys who were looking at the pond as if nothing had happened. It was even more suspicious. Chapter 119. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. If it was another family's child, she wouldn't have said anything. But how could she not know her own child? Her son was a little dependent on his mother. Every day, as long as he came together, he would always come to her side to take a look. If she was awake, he would greet her and kiss her. If she was not awake, according to the servant girls, Xiaobao would always help to tuck in the blanket or quilt before turning around to leave. It was the same at night when she was sleeping. He would first come to check on her, then stay for a while when she was awake. When she was asleep, he would greet her before leaving. This was why she liked her son so much, even though she knew that he was different from other children, who would treat their mother so well when there was a monster in their family. But these 2 children were not bad to her husband either. They were very serious when they were learning. Her husband had said that this was not the first time. If such students were placed in front of any teacher, They would feel that their ancestors were emitting smoke from their graves. They understood as soon as they were asked, and answered as soon as they were asked. The only worry about teaching such students was that there would be nothing to teach them in the future. Who would believe that such children were indifferent when they heard their father recite poems? Thinking about what they had just said, a special thought appeared in the Jiang Wang clan's mind. Husband, after listening to your poem, you don't seem to like the setting sun very much. Why don't you go and see old madam and old master first? This concubine will play with the children here for a while before returning. The Jiang Wang clan ordered Father Zhang to leave. Father Zhang didn't think too much about it. When he heard his wife's words, he felt that it was the right thing to do. He drank another bowl of wine, got up and walked towards the courtyard where his parents were. One reason was that he really wanted to see his parents, and the other was that he was afraid that his wife would ask him to recite more poems. This kind of thing was not something an ordinary person could do. After Father Zhang left, the Jiang Wang clan said to her son, "Xiao Bao, tell your mother, what do you mean by a fallen flower is not heartless?" "Ah, mother, what did you say?" Zhang Xiaobao stared blankly at his mother. Her expression was as cute as it could be. Her chubby body, round face, big eyes, and fluttering eyelashes made anyone want to hug her and kiss her. "Tell mother, tell me a poem, I want it now." Jiang Wang clan resisted the urge to kiss her son and asked with a sullen face, "A poem? What else could it be? Vast and mighty sorrow of parting in the daytime. The whips point east to the horizon. The fallen flowers are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers." "That's all," Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. If it was someone else who asked him, he would definitely play dumb. But since his mother asked, he couldn't bear to do that. Anyway, he had a lot of things to do, so it didn't make much of a difference. As expected, the fallen flowers are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. This is a real poem. What about the next one? Jiang Wang clan heard her son's words and sighed. Her son was the best in the family. If she told others, who would believe her? Also, her daughter-in-law was just like her son. She hid her talent well. "You say it, it's your turn." Zhang Xiaobao nudged Wang Wan. "Granny, the next one is actually about another place. Hangzhou's West Lake. There are more lotus flowers there. After all, the scenery of West Lake is different in June. The lotus leaves are green, and the lotus flowers are red under the sun. Xiao Bao and I heard other people talking about the scenery, so we made it up." Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had compromised, so she had to say it too. But she was afraid that others would misunderstand, so she explained it again. Jiang Wang clan didn't want to ask about the third one. She already knew the capabilities of her two children, especially her daughter-in-law, Wang Wan. The fact that the rich family didn't need to buy land had already explained everything. Ever since these two Zhuangzi had two children, they had changed. Their business dealings and all kinds of schemes made her feel scared. The difference from what others thought was that these two children were her own, especially Xiao Bao. If there was something delicious, he would think of her first. If there was something useful, he would also bring it to her first. It didn't matter if they were monsters or gods. As long as they were her children, it was fine. "Xiao Bao, cuckoo, don't say these things to others in the future." Jiang Wang clan was afraid of losing her children, so she tried to persuade them. "Okay, I won't say it." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan replied at the same time. They weren't fools, so they knew what to show to others. "That's good. Go back and sleep early. It's hot, so remember to ask Pomegranate to help you drive away mosquitoes." Jiang Wang clan kissed her two children's faces and felt relieved. She wasn't as worried as others. It was good that her children were good. Other people could become prime ministers at the age of 12. So what if her son became prime minister at the age of 8? That person with the surname Gan could be promoted at such a young age. So why couldn't her children be even younger? Isn't it too scary? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan when he came back. Who are you scaring? You've already done so don't think about it this time. The only good thing about the people here is that they're superstitious. It's fine if we're a little more powerful, but we can also increase the confidence of the people in the inner courtyard. You have to know that they don't care whether you're a monster or an immortal. They just want to know whether you can bring them more benefits, both material and spiritual. Wang Wan was very clear-minded. It wasn't like she hadn't met an 8-year-old child who had helped her solve quadratic equations in 3 variables, and it was the kind that did it verbally. Young people weren't just for show. They were really capable people, and there were quite a number of them with an IQ of 160. She couldn't just catch every one of them, right? She could only nurture them. Oh, I'm just asking. I don't want others to worry. Let's sleep first. We still have to study when we wake up. We can't be uneducated. Zhang Xiaobao mainly wanted to find someone to talk to, and Wang Wan happened to fit his requirements. All right, let's sleep. Wang Wan agreed, and the 2 of them lay on the couch again. 2 hours later, the 2 of them were once again woken up by Pomegranate and went to the study table together. Zhang Xiaobao finished grinding the grindstone and found that Wang Wan was still motionless. He nudged her and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you sleep enough just now? Then continue sleeping. 1 more day won't make a difference." Who said I didn't sleep enough? I was thinking about how I can help you improve. I want the kind of fast speed. Looking at you, I know that you'll definitely choose to take the county scholar exam. That's not a simple matter. At least you have to know how to compose poems. You can't just rely on copying. People might not choose a place where you can copy. For example, if you were asked to write about a bug, how would you write it? You can write about anything, whether it's a flat land or a mountain peak. But would people think that it's a bug? That's a bee. It doesn't seem to be a perfect classification yet. What do you think you should do when the time comes? Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand to the side and frowned as she spoke. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that if he wanted to learn these things quickly, it wouldn't be easy, especially when it came to poetry. This required a lot of accumulation. When he was young, he had never put in any effort in this area. When he grew up, he had been scamming people. Although he earned a lot of money, he didn't learn the basics. He couldn't say whether it was regret or fate. He wanted to take the county scholar exam, so he could only slowly work hard and accumulate some knowledge. Seeing that Wang Wan was thinking, he asked, "Then do you have any ideas? After all, you learned it yourself, unlike me. I learned all the practical things in prison. Who knows that the most practical things here are the least practical things back then? Don't worry, I'm thinking. I got it. Do you know the rhyme of the fisherman?" Wang Wan thought for a while and finally thought of something. "I don't know. Is it a fisherman in a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river? Don't tell me you want me to draw something. This won't do. I don't have any foundation, and I'm not interested in this area. I might not be able to learn it, even if I studied it for a lifetime." Zhang Xiaobao denied. "What drawing? You are talking about the river. I'm asking about the rhyme of a fisherman. It's the rhyme of a fisherman. It's the rhyme of a pair of couplets. It's the spring festival couplets with horizontal scrolls. The sky is against the earth, and the rain is against the wind. The land is against the sky. Have you heard of it?" Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, I know. I heard a few lines when I was eavesdropping on other people's lectures. I remember this. At the end, it's thunder and mist. The sun is against the sky. Am I right?" Zhang Xiaobao immediately reacted. "Yes, it seems like you were very serious when you were eavesdropping when you were young." Wang Wan praised. She had already heard Zhang Xiaobao talk about his childhood experience. Zhang Xiaobao understood this time, but felt that something was wrong. He thought for a while and said, "It's the Tang dynasty now. What's the use of asking me to write couplets? I'm writing poems." "You are so stupid. Are there no couplets in poems? For example, modern poems are strictly required to have couplet, especially metrical poems. The couplet itself is like that. Do you understand?" Wang Wan knew more about this than Zhang Xiaobao. After all, she was a master student. No matter what she studied, some things were written in textbooks. Moreover, her family was not ordinary. She had to learn all kinds of things since she was young. Perhaps she did not have the special talent of Zhang Xiaobao, but when it came to basic education, 10 Zhang Xiaobaos added together could not compare to her. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that Wang Wan's family was rich and powerful. She learned a little bit of everything. Seeing Wang Wan's serious expression, he knew that the person who accompanied him here would not harm him. He could only admit, "I don't know. I will listen to whatever you say. At least in this aspect, can you tell me how to practice?" "Yes, it's good to know your own shortcomings. First, recite the couplet of the old man." I could recite from beginning to end at the age of 4. I even won first place in the city's competition. It was not because of my family's power, but because of my own ability. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. He admitted what he did not know. Such people were the most terrifying. They would work hard to learn to regain their self-esteem. Zhang Xiaobao asked sincerely, "Do you still remember? Teach it to me. After I learn it, I will find a way to let my father know." "All right, learn from the beginning. Heaven versus earth. Rain versus wind. Niu is on the left and right of the Milky Way.